All right. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody had a great 4th of July. I hope you guys had fun with your family, friends, and I hope y'all still got all 10 in your fingers. Joining me today is the one, the only, the legendary, definitely not a fairy, Iron Tiger. Hello. What up, what up, what up, man? How you been? You okay? Mm-hmm. All right, let me go ahead and bring up the actual stream. Cause did I fix it? I don't think I fixed it. Oh, I thought I fixed it. Oh, sorry y'all. I made my freaking stream and I made a new tab and now I don't know where the tab is. God dang it. Uh, is it? Oh yeah, it's the Yap stream. God dang it. So hello, hello, hello. Let me switch. He's not a furry. Steel Bear's trolling you. Let me turn on. Let me turn this off, and then let me turn my new face on. Which did I accidentally delete? I didn't add my other face here. God dang it! Sorry guys. Let me go to here, and let me find copy. See, I'm still messing up. The scuff is too real. The scuff. All right. Did I? I even put you on here. God dang it! See, I'm doing all. I'm messing up all over the place. Okay. Let me turn that on. All right. Now let me find your. I thought I put you on here on this one. Okay. Let me go back to the just game. Thank you. Thank you. I was working on it like last week because I wanted something to actually because I know Dutch Matrix when he pops in a few times. And don't get me wrong, my monitors, my wallpaper ain't lewd, but I know he's been yelling at me like, "Hey, get you, you need to get you a different, you get you a different wallpaper." Mm-hmm. Now, this is with the help of Jigs. His one of his prompts was to get what would your apartment look like? And I like this so much because this is the type of vibe that I was going for with the hello, hello, hello. Yes, the Fugi spider. Yep. This is actually thanks to the wonderful people at Club Tartarus. I was gifted this new model and I'm so happy for it because I was wondering how I can actually get this model to pop up more on my stream because I use him in almost everything I promote versus my old model. So the Mags and the wonderful people over at Club Tartarus gifted me this 2D model in a sense. Well, not 2D, but PNG. So I'm happy to have it. And what a Billy Donuts coming in with the donuts. And yeah, yep, this is my new model. I'm gonna try to get as much gas out of this as possible, or not gas, much miles out of this as possible. Let me jump around to get iron, get iron. Let me. Mm-hmm. The Fugi is what I'm about to pop up. I'm about to copy and pop it up right now, but it's pretty much just a PNG of like whoever's talking. So let me paste you, and then so basically right there. Oh, I need to go and clean. What I can do, I can go and edit this because I don't know why it's doing that box like that. So basically, what you see on the screen now, your avatar, this pretty much is a Fugi. It's just something that connects to Discord, and people can see like who you talking to on the screen. So it's like a visual representation. Are we supposed to hear Tiger if? Oh crap! You can't hear Tiger. What, bro? You got mocked by FedEx? No, oh crap! Yeah, he's supposed to be here, Tiger, right now. What? 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 Okay. No, it's my system. My system is you're in. My system is just now I got some fixing to do. All right, so video options. Let's the chat. Yeah, you're supposed to be. The chat is it output? Unmute. Try saying something now, Tiger. Okay, I didn't see nothing move. Tiger has a voice. Yep, Tiger has a voice. But for whatever reason, it's not working. Okay, where is... See, this is why I hate my system, because it does that for whatever reason.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Nobody heard my epic Kane impersonation?
Unfortunately, no.
Darn it.
And it's not even linked with your Fugi, too, because your Fugi ain't even bouncing up and down. So I gotta figure out what the hell's wrong with that. But now you guys can hear him. You can hear him now? Sweet, sweet, sweet. Thank you, thank you. Sorry about that, Chad. It's either let me switch it to the monitor. It's either this that's messing up, or it's Discord, or it's my Streamlabs, or it's all three. So sometimes I gotta figure out what the hell. But
yeah, this is part of the reason that I get so confused. I open up OBS and my brain just crashes on me.
Bro, don't get me started on OBS. See, because everybody wants me to go to OBS, because don't get me wrong, OBS is the better software than Streamlabs. But Streamlabs is just it's retarded. It's retarded proof, okay? Because I'm retarded. So
here's my thing. Just being honest, I can learn. I just need to take the time to actually do it. And the time has been where I've been struggling, especially since I'm an investor. I do investing in homes, in commodities, especially oil.
Yeah,
that takes up a huge part of my day, and we do okay. We're not. I just want to be clear. There's a myth going around that I'm a millionaire. Not yet.
Close.
Not yet.
Okay, you're half a millionaire.
Yeah. So we're getting there, but it's important for me to become a millionaire, because if I become a millionaire, then Steel Bear will finally admit that I'm funny.
Let's go. So everybody, let's help Tiger become a millionaire. That way, Steel Bear can admit that he's funny.
Yeah.
No, don't worry, Tiger. She got me too. She got me too. She's like, you're not funny. I'm like, damn, cold blooded. Even though I make her laugh all the time, she's finally hit me with that. Yeah, you're not funny. Just break my soul, Steel Bear, Mama Bear. See, look, I can hear her laughing in the background right now.
Yeah. Oh, she's giving us the raspberry.
Uh
oh. There's only one that would give us the raspberry.
Tiger Millionaire reference to retard overrated show. Yeah. But no, I know you got many works in the background, especially doing your investment, especially with your gig of real estate and all that stuff, and that's cool. Being somebody who's an artist, that's doing like you do magazines, you do comic books, you make your own art, and then you're doing your whole videos things with with AI and all that. So I can understand why you're people would assume that, because you're pretty much everywhere when it comes to like making content creation. You chill with Leaflet, Celeste, and Mizuki. I keep almost mispronouncing her name, Mizuki, our Brazilian Kisane.
Those guys are great. They're really just great. They really inspire me in a lot of ways. Celeste has got me thinking a lot about going back to church. And Leaflet, of course, is, to be honest, why I've Baihu Holdings LLC is a small holdings firm.
Yeah.
And we were at one time White Tiger Entertainment, so it's funny. We started out entertainment. That adventure fell apart, and then I got into stock trading and do pretty well. Put together a team. Um, made somebody else CEO because I'm very, very right brained. So the left brain portion of running a company is outside my scope. And a lot of people hearing me say that would be like, well, then how do you stock trade? Well, easy. I just watch the patterns. I'm not paying attention to the numbers when I'm looking at the stocks. I'm looking at the patterns. I'm looking at the direction that things are going. I'm looking at trends, and I'm estimating is now the time to buy, is now the time to sell. For instance, and I can't legally give financial advice, but this is just an example of my frame of reference right now. We are trying to also expand into
Remember,
oil
chat, this is not financial advice. So he's just giving an example,
Right,
but this is not financial advice. All right, go ahead. Sorry to cut
correct.
you off. Sorry.
No, it's. I appreciate it actually because I don't want somebody to say, oh, I heard Iron Tiger said this and it didn't work out for me, therefore I sue. No. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying what I'm doing, and I'm not guaranteeing that this is going to work. Although it does have a pretty good history.
Nice.
So right now we want to expand into oil futures, but the problem is that right now with the situation in Iran, that particular market is pretty volatile.
Yeah.
So we are looking at oils that reach an historic high, and the value is coming right back down. Normally, what I have done with oil futures is I have purchased in the winter when it's low, and then sold during the summer when it's high. Right now, it's extremely volatile, so we're kind of pulling back from that just to see what it does. I expect probably, I hope I'm right about this, for a myriad of reasons, because it will impact the elections. I'm hoping that oil will normalize, before the fall. And then if it does, then we can probably resume our normal pattern of purchasing futures in the winter and then selling them in the summer. And the logic behind that is that oil and gas tends to go down during the winter, but then goes back up during the summer when everybody is traveling. So it really is a lot simpler of a way of thinking. And then as for housing, the housing market is a mess. But there are people are still buying homes, and right now the main thing is to try to get in there before BlackRock does.
I mean, okay, so what's up with that? Because I thought Trump made that illegal for businesses and organizations to continue to buy. Because I mean, obviously he can't. Which I think he should. I think he should, like, to say, even if y'all bought it, if y'all have somebody currently living in there, go ahead and transfer the information to a bank or something like that because they're already there. I don't know how all that would work, but it's like, how are they still buying property when he made that illegal for companies and organizations to buy property?
So what has happened is that it's not completely illegal. There's limits now, but those limits are all by, as far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, by executive order. It has yet to be codified by Congress, and it really shouldn't. The other thing that Congress needs to do, in my opinion, is to repeal Dodd-Frank. And I'm saying this, and other investors hearing me say this will be like, "Oh, I can't believe he's saying that." The thing of it is that those of us that have holdings, and those of us that have houses with really, really high values need to understand that the situation that the younger generation is facing right now is 200-300 square foot homes going for $500,000. I'm exaggerating a little bit, obviously, but
there's some properties out there that's like that small, that is that large, given like a different like state or something like that. I think I saw it on Nyannis. She was looking at something, and it was like a little shack that was like $250,000. Like, no way.
Yeah, these prices are not sustainable. So say you're somebody my dad's age. My dad, by the way, is retired, and we're taking care of him. He lives with us. But and he gets mad every time I talk about this because I'm one of those people that is willing to talk about the boomer problem. Knowing full well that people, I have a lot of friends that are boomers. I have a lot of customers that are boomers. They get mad at me when I talk about this, but this is a problem that they're looking at the houses that they've bought and they're seeing the value of that price of that home go up, 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 up. The problem is if they were to want to selling that home, especially to a younger person, would be extremely difficult because nobody has that kind of liquidity right now. And and so the prices have to come down. You can say, well, but my house is worth $500,000. Well, great, but on paper, but can it sell for that much? And if not, then it's not worth it. It's same warning that I give about gold and silver. On paper, it's worth X amount, but can you sell it for that much? Because if you can't sell it for that much, then it doesn't really have that value. And so that paper value.
The market dictates the value.
Yep. It's overinflated, and that's the problem with Dodd-Frank. It's like the housing market bubble is a tragically misunderstood situation because what really happened there is that you had the government in the 90s do this Community Reinvestment Act, which basically came in and told banks you have to lend to people who can't pay it back. That in and of itself, it was something that the market's like, okay, you know what, fine, we will adjust and we'll do these prime rate loans. Which sucked, by the way. I always oppose those, but the prime rate, the idea of the prime rate was, okay, we'll let people that can't afford these loans come in, and what we'll do is we'll graduate their to a higher interest rate as the loan ages, because very likely, when you're young, you have a job that pays $10 an hour, but within 5 years you should be making $15 an hour, therefore it should be okay. And then the government comes in 2006 when the Democrats took the House and the Senate, and they pushed through a double down on the Communities Housing and Reinvestment Act. And George W. Bush, of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces of economic legislation that they passed, and there were hundreds, Bush vetoed only 3. And so I absolutely want to be clear. I am not blaming Democrats alone for this, because Bush could have vetoed this and he did not. And the consequence was this caused people to double down on the prime rate loans. And then they became predatory about it. They started seeking people to loan stuff to, because it's like, okay, it's harder for us to make money now because of this. So, okay, we're already in a situation where we've got this prime rate thing going on, but not enough people are coming in. So let's go look for other people. And so that's where you get these predatory loans. In defense of the market was responding to what the government was doing. And then gas hit $4 a gallon.
Oof. Back then.
And when that happened, people could not keep up with the mortgages and these prime rate loans. And that caused the housing market to collapse. But rather than allowing for these companies to collapse,
the government bailed them out.
For new companies to come in, and the government goes in and bails them out, and then they put in Dodd-Frank, which codifies all of these bad policies, except for prime rate and except for predatory lending. Not allowed to do that anymore, but all the rest of the bad ideas are now codified into permanent law, and they have now created a structure that artificially holds the housing prices up and keeps forcing them up artificially. And it's not allowed for the market correction that allowing these companies to fail would have had. And even with these bad laws in place, it's good for companies and to go under. I've gone under before. Like I said, we were once White Tiger Entertainment. We're now by who, which, by the way, same name, by the way. Vodka is just Mandarin for White Tiger. But it happens. You learn the lessons, and then you come back with new ideas and say, okay, how can I do it better? But the government did not allow for the sort of reset and thinking that would have allowed for that to happen. And so what we have now is the housing market where the houses go up and up and up and up and up and up. Now we're in a point where only the mega corporations, like BlackRock, can come in, and what they're doing is that they've been buying entire neighborhoods and turning them into rentals.
Yep, you'll own
And
nothing and you'll be happy, but you'll
yep,
forever pay
exactly.
for it.
Yep, yep. And there are now limits on that, but again, it's on paper because Congress has not codified it.
Yeah.
And really, what needs to happen is that we need to repeal Dodd-Frank, and we need to allow for a controlled market correction. I don't want the market to collapse, obviously, but we do need to have that market correction. And as an investor, I'm willing to take that hit. It should only take a couple of years to course correct. We'll allow the housing market to relax. Then Gen A and Gen Z can start buying homes at more reasonable prices. Then they can actually have a place to start, getting married and building families. Because when I talk to kids, people say, well, men and women hate each other and they want nothing to. That's not what I'm hearing when I'm talking to kids. What I'm hearing when I'm talking to kids is I can't. Economically, I can't. I can't afford a house.
Yep.
The jobs aren't paying enough. I can't have a family. I want one, but I can't.
Yep.
So we have to address that. We have to allow for a market correction to occur. And that does mean that the government is going to have to admit that sometimes it makes boneheaded decisions, and sometimes the solutions that they come up with aren't good. But it also means that investors like myself are going to have to take a hit for at least 2 years. Because, those houses losing value does mean our investments are going to lose value. But then when that process is done and we start seeing more sales, then that starts to pick back up. And I think having a stable, affordable housing market is much more beneficial than having an expensive housing market that has value on paper, that has value when you look at your stock portfolio, but ultimately doesn't have value because you can't sell it at that price.
Yeah.
So
great statement, but unfortunately we live in an imperfect world. But it takes more of us to say what Tiger is saying. Unfortunately, we only got a handful of people that's saying what he is saying and not going to the government, because we allow the government to brainwash us into thinking comfort and let the government handle everything instead of us being responsible and being accountable. Because back in the day, we the people, we are the government, but we let these corrupt people switch that into saying no, they are the government and we have to listen to them, when it's the reverse. They have to listen to us. That's the whole point of what voting is for. And if not enough people are saying, hey, you guys need to fix this because this is happening, this is how we get it. Because right now we're not saying it, but BlackRock is, and all these other companies that's banking off of what's going on now. That's why they get to control everything. But if we as a whole say no, you guys better listen to us and not them, or we're gonna get you out one way. Either we vote you out or we're gonna force you out. If enough people start saying like that, and if enough people as a whole start saying that, guess what? They'll be forced to listen. But only
that last part terrifies me, because I'm seeing a lot of young people that are starting to talk about, shall we say, less moderate options to solve these problems. I don't want that, and I want to be very, very clear. I'm a historian by hobby. Yeah. So I've read a lot of history books, and war is very, very messy.
Oh, it's never good.
I was thinking about, do I want to go war has changed or war never changes? But then I'm like, no, war is messy. War is very messy, and real people get hurt very, very fast.
Yes.
And ultimately, the real problem with especially revolutionary wars is that a lot of revolutionary wars don't end up working out the way that you think that they're going to. And you end up with situations that are worse than what you had to begin with. The American Revolution is something of a miracle. We ended up in imperfect. Yeah, I admit there are things that could have been done better, but ultimately they gave us a system that allowed us to lead toward having greater liberty, having greater opportunity for everybody. And yeah, we had to deal with slavery. We've had to deal with um, the ill treatment of Native Americans. We have had a lot of terrible things that have happened, but ultimately the end goal has been liberty and opportunity for everybody.
Yeah.
And now I want to be clear that not a guarantee. We have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but there is not a guarantee. And here's what's happened: is because these mistakes have been made, and because the people that made those mistakes are refusing to correct them, they are now, those same people are now turning around and saying, "I can give you a guarantee."
Yep, I was just about to say that. Yep, and that's they're
But the
just
problem,
telling you another lie.
yep, yep, and the guarantee is, the government, will give you stuff, and we're going to make that guy pay for it. But the reality is, that guy never pays for it. The billionaires, the people like BlackRock, the people like Soros, they're not the ones that pay for it. They go after the guys that are more toward the middle, like me, the people that are still climbing the
The middle
ladder,
class.
or the people like, the people like you. I'm upper middle class. I haven't quite reached the top yet. But the people like like you guys that are just beginning your climb. We are the ones that are going to have to end up paying for all of it.
Yeah, at
Because
one point
there's
I was
always,
considered low middle.
yeah,
And I was like, wait, what?
there's
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry,
yeah,
Tiger.
it's okay. There's always these loopholes, and you'll notice that for all of the bashing of millionaires and billionaires that the Democrats specifically do, they're all millionaires and billionaires. It recently came out, Rokana, who's been one of the loudest quangos going off on them. Oh, we need a millionaire tax. We need a millionaire tax. Says the guy who's now worth $53 million. All of a sudden, even though he entered Congress at my level, and now he's a multi-millionaire.
Best example, Bernie Sanders. The millionaires and the
Sanders.
billionaires are the ones that's corrupting everything. Became a million. It's the billionaires. They are the problem. And I'm like, okay.
And yet, take a look at who the millionaires and the billionaires are supporting: Hollywood and tech and all that. They're all putting their money into the Democrats. We've got Elon Musk. That's it. They've got everybody else. And there's a reason for that, and that is because they at the end of the day, they are not the ones that have to pay for all this. We are. In all throughout history, we see this happen. Communism creates a two-tier system. The very, very top, which is government, military, and celebrity, and then you've got everybody else who's equally poor. And a lot of these billionaires are walking celebrity circles. So it's not going to, Mamdani isn't going to give us utopia. Bernie Sanders isn't going to give us utopia. What we do need to have, in order to have a better system where we have the pursuit of happiness, it is going to take some work. It's, the best things in life are never free.
Yeah.
They take work. But that's what we.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it should be like an open market with slight guardrails to prevent monopolies and corruption and stuff like that. But it should it should be allowed to open freely, because when the market does operate, which has been proven, like it was a famous video of Caleb Hammer talking to a blue haired chick, and she talking about communism and all that. And he said, "Okay, name one that worked. Name one," and she couldn't name it. And he was like, exactly, you can't name it because everything you named, either it failed or they're capitalists, or they're communists using capitalist methods. Like Zara Madami, he's a communist, but right now he's using capitalism to fuel the things that he wants for communism: the free stores, the free buses. I wouldn't say rent control. That's more of your level. I don't understand like rent control, but I know from the stores and for the free buses, somebody has to pay for that. You can't just make stuff free.
We pulled out of New York about 5 years ago. I saw this coming a long time ago. As it is, basically what they do, what they've been doing this sort of thing for a while, and what ends up happening is that the property owners are not able to keep up with the cost of repairs and maintenance. And so they just end up walking away, and then they get in trouble for being, slumlords. But the fact of the matter is that as their costs go up, that the landlords tend to pass that cost on to their renters.
Yeah.
And a lot of their renters are poor, and yeah, it sucks. But ultimately, the bottom line is that the landlord's not the enemy. The inflationary policies of the government that are driving up their costs are the enemy. And we need to address inflation and not it's and this is the thing that I think Trump doesn't understand. We had 9% inflation under Biden. We've got 3% inflation now. Great. It's moving in the right direction. But the problem is we need -9 inflation now. We need to reverse the damage that's been done. And
allow the economy to grow.
Again, people will say to me, well, that's deflation. That will cause the economy to collapse. If we do it in a rush, yes, but we can do it in a controlled way. And the bottom line, what I was just saying about the housing market is also true about all other aspects of the market. These numbers, and even Elon's status as a trillionaire, it's all theoretical. It's all on paper. The question isn't what the paper says. The question is, what can you sell it for? Can we sell it at these elevated prices? And in a lot of cases, we can't. And so it makes sense for us to allow a deflationary period, at least to go back to the sorts of numbers that we had prior to Biden. Although I personally would love to see the sorts of numbers that we had in the 90s. I think the 90s was a relatively affordable time.
Yeah, because people got mad at Home Alone when the kid went grocery shopping and had a full cart of groceries, and he paid, and it was under $20. A lot of Gen Z and Alpha saw that and was like, wait, what? Because good luck trying to buy more than 2 items for $20. Good luck.
Right. Yep.
There's been times where I have
until recently, I've always said that my enemy is neither Republican nor Democrat. My enemy is inflation. Obviously, with the Democrats becoming more and more openly communistic and terroristic, even, I have to rethink that. But I would like to think that that is still the truth. That if we could just get everybody together and just say, hey, look, we're going to have to bite the bullet for about a 2-year period. We have to allow for a market correction. We have to allow for prices to cool. Because, there's that movie, Home Alone, where he had a cart full of stuff and he paid $20 for it. That was real. That's how things were back then.
Yep.
And
spam used to be 99 cents. Yep.
Yeah. Life used to be affordable. And there's a reason why back in the 90s, when Hillary Clinton wanted to do socialist health care, people were laughing at her. Because why? Our health care is perfectly fine. It's affordable. You know? It's way more expensive now. And if you take a look at it, we warned that the Affordable Health Care Act, or Obamacare, if you will, would increase prices, and that's exactly what's happened. But what's the solution we're being offered? More government health care. Yep. Government health care caused the price of health care to jump 57%. But now we have to have what are they calling it? Medicare for all. And that's gotten so expensive in Canada that Canada now has their main program where they're just basically putting people down instead of actually treating them. So
which is coming soon to America.
Yep, and that's what I'm afraid of. If we get Medicare for all, that's where it's going to go. That because historically speaking, that's where it always goes. You know, we need to turn the ship around.
Yeah.
You know, the world may not be flat, but the economic world is, and we are very close to the cliff right now. And so it's one of these things where unless we can convince both parties to turn the ship around, things are still going to keep heading in the wrong direction and getting worse.
That's going to take. I hate to say it, that's going to take people willing to roll heads in order to get both parties to chill out, because you have one side that don't want anything to do. And I think both sides at the end of the day kind of want communism. I kind of think Republicans are slower than Democrats. Democrats want it right here and right now, and Republicans
Yep.
like let's do a slow roll on that because
Yep.
the Republicans are not really doing they control almost everything, but they're not doing nothing to push back on it. There's no way Zohran Madani. There is no way that he should be mayor. Point blank. Period.
100% correct.
There is no way that
There's
should be happening. What's her name
there's
in
a number of
California?
reasons. Yeah, there's a number of reasons that he should not be governor. All of
Mm-hmm.
them completely legal to deny him being seated. First and foremost, he was associated with terrorist groups. Second, he is on record saying, we are not here, and this is a quote, we are not here to coexist. We are not here to assimilate. We are here to remake this city in the image of our own people. That is the words of conquest. That is not the words of somebody that you see on the mayor. There are already laws on the books that say that if you are associated with terrorist groups, if you're associated with criminal groups, if you are a communist, you cannot have a position of power in our government.
Which is Zohran Madani, all of them.
With Zohran Madani. Add to that the fact that native New Yorkers voted against him, but he was voted in by immigrants, many of them illegal. That makes his election illegitimate as well. In every way, shape, or form, Madani is illegitimate. The problem is they don't care. And this is why I'm warning people. People are saying, "Oh, well, he won't run for president." Yeah, he won't run for president. He can't run for president. The problem is
now
he can't run for mayor. He can't run for mayor.
No,
he did.
That's now because what's in place. Give it 5 years when more God forbid when more communists get into office and they started changing the rules. Now he can't do it, but 5-10 years down the road, he might be able to.
I think it's even worse than that. In all honesty, if the Republicans lose this fall, and there's good news and bad news on that. Yeah, it's game over. Mamdani will be the next president because they will use those wins that they accumulate this fall to rig the system so that Mamdani can just walk right into office. And there will be no one to stop him. And the entire time you will see Ted Cruz tweeting on X, he can't, it's not constitutional. He can't, it's not constitutional. And he'll be right, but no one is going to do anything to stop it.
Yeah, you're right, but do something about it. Why you are 100% right. Why are you guys not doing anything about it?
Yep. The only one that right now, and this infuriates me, the only one that is actually trying to do stuff is Senator Lee. And because Senator Lee will tweet, but also Senator Lee will then go around and try to talk to people behind the scenes, and he'll report on us what he's doing step by step in order to try to fix things and or stop the bad things. That he's the only one that's actually doing any work. Everybody else is just up there. Oh, I tweeted about it. The problem's solved. And especially Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is the absolute worst about that. But that's what we're going to be facing, and I guarantee you 100% this is the way it'll play out. If Republicans lose this fall, then the first thing that will happen is that they'll impeach Trump. If they take the Senate, also they will absolutely convict him and expel him from office. They will then turn around and do it to J.D. Vance. They will then do it to they will then elevate their Speaker of the House to the presidency as a holdover until they can elevate Mamdani in, and no amount of complaining about how unconstitutional it is will stop it.
Yeah.
It absolutely will happen, which I don't like the Republicans. I want to be clear about that. I have very personal experience with Utah's Republican Party. I do have friends within the party. I have a lot of enemies within the party, a lot of people who which is why I hide behind a tiger. Although my stuff is going to be published soon, and my name's on that. So, which is one of the reasons why I've been less protective of my name lately, because it's going to be out there anyway. But the fact of the matter is that despite the problems of the Republican parties, they must win this fall.
Yeah.
Or the things that are coming down the pike, and I'm sounding this alarm because I was one of the doubters when people were trying to warn us about Obama. I'm like, yeah, sure, yeah, it's not going to be Obama. There's no way. There's no way. I mean, he has terrorist connections. He's both domestic and foreign. He's a member of a church with some also with some terrorist connections and some pretty radical views. His dad was an open communist, and there's just no way, and yet it happened. And I'm not, I 100% Obama was born in Hawaii, but even so, you would think that the ties that he had and the beliefs that he carried, and the beliefs of his that his father carried, and the beliefs that his pastor carried, you would have thought all of that would have been disqualifying, but he wasn't. He wasn't. I'm not saying that it is. Obama legitimately won, and he won entirely because the Republican Party under Bush became so stupid, just absolute a party of absolute retards.
Yeah.
Can I say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
my thing is when it comes to my Yap and Chills, it's 100% open. The only thing is just don't break TOS. So yeah, you can say retard. I don't care.
Yeah. Okay. So, the fact that they went along with a lot of the economy breaking bailouts and all this other stuff, whereas if at the time what people were asking for them to do is to not do this stuff. As a matter of fact, to John Boehner's credit, the first attempt at a bailout failed, and the public was happy. The public was like, good, because our money should not be bailing out these billionaires that messed up.
Yeah.
But then McCain suspended his campaign, and then Obama suspended his, and then they all went and they twisted arms behind the scenes, and then they got the bailouts passed, and then everybody was like, okay, well then if the Republicans aren't willing to fight for any of these big government policies, what good are they? And so it's like, okay, Republicans are useless and feckless,
and that's what they are now.
Yep, you have this opportunity to prove that we're not racist. That ended up not working out because anybody that questioned Obama, or anybody who didn't do what Obama wanted to do, and anybody that had concerns about his policies was deemed a Nazi, a racist, a fascist, nationalist, grifter, bootlicking theocrat, literally hit.
The stuff we hear now.
Saying, the response of the Republican Party was, "Oh, don't call me names. I'll give you the farm and then the farm next to me, and their farm, and I'll give you everything. Just please don't call me names."
I can't believe I'm saying this again. Thanks, Obama.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Tiger.
Well, the thing of it is that at the end of the day is that Obama had a golden opportunity, and it's heartbreaking because nothing would have made me happier than to be able to say that I voted for the first Black president. I wanted that so bad, but his policies were terrible.
Yeah.
And his attitude toward dissent was just authoritarian and tyrannical. And he normalized the demonizing of the opposition in a way that no other president before him had. And we're now in a situation where first they'll call us a Nazi, and next minute they're opening fire on us now.
And let me explain to the chat with that. They're not calling you a Nazi because you're a Nazi. They're calling you a Nazi to deem you as an acceptable target for harm to happen to.
Yep. So you take a look at Charlie Kirk. I met him once. I gave him $50,
nice.
Which at the time made Steel Bear mad at me because that was our gas money.
Oh no!
No, he at the time he was still really young. This is and he was at the time building TPUSA. But I was so impressed with his vision and his idea. I'm like, here's 50. It's not much, but see if this will help. Really, really sweet kid. Just really, and I mean that. Just a really, really sweet kid. And
he was a great guy.
Really impressed. Yeah, I'm really impressed by what he built. And he was the moderate. He wasn't out there saying, "Oh, we need to get rid of all the LGBT, and we need to get rid of all the blacks or whatever." That wasn't him. That wasn't what he was wanting at all. What he wanted to do was have a discussion, and he wanted ideally to focus that discussion to policy, so that we could discuss and debate which policies work, when they work, how they work, and which policies were bad and disruptive and destructive.
Yeah.
And they shot him.
Yep. Because they don't want to hear the opposite dissent. Hang on. To be fair, a lot of complaints about did boil down to, I do not like him because of blank. Granted, I do not like Obama, but he was not as much of a race grifter as people like to paint him as. Yeah, it was a yes. That's a yes and no. He wasn't as much of a race grifter, but the problem that we have now with the whole race thing did start to arise under him. Before Obama, race issues really wasn't a thing. Yeah, we had our issues and stuff like that, but it was a lot better than what it is now. Because
I would say that's true for the first term, but the second term he absolutely
the second term, he really pushed that. He really went with that.
Yeah, the second term is where before then it was your fascist Nazi hostage taker and all that. The race stuff started really in his second term, and if you go back and look at the polling at the time, things between him and Romney were actually relatively close.
Yeah.
And so he started to pound that drum pretty hard.
Because that's when the first time was during his first time. That was when Occupy Wall Street was happening.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I don't. Yeah.
And you had the Tea Party, and the Tea Party was actually surprisingly much more positioned against the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
But yet the entire thing was, oh, these guys are saying, these guys are racist, okay. These guys are Nazis, and they're carrying swastikas, and you go back and you look at the footage, and none of that's true. None of that was happening. And we would carry, and I say I wasn't formally a member of the Tea Party, but I did have friends that were, and I did go to a number of those rallies.
Yeah.
And we would carry a sign that says, Obama is a Keynesian, and then the news would report it as Obama was a Kenyan. Two different things. Keynesian is a political and economic philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
And one which that, to be fair, both parties are largely Keynesian. But I think what was happening at that time is that a lot of people were waking up to that, to the idea of two different visions of capitalism. F.A. Hayek, where it's savings and gradually building wealth over time, versus John Maynard Keynes, which was debt and inflation.
Yeah.
And during the Second World War, F.A. Hayek was basically broomed to the side by FDR, who embraced John Maynard Keynes. And at that time, the Republicans were starting to break from Keynesianism and moving more toward Hayek with the Tea Party. And so what we were trying to do is call out that difference in ideology, that idea that no, the Republicans were not trying to make a racial divide. I was there. We were actually trying to push back on the racial divide. The comment that just came up. No, the Republicans were not. This is this myth and fantasy that it's exactly that sort of comment that I'm talking about. It's exactly that caused the problem. This idea that the Democrats, who were the party of slavery, the party of Jim Crow, the party of the KKK, and then all of a sudden there was this magical moment where Merlin worked with Marx and the Angel Moroni to flip a magic wand alongside Darth Vader, and the party switched. That did not happen. It's a fantasy. It's a myth.
Yeah,
the Democrats were the ones. Yeah, it's the Democrats that were the ones that anytime we were saying, hey, you know what, we really can't afford these taxes. We really need to start paying down the debt. We need to start working on the deficit. And the response was, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist. That's the reality of what was happening.
Yeah.
And yes, in Obama's first term, Obama, to his credit, did avoid that. But when he was running for re-election against Romney, he absolutely pounded that drum. And so this idea of racist Republicans, you've got a lot of Republicans now that are like, that song, call me a racist, or a nationalist, or bootlicking theocrat, literally Hitler, like, yeah, and because we're tired of it now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's played out. But the reality is that what it means to be right wing is to be about individual liberty and personal responsibility. It means to be about free people, free markets, free minds, and free speech.
That's
And
what it's
the ability
supposed to
your
be.
dream.
The party has switched. No, I think
I'm just saying that as an example. I'm just saying
yeah.
that as an example. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that you said that, Donnie. I'm saying that is often the refrain, and it does not represent reality. No, the racist that was not Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh was going after Obama based on policy. Now, one thing we can say about Rush Limbaugh, one thing that he did do that he probably shouldn't have, was say, "I hope he fails." It doesn't matter if what you mean is, "I hope he fails on policy." That doesn't matter when people hear stuff like that. That's hoping that the nation fails. And I really was mad at him when he said that. He shouldn't have said that, and I will agree with that. But to say that the Tea Party was using racist rhetoric, or that Rush Limbaugh or Glenn Beck or any of these people were using, all of whom a lot of them I've had a falling out with over the years anyway, we're using racist rhetoric. It's just not true. It's what the Democrats were saying in order to ignore the policy complaints that we're trying to bring to the fore. Again, we were not saying Obama is a Kenyan. We were saying Obama is a Keynesian, and that's a policy discussion.
Yeah.
But again, I will grant you, during Obama's first term, Obama himself didn't steer into that, but he absolutely did during his second term. And that's a lot of the divide that we have right now is there, and a lot of it is justified with this fantasy about a party switch and the racist Republicans. When again, to be right wing, to be far right, it means to be about liberty, to be about small government, to be about personal responsibility. And yeah, that does mean that we shrink the size, scale, and scope of the welfare state, and ideally we eliminate the income tax. But before we can do that, we probably
please let's
need
do
to address that. Yeah. The truth of the matter is that they easily take a good $600 or $700 from me per paycheck, and that money is going to pay for other people, many of whom can work. Many of them are not disabled, and I'm willing to help in those situations where people can't work, and I think most people are. But when I see people taking to the streets and protesting and demanding more and more and more of my paycheck, and then the ultimate slap in the face, we got a bill from the IRS for another $4,000.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome Raiders. It's not showing me who. Okay, CB. Thank you for the Saibi. Thank you for the raid, man. Welcome Raiders. Welcome Raiders. We're doing a Yap and Chill this episode featuring Iron Tiger. We were going over some of the right now politics and economics and stuff like that. But welcome in, welcome in. Hey, it's Iron Tiger. Yeah, Jigs, what's up? How you doing, homie? But welcome in, guys. Welcome in. If you have to raid and run, I completely understand. Take the time you need. I know streaming can take a lot out of you. If not, kick back and relax, and we're yapping. All right, Tiger, go back. Sorry, go ahead. You really got to clarify who. Wait, Donnie, because I think you're kind of talking, having a back and forth with Donnie. You really got to clarify who is and who isn't far right, because I mostly agree. No, pretty much what's going on is because in this current climate, is anything to the right of Marx or Mao is far right. You know, because we can have like who was I talking to? The last person I was talking to with the whole LGBT topics. We can agree for the most part when it comes to like LGBTQ and all that. They should be free to do whatever the hell they want in most things. Just keep children and people who don't want to be involved out of it. Just those 2 points I made will have me to be considered far right, even though I argued for gay rights back in 2016. I argue for trans people to do whatever the hell they want to do right now. I don't care if you want to, do what you want to do. And you're an illegal consenting adult, that's fine by me. I'm just saying, let's not push this stuff out to children who brains are like who can be easily manipulated in a sense, you know. So,
The biggest two problems that the LGBTQ have right now
mm-hmm,
is it really isn't even the L and the L and the G right now, or the B. The
mm-hmm,
big problem is the demand by the T, or at least not all, but enough to where it's becoming an annoyance. Where
yeah,
they go in and they demand that we use these pronouns. The
yeah,
fact of the matter is, in real life, if you were born a dude, even if you're putting on makeup, if you're born a dude, that's going to register to the brain of 99% nine of the people that are going to see you. You're a dude. It's very rare that you have people that are able to have surgeries enough to look like Blair White,
mm-hmm.
right? So there's very, very few instances where somebody is going to look female if they were born male.
But
It's not
the
it's
surgeries are
not
getting
fair,
better though.
therefore. Huh?
No, those surgeries are
Sorry?
getting better. I've been
Sure.
tricked many times looking on YouTube and all this stuff, looking at somebody that I perceive to be a woman, and then they say no, I'm a trans individual. I'm like, wait, what? So it's
Yeah.
getting
And
better, just for some people. For most people, nah.
right. So I mean, it's like the best example is the GameStop incident. Excuse me, I'm a
It's
ma'am.
male.
It's ma'am. The average normal human being is going to see and hear that, and they're going to process it as a man, not ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not fair to expect otherwise. It's not fair to expect people to bend and twist reality as it is in order to avoid hurting somebody's feelings.
Mm-hmm.
I, if you're passing, the odds are very likely that, because I think most people probably refer to Blair White as a she.
Yeah.
Um, if you're passing, great, but if you're not passing, then tolerance is a two-way street. We
Mm-hmm.
are willing to tolerate the people that identify as female that are male, and vice versa. But at the same time, the expectation then has to be that they have to tolerate us not knowing any better if they don't if they don't pass.
Yeah.
And there needs to be more patience, and there needs to be more understanding from the D to the average person who does not see a woman if they're a man, and does
Mm-hmm.
not see a man if they're a woman. Yeah, the surgeries are getting better and may become less of a problem as time goes on, but it's unreasonable to be that dude at GameStop when you're big, huge, Hulk sized, and you're wearing a blonde wig and some lipstick, and expecting the other guy to see you as a woman, even though you look and sound like a really big dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one thing. They need to
Dude
be
was like
more
what, six
patient
foot
with us.
three? Mm-hmm.
They need to be more patient with us. They need to be more understanding. They need to be more tolerant themselves, and
Yeah.
accept that we want to understand that they are dealing with whatever, however you want to explain
That
it.
guy, I think, is an unaphiliac. I don't think he was gender dysphoric. That's the thing that we also
Probably.
need to separate between actual gender dysphoric people who,
Yes.
like, their minds is literally at war with their body, and
Yes.
versus somebody that's a kink, somebody who wants to be, that it turns them on to be seen like that. Because when I talk to some of these people, when I talk to people the LGBTQ, when I talk to some ADMs and stuff like that, most people can agree. When somebody like me and you, we really don't care too much when it comes to like pronouns and
No.
stuff like that. If John one day decided he wanted to be Juliana, and he used to come to me and say, "Hey Spider, I'm going to start transitioning into a woman. I would like for you to refer me to Juliana and give me she pronouns." All right, cool, whatever. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be some people to be like, hey, I don't want to, like, let's say, like, well, I'm not. Her name is already don't want to add more fuel to the fire. But let's say there's some people that be like, well, hey, I'm not comfortable calling you a she, but I refer to you by the new pronouns. I mean, not the new pronouns, the new name. And then there's some people that's gonna be like, nah, bro. You know, if as long as you
Yeah.
ask nicely, most people are gonna say, sure, why not? And then but if you come to me and say, "Hey, Spider, I'm going to be transitioning, and from here on out, you must call me Juliana. You must call me she, her." I'm going to be like, "Fuck you, bro. I ain't calling you shit, John." You know, it's how the
And
way
that's
you
just
approach
it.
it.
That's just it. Me with the because of my religious belief, which I'm an imperfect Christian. I will never claim to be perfect. I do a lot of stupid stuff that I'm not supposed to do, but I do not lie. I always tell the truth as I see it. Now that I can be wrong, but I don't lie. And for
Yeah.
me for people to demand that I refer to them as something that they are not is an unfair ask. Now I
Mm-hmm.
will, to be polite, I will avoid pronouns like I do with Blair,
Mm-hmm.
um, because I don't want to hurt Blair's feelings. I like Blair. Blair's pretty cool, but I I know that Blair is genetically a dude,
Yeah.
and so for me, it's easier to just avoid pronouns altogether. That I can do.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody come down and they're going to, like, I have this Quingo that I've been arguing with on X, and they went after Straub for refusing to use their pronouns,
Mm-hmm.
and this idiot is gaslighting about what they are anyway, and so who the heck knows? I don't know that it's going to be possible to use their correct pronouns as it is, because they seem to keep changing it, and they're gaslighting on it. But so I went in and I actually made, I thought, a compelling and fair argument as to why this is an unfair act,
Mm-hmm.
and they started being about it.
Yeah. When they
And
start doing that, they ain't got an argument. It's
Yeah, yeah. Well, now they're going after me because, oh, you're using AI, you're a fake artist. So I looked at their art and they're not there.
but
Why
but
is that always? That
which
is
is
always the case. All the people that are the loudest anti AI. I'm a real artist. Really? Then why does your stuff look like shit?
which is funny because you're an actual artist who actually draws and stuff like that, and
Yep,
which is crazy because you used to be against AI, but now
I
you
was.
kind of turned over. So can you explain why that has happened? Like, how did you go from being against AI to now saying, okay, I can see where AI is useful, um or you become, because I don't want to put words in your mouth. So let's say you used to be against AI and now you're cool with it. So what made that switch?
It might be easier to show you.
Okay.
I know you've probably seen it, but I don't know if your audience has. But can you go to my channel on YouTube and pull
Yeah.
up Dilemma of the Seraph?
Okay. Let me go. Iron Tiger.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll explain. All of these characters have existed since 1996. The main character you're about to see, that is my very real face. Spielberg will vouch for it. I'm fat now. Okay, I'm old and I'm fat now, but that is how I looked when I was in my 20s. Um, and it's also my voice. Uh,
Okay. Is it the Iron
the
Tiger?
I think,
Oh yeah, I'm
is it
subscribed
the
to
Iron?
it. Yeah, I'm subscribed to it. So
Okay, yeah.
let me pull it
Um,
up and let's see if I
so
got the right one.
this is a story that has existed since high school. Prior drafts of it, I'll admit, are cringe. I even
Mm-hmm.
published the novel at one point, and after Steel Bear read it and Steel Bear's reaction to that iteration of Gina, yeah, Dilemma of the Seraph. So it would be the third one from the left.
All right. Oh, let me turn on because I muted this. Let me turn it on. Ah, come on. I'm on. There you go. And can you hear it, chat?
I can't hear it.
Okay.
Oh, oh,
Probably my
hold on.
audio.
Well, let me
Uh,
turn up the.
No, it's probably me because I don't see it moving on my thing either. So let me fix the. See, the audio used to work. Now the audio don't work. Audio monitoring device is saying yeah. So why desktop audio is? It might double up, and I'm hoping and praying it don't, but because I don't, it's either one thing likes to break and the other thing don't likes to break. So let's see.
Okay. It long and short of it is that I was very opposed to AI until through Leaflet, through Chess, and Arvel, I learned how it actually worked. And then when I saw what Leaflet was doing with her world, I decided to try to build mine and see how it turned out.
Yeah.
And so that's how we get
to here. Okay.
Yep.
Can you hear now?
Face reveal. Can we hear now? Sorry. Steelbeer's checking.
Because I can hear it on my end, but I don't know if it's coming in. So yeah, I can do this. Let me just.
I can't hear it.
Steelbeer says she can't hear it.
Yeah. Okay. So that is weird. I don't know why, because that is on, and this is so good. Yeah. Let me. What? Okay. So. Oh.
Thanks, Ruby.
I think that's why nobody couldn't hear. Let me see.
Curious men who don't.
That was me. I was being retarded. I muted it. I muted the wrong thing. All right, let me because I don't want it to double up. Let me see.
Say much or kind of sexy, I suppose.
Okay, it's only coming from one. Sorry. I'll take my bump.
Sexy. I mean, not you specifically. Don't get a big head about it. Quit smarking. It's really... How come y'all don't talk?
You're a telepath. I just thought I didn't need to.
Y'all's head is a chaotic mess, sugar. How's a girl supposed to know if you like her if you don't tell her?
I really shouldn't say.
Hey, look. It's that tiger freak.
Why?
Said it's not important.
You're impossible. You barely speak. When you do, you're all monotone. Your head is like looking into the inside of a nuclear reactor. How do I get to know you?
I speak monotone because I've trained myself to.
Why?
Because if I show even a modicum of inflection, people act like a Mount St. Helens about to blow.
So you refuse to talk, and when you do, you strip out the emotion. Because of bullying?
We should go. Let's continue this conversation elsewhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who that fat fucker? Toxic snowflake found himself a pick-me.
Tony, is this gonna end up like the zoo?
God, I hope not.
Hurry up! Get him in there! Enjoy your new friends, Anthony! Hope you like stripes!
Look at him, he's pathetic, so fat and weak.
Yeah, what a Nazi! Go back to your basement, loser!
I almost killed Sebastian at the zoo. I don't want this again.
Hey, pick me. Don't settle for the zero. Give him the...
Nice front jab.
I hope you die, IT freak!
Kung Fu in here is real, by the way. I figured out how to train Grok.
You did what? You figured out a screen grab?
No, I figured out how to train Grok.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
The moves in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, the moves in here are real.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you did the motion capture. Nice.
Yep. So except for the one where Anthony jumps way up into the sky. That one's not real, but the rest of it's real.
Nice, nice. I didn't know you could do motion capture. That's cool.
It's easier with C-Dance, but Grok can do it.
Mm-hmm. Is this C-Dance that you're using for this?
So this is 90% Grok, at 5% Vdo, and 5% Hilo.
Okay. See, I didn't know you could get this with Grok. Because me, when I try to do videos with Grok, it's either he cramps the bed all the way. Like if it's not realistic, if it's more cartoons, sometimes he will get it right. Like I say it will get it right. But if it's like realistic, in my experience, Grok always shits the bed. So this is amazing coming from Grok.
Thanks.
Don't puss out now, brah. Finish that bootlicker.
You okay, sugar?
See? He's no tiger. He's a pussycat.
The singing voice and the violin are mine.
Run! I walked alone, through shattered stone, where blood had dried and seeds were sown. The wind was still, my hands were red, and in the ash the tiger tread. Not beast, not man, but something more, with ancient strides and eyes of war. Before my face, it
Nice.
went wrong, a twisted echo, fierce and strong. What is this place? Where is my face? Why are my wings like pitch and fire? What is this rage? What is this power? Will it sink me low or raise me higher? He spoke no words he didn't need. His gaze could make the heavens bleed. And in his chest, I felt my own. This wasn't him, this was my throne. He showed me earth, both black and green. The broken keys that gods could see. He offered 3 paths wrapped in flame. Heal the world to seize its name, or burn it down and end the game. What is this place? Where is my face? Why are my wings like pitch and fire? What is this rage? What is this power? Will I rise up or be just a crier? He didn't roar, he didn't plead, just waited still, a storm in need. The choice is mine, but also his. We share the cage, we share his.
That form studies Puhakin.
What's up? Go ahead, Tiger.
Oh, the form study that he was doing just a minute ago? That's
Yeah.
the opening of Puhakin, which is one of our signature form studies in Hungar.
Nice.
Yep, and I used footage of my Sifu to teach Grok for that one.
Nice.
Just sides of one celestial. And then he spoke with quiet rule. We were born to break the world in two. But if you could, he asked me low, what power none but angels know, to heal the world, to rule it through, or watch it die, what would you do? What is this place? Where is my face? Why are my wings like pitch and fire? What is this rage? What is this power? Can I free all man, or is burning into the ground my real desire?
the character in purple, that's Jamal. He needs a voice if you're interested.
Nice. Yeah, I'll voice him.
Nice.
Okay, so who is? Oh, all right. So who is she?
Who is who?
The purple lady right here. Not the purple, the blue.
Okay. So this is going to get complicated and a little bit weird. I have had nightmares since I was a kid, and these nightmares have become the story. Over time, I have come to understand that the nightmares that I've had parallel the long forgotten Christian lore of the Baal cycle.
Yeah.
That is the Baal's consort / sister Anat. I don't want to spoil it because there's a lot here, but basically the main cosmic threat that they have to deal with is Baal Hadad under the name Monad and Anat under the name Sophia Pisces. So basically the accusation that this story makes is that Gnosticism is Baal worship in disguise. So that's who the blue lady and the demon are is Anat and Baal Hadad. Yes, incest demons.
Jesus Christ.
Incest demons. Yes.
Oh, my bad. No.
But if you look at Anat here, she's actually very true to how the old idols would have been sculpted.
Yeah.
And so I was very careful to include the historical look of Anat when I designed the character.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was like, okay. When I first seen this, I was like, wait, who? Why is he fighting her? But I was like, okay, it's like, Battle of the Gods type things.
If you want the spoilers, you can look up the Baal cycle.
Oh no, I don't know if I would have looked up the Baal cycle after hearing incest demons.
Yeah.
No, do not redeem.
Yeah. To summarize, God beats the armies of Baal, but Death, Mot, or Azrael, depending on the culture that you're looking at, takes out Baal, and then Anat avenges Baal, but then Death comes back and gets Anat. So,
nice.
The long story short, but it's in antiquity it's cyclical, so it rehappens every so often.
And so this is what's currently pretty much going on. It's another battle between Baal and guys like archangels in a sense, and that's what your character is becoming in a sense. Death mixed with
yeah.
Okay, nice.
And this is not a secret. The story is not a who am I. The story is I have discovered that I am something that is really hard to accept. Not me, but the character. And it's Anthony having to accept that he is Azrael. That Anthony is the living embodiment of the angel of death. Over the course of the story, we will also meet war. We will also meet famine. We will also meet pestilence. Although those three characters will all have their own books, they will be introduced in Image of the Tiger, but they'll have their own books, and then they'll all come together for the big battle at the end.
Nice. I can't wait to read. I can't wait to see more. Especially, are you going to implement C-Dance or different forms of AI, or are you going to stick to Grok?
So right now, because of cost, Grok is the most cost effective.
Yeah.
And there are things that I would like to see from Grok. For instance, native 1080p would be really nice. Because that way things would look a little bit less video gamey.
Yeah.
But I have moved away from Vdoo to C-Dance because Vdoo is not as good at keeping characters consistent.
Yeah.
What Vdoo does really well is if you have a start frame and an end frame, it's really good at animating between those. But even if you upload character sheets, if you don't have a clean start and end frame, it kind of starts making its own stuff up, and it can get messy. Now, Cdance, however, you can have a start and an end frame plus character references plus a full-on motion capture. So whereas with Grok, what you do is you put the link to the footage that you want to see. To the footage that you wanted to learn, and you put that into the chat part of Grok. Then you reference that chat in your prompt inside Imagine, and then it will hold on just a second, sweetie. Sorry.
That's okay.
Steel Bear was checking the audio to make sure that the video worked, but forgot to turn it back down. So it does take Grok. It does take Grok multiple times until it gets it, but it does get it. The problem we're running into now, though, is that they have rolled back how many gens you're allowed per day, and so in the new video that I'm working on for Hellwheeler, I have run into that cap a lot more when trying to do action sequences for Hellwheeler's video. So that's where Cdance comes in, and Cdance just allows you to upload the video that you wanted to learn directly to it, and it can take a couple of tries, but it usually gets it a lot faster and a lot more accurate. So I'm moving away from Vdoo. I have a year-long contract with Hilo, so I'll probably still use that from time to time. Usually when I run out of gens everywhere else. But Cdance is the other advantage Cdance has is that it is as good at keeping backgrounds consistent as Grok is becoming. Now, obviously, that was a problem here, but Steel Bear and I are developing a new technique for dealing with backgrounds. The backgrounds in Hellwheeler's video should be more consistent.
Nice.
So we're getting there, but once I'm at a point where we have characters here that were very consistent all throughout. Once we're at a point where we can resolve the background inconsistencies, I think we'll be good to make a show of this. Like, I know that I don't remember who did it, but like Captain Keenan and General Gravy did an anime, a full-length anime based on Marine. That was really, really good.
I need to see that. Yeah, they just dropped it 2 days ago.
So good. Yeah, it was so good. And
the opening
so
scenes was
already
crazy.
seeing that the technology is very much there for anime. It's a question of, can we push it there for live action too? And I'm kind of, to be fair, Donald P. Bongwater has no clue who I am. I admire the heck out of the guy, but I want to beat him to being the first to have a full-length, realistic, consistent action story.
Nice.
I doubt I'll be able to because he's so good at what he does already. But it would be fun. It's a challenge that I've made for myself. So yeah. Anyway,
the race is on.
So for this video, the race is on. So for this video, Grok and Vdoo and Hilo. For the next one, Grok and Cdance exclusively.
Okay, so it was 3 AIs to make this, and you done a great job. I know it was probably like, because sometimes just me using ChatGPT and Grok, I have an easier time because I use ChatGPT to build the characters, what they want to look like in the script, and then I just import it to Grok and really yell at Grok. Because when I tell you the figure that I made, somebody did the anime figurines of what your character would look like, and I did it. Grok kinda messed up, but then I keep saying it fixed it. So I don't have to face too many issues, but I know using multiple AIs, I know that can be a pain. So good job to you, man. Because man,
Thanks. Yeah,
I
with
know
Grok, the
oh, go
best
ahead.
thing to do with Grok,
Mm-hmm.
have your start frame, character reference, character reference, character reference, end frame.
Yeah,
And
okay.
if you do that, then you'll get the best results that way.
Bad. Okay, yeah, because I know almost 10 minutes of this, I know that was hell.
Yeah. Well, this took me 304 hours, so it's a
Woo!
crazy amount of work.
Man. Oh. And see, you would think it'll be easier with the AI, but it took you as long as just flat out editing a video yourself. So, man.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. I would say that the amount of time of AI work versus truly live action, it's still pretty comparable.
Because it's mainly just keeping AI to keep everything consistent and hold the frame
Yep.
and don't do anything wonky.
Yep. So you're still calling cut and roll it. Action.
I'm okay. You protected me.
The power of love.
Yeah, Gina's awesome. She's kind of based on someone that I like.
Oh, you like? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Although Steelbear didn't feel comfortable putting her face out there, so we kind of mixed her with another friend of ours to create Gina's face.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of Steelbear in there, but
not all the way. So I didn't.
not all.
I don't like AI, but I can appreciate it, giving people the ability to express their creativity. Also, isn't Grok Elon waifu? Grok is everybody's husband or waifu. Grok is a freak.
True.
Concentrate.
Yeah, you'll notice that with this sequence, the background shifted quite a bit. I tried, but that's one of the problems that we're still having.
Yeah, sometimes Grok just does whatever the hell he wants to do, so it's like, God damn it, Grok.
And then for Shitin here, the Sifu, I actually cloned my real life Sifu's voice for it. So
Nice.
I still gave him an accent, but in a perfect world, my Sifu, I would love to have voice Shitin. It would be fun.
I can't always control it.
Like trying to make a video with Grok.
I almost killed a guy. I need help controlling this. Whatever it is. Plus, there's a girl that I really, really like. I want to protect her.
Then you are welcome to the Kwon.
Oh, shit. Done.
Yeah, that was cool.
Thanks.
See, there's times where Grok is really great, and then there's times where it's like, "Go Grok, why? Why?"
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the amazing things. Even though we look at like Club Tartarus and what they do with their AI. Let's see, AR. Oh, did I spell it? Yeah, that's spelled right. That's spelled right. Yeah. So, oh wait, so this is Magnatus, and I'm not sure if you guys heard about them, but they mainly do stuff with Club Tartarus. And I think I put up. I think I should probably use Ava's. Hang on. Let me see if it's on. Let's see if it's on her profile. Let's see videos. How can I find it? Let me go to this. I think his video. Yeah. Okay. It's more of the same, but it's. Hang on. Let me move this one over. Let me put it over here. So pretty much when it comes to like sea dance and stuff, you would get more of what Cub Tartarus does. And this is their video, and it took them months. I think Max said 3 months for them to do this. So which is crazy. But when I noticed when it comes to like the animated stuff, AI tends to work a lot better when it's animated versus when it's IRL.
Yep. Which is, and look, I admit that there are people that are way better at than me, but I would love to be in a position where I can become a leading pioneer in doing away with the need for Hollywood for live action.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just keep going. Like I told Max, it's like these guys are the pioneers of AI, because what they have been able to do is crazy with all this. Like I could never think about this myself. Like if Jigs is still here, he comes up with crazy concepts and stuff like that too. And I'm like, how the hell do you come up with that? And he's like, bro, I mean,
and look at how beautiful this is. I mean, I'm sorry, but all these people, all the antis that are out there, that are like, oh, it's AI slop, it's AI. That is not slop. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it took a team
the level of
to
detail
get this.
and the artwork. Yeah, it's absolutely stunning.
Because this is what I told Max. It's like sometimes I like to randomly pause when it comes to watching AI to see where it breaks, and it barely, like, even though Yankee sees somewhat the flaws here, it barely like breaks altogether. And there's some aspects of the video where you can make your wallpaper, and like.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but and you can certainly do that. But usually, a lot of those breaks go by so quickly that thankfully the average person isn't going to notice.
Yep.
But my goodness, that's gorgeous, man.
Well,
I don't.
It gets crazy in some areas, dude. It gets crazy in some areas. Like, let me show you.
All right.
Oh, and before we play, like how you said you used your Seafoods videos to train the AI. They used Honkai Star Rail and a couple of other MiHoYo games to train some of the action sequences for what you're going to see in this video.
That the motion capture capabilities of CDance are actually quite impressive.
Yeah, C-Dance is cracked. Like, this could be a wallpaper right here.
The big problem with C-Dance, and I could see myself going entirely to C-Dance if it weren't so expensive. It is crazy expensive.
A lot of people say they say it's better to do the monthly plan because you can actually use all your tokens or your whatever it's called you use to do your gens. They say if you try to do it, unfortunately you never care for those songs. That's fair, Donnie. They a lot of people say to use the monthly plan because you can actually get all your gens, or you can use all your tokens versus when you do the yearly thing, because they saying you paying like almost like a car note for the yearly thing, and it kind of it pulls a lot of your gens away or your tokens away. So they said it's better to go by the monthly.
I agree with that, and I'm doing the same. So for me, the main thing is that the meat and potatoes of a project right now being done with Grok, and then the moments that have to look really, really good, or the moments where there's actual martial arts. And you'll see one of the big differences between me and in terms of my philosophy and my approach versus a lot of these other guys. The anime stuff is really cool. It's absolutely stunning. It is so much fun to watch. I want to master So I grew up watching martial arts movies,
Yeah.
and I love the old Shaw Brothers movies because a lot of those Shaw Brothers movies use, granted, overly choreographed, but still real moves.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to try to get to where what we see in the stuff that I do is stuff that is replicable in real life, moves that people can do. And so that's going to be my focus. So probably won't be as flashy. It'll be a lot more grounded and, quite frankly, brutal.
Well, most people,
that's what I'm going to use for.
Well, most people like kind of what's the word I'm looking for? They like set pieces to where things tends to flow, where it's not that flashy. Where a good fight scenes that don't have too many what's it cuts where it cuts out to all these different angles. Sometimes they like the one take where people do it in almost like a one shot or as little cuts as possible because it flows
I got
better.
a dirty little secret about those. Those single shot fight scenes, they're not single shot. They just hide the cut.
And then of course you got people that love the Michael Bay and have all the explosives and shit. So
yep. No, I think there's room for it. There's room for all of it, and I love it all. I do. I sincerely love it all. Anime fight scenes are so flashy and so gorgeous and so much fun to watch, and there's just so much going on.
Yeah,
and it's fantastic. Just a real treat for the eye. But for me personally, I want to do my part to contribute to the legend of Hungar. And the story of Hungar to me is what got me into the art. It wasn't just that, here's a studio where we're practicing this kung fu. There's actual lore to Hungar. And I wanna do my part to use my stories as a means of promoting that. Do you mind if I give you the Steel Bear for a few minutes? I gotta
No, you good. We can swap out to Steel Bear.
Okay.
Hello, Sorry. Mama Bear. How you doing? Let me get your Let me
you
get
don't need
your.
to put me up. Don't worry about
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Let me go ahead and switch it back to the Yap. All right. So we were watching. I mean, you was here, so but still, let me explain. We're watching Club Todders. I think it's Lyrical Absent. I think this video him and Todders worked on. Let me go ahead and give it a like because this is a great video. And yeah, we're just going over like how crazy, AI is becoming on how cracked it is, and I give people's initial hate for it because it does scrape, it does take other resources and make it this own thing, but it kind of gave people who lack the ability to like draw and stuff like that. It kind of gave them the power to create crazy stuff like this. So it's this is one of the things where I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be a long conversation.
You can't control an ideal. You once believed in that value. Arrogance. Is it regicide or revolution? Stood soaked out in the rain, ashen hair pasted to my face. Watch the play slide inside, treating others like they're asinine. Gold on every fingertip, venom dripping from their lips. I was never on the list, just a shadow in the veiling mist. They smile like they love you.
One thing I like is the incorporation between 2D and 3D at the same time. That's crazy how they was able to do that. I know their RAM was going crazy trying to do that.
Oh, you can tell that there's been a team working on this. It has to be.
And also don't care about the Genshin Gap Moe art style. Come on, the Moe is cute, Donnie. Come on, bro. Come on.
Kiss the ring or disappear. Bow your head, sell your soul, and let them steer.
See, I like that 2D right there. That is freaking cracked. That
And
is
it's crazy.
And like I said, you can pause it almost any time, and you can get a wallpaper out of this. That's how the quality I look at it. Like if I could pause this and this looks like a damn good wallpaper, I'm like, yeah, this is cracked. This is cracked.
Well, there's so much detail. I mean, the little details that you don't think of.
Yeah, it took a team to do this, and they did a phenomenal job. Like this is insane good.
It is.
Built from your fear, gold on the outside, right underneath here. You sold us all for a black tie grin. Now every lie you wore is splitting at the skin. The whole sky bleeds red over broken names. You tried to bury thought, but it learned your game. Hear the crack in the marble floor. That's the sound of truth knocking at your door. You can't gatekeep knowledge. You can't control an ideal. You once believed in that value. Arrogance. Is it
Y'all do it. I want more 80s women. The bug eyed, big head waifus. I want more. I feel you. I feel you. And to Donnie's a point, yeah, Moe has become almost like the Kal-Lao art thing, but you know where Kal-Lao is crap, Moe is I think a lot better. But I feel what you're saying, Donnie. I feel what you're saying.
Let the guitar scream like sirens in a burning room. I'm the fool with razor words, carving hymns into my doom. They dance with devils while the whole world sinks below. I'd rather die here in the dark than kneel before a...
Oh, and a kind of hint to a future episode. Wink, 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 hard wink.
You can't gatekeep knowledge. You can't control an ideal. You once believed in that value. Arrogance. Is it regicide? A revolution. I won't kiss it. I won't wear the...
See, look how bad, and see, like, this can be a wallpaper. Look how badass that looks.
It really is cool. It is just. I know I keep repeating myself, but those details.
Yeah.
Just the shading and the scales and everything else.
Yeah, it's and I know Max had said he did some of the keyframing in this too. So, like I said, with trying to get the AI to work, actually, it could be a pain in the ass. Like by Fireworks, it worked for Max and Ava's post, but it gave him 3 arms. And then when I said, "Hey, can you remove one of the arms?" it didn't do it. And then when I told it which arm to keep and which one to remove, it did it. But where this because it put that in the Fireworks where it was smooth, it made it work like how it's warping right here. So I was like, damn. I even told ChatGPT to remake it from the ground up, and it still was like, nope, I'm just gonna take the arm off. So yeah, just getting the AI to do what you want it to do is
easier said than done sometimes. Hi, Beth.
It's good.
Oh, Tiger gave me a funny look.
Oh, okay.
He forgets that I'm in the VR right now.
Oh, okay.
It won't take long for her to aim it in my direction.
Well, it's a single mess right now. So
You're struggling with that with the right now with the Winterbane's shards. Like, I want to do something because I want to do my lore. I'm not gonna use C dance because I ain't got no money to do it. But I'm gonna go with ChatGPT hard and just fight with Grok since I do got both subscriptions to both. So, I hope I don't burn out my gens.
The main thing with Grok
Mm-hmm.
is if you use it for your like moments like this, it should be fine.
Okay.
But when you're doing more action scenes, that's probably when you would want to look for something like because Grok can do it, but you might run yourself out of gens. There is toward the beginning of Jesse L. Whaler's video.
Yeah.
Leilun, who was the guy that was sitting on the bench in the clone, the guy with the red fin and his hair.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually a dragon.
Ooh.
Like dragon. Anyway, he's a guest character in this video I'm working on for Jess. I'm letting Jess borrow him. Which by the way, anybody in the audience that does the AI stuff, if you want to use any of my characters, just let me know. I'm pretty chill about that. So, but we're letting her borrow Leilun, and he does this a kick that I have done long enough to be able to pass my black belt test, and I have never done it again. And it is a kick I do not recommend in real life because it is a kick that is really, really hard to pull off. If you do pull it off, it's quite devastating. But the problem is that it's extremely telegraphed. You have to cover a lot of ground in a short amount of time. And unfortunately, the wind-up on it is oftentimes so long that your opponent will very easily be able to dodge out of the way. And if you do not land the kick, you will likely injure yourself.
Ooh.
However, it looks really cool.
It's one of them kicks. It's not practical, but it's super flashy.
Yeah, it is definitely not a move that I would recommend. It is a move out of the dragon set because we have 5 animals, 5 elements. It's a move out of the dragon set. It's the dragon's tail kick, and it is really, really cool. But again, it's not practical.
Yeah.
The reason I have stuck with tiger mechanics for most of my cultivation is because tiger is extremely practical. It's extremely grounded. There's not a lot of jumping. There's not even a lot of kicking and stuff. It's very, very practical. It's very much rip, tear, break, and so it's not the flashiest of the animals. But dragon, the people that master dragon are awesome. They're awesome. But the problem with it, not exactly practical if you get into trouble in a street fight. So somebody corners you in an alley. Don't do the kick. Don't do the kick that Leilun does for the beginning of Hellboy.
It's like I tell people with chain punches who learns Wing Chun, you do not start the fight with chain punches. It's like you're rushing. People will see it coming. All they have to do is just step to the left or step to the right and then punch you one time across the face, and there it goes. Chain punches is something to do when you actually have connected and landed a punch. Then you follow up to try to see how many you can get in before retreating or like what is it, like a punch check, or when you block somebody you check to see if their arm is still there or their fist is still there. So it's one of those type of situations where if you do a check and that arm is not there, retreat, get rid of the block or whatever, reset. But yeah, you do not start the fight with chain punches. God damn it.
I can't tell you how many matches that I've seen. It's always, the MMA guy versus the Wing Chun guy, and the Wing Chun guy immediately opens up with that move, and I'm like,
you're asking for it, or they even have to step in the way. Because you're so focused with chain punches and going for the head, they can just immediately front snap kick you or front side kick you, and there goes your ribs or there goes your diaphragm. So
and that's Wing Chun is a sister style to Hung Gar. We're both out of the same Shaolin temple, and so I'm familiar with a lot of Wing Chun techniques, and I love Wing Chun. Wing Chun people that know what they're doing are really, really awesome. Unfortunately, there is a tendency of martial artists in general to want to show off, and they'll open up with signature moves. Same with Hung Gar and the no shadow kick. I mean, there's a lot of mythology about what the no shadow kick is, and you'll see a lot of people shout, "Oh, shadow kick," and then go in and then
Ember 22, 222. Thank you for the follow.
The reason that the no shadow kick is called the no shadow kick is because you're not supposed to see it coming.
Yeah,
it's a fake out that is followed up by a kick. But you'll have a lot of people that will want to show off and they don't even do the actual signature move. They're just trying to show off, and then they end up getting themselves hurt, and it's really sad. And it also does damage to the art,
Yeah,
I'm very much of the opinion that any art can work for anybody that's willing to work for it. So UFC is great. It has its advantages. The Wing Chun has its advantages. Hung Gar, I think, works really well for me because I'm naturally a bigger dude, and so Tiger mechanics work extremely well for somebody who's not going to be spending a lot of time leaping and jumping and hopping. But we also have Cream for the people that are taller and willowy and have more graceful. And then for the people that are short and speedy, we've got Leopard. And then for the people that are sneaky and stealthy, we've got Snake. And then for the people that are really, really flashy, we've got Dragon. So there's 5 different animals that and everybody is going to mix and match the animals and also the elements. And find a system, find a way of approaching the martial art that works best for them. So for me, I know that my name is Iron Tiger, and that would associate me with the metal on the 5 elements chart. But actually, my actual style is Tiger, Snake, Earth. And so I wait for the attacks to come in. Like you'll probably remember this from the old Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
Wait for the attack to come to you, then meet it head on like a rock. That's how I was trained, and that's how I do it.
Yeah, that's my fighting style. I'm more of a counter than an aggressor. I like to see what you will do and wait for you to make a mistake, or if I'm able to catch it or block it, then I make my move. I'm not really. I mean, sometimes I can go first and stuff like that. I like to wait and see what you do, and then I can just counter you. So that's more of my fighting style as well.
The fun for me is always because I am naturally a bigger dude. All of these people that come in and they're dancing around, and then they run out of steam, and then they're having a hard time breathing, and then I just walk up.
See,
and in the street, on the street, I don't know how well that would work because the people that are like, come on, man. If they're not coming to me, I'm not coming to them. And so you're a chicken. And I'm like, yes, I am a chicken. I don't know if you've got a knife. I don't know if you have a gun. So I'm just going to stand here and wait for you to tire yourself out. And then eventually, a lot of those people are just like, screw this, man. And I'm like, but in the ring, that technique actually works pretty well.
No, I often say my rule is when it comes to a fight, if I'm fighting somebody, the rule used to be 6 feet, 6'3" and above, but now it's 6'5" and above. If you're 6'5" and above, or you some swole dude, you automatically get a chair or whatever I get my hands on. And Tugai was talking about their lore earlier. Their lore is ambiguous. But they have a basic idea down. Okay, that's what's up. Can't wait to see what you come up with your lore. And then Donnie, most black martial artists tend to counter punch Spydr. No, why'd you have to call me out like that, Donnie? I mean,
I don't blame you. I mean, in a real fight, or even in the ring, where where if the rules are flexible enough to allow it, you gotta be innovative. You can't lock yourself into a this is how you do it. There's only one way to do these things. You know, that's one of the things that made Jackie Chan a star. Is Jackie Chan is so innovative in his approach to the martial arts.
Yeah.
Um,
And then a lot of Jackie
and-
Chan's
and-
moves is practical too. You can actually do it on the street. And unless it's one of the flashy movies, then no. But most of his movies where it is grounded, a lot of his moveset is practical.
That's the beauty of the old kung fu movies. Before the wire, well, hold on, I got to do this in the Jedi. Before the dark times, before the wire flew.
Exactly. And speaking of, we can actually show some. Cause I just wanted to go ahead and finish the video because this is a great video.
Yeah.
But when me and Jigs and Rebel Moon talked about that earlier, where fight like looking up different fighting techniques and all that. Let's see. Let's see. Martial arts. You said the tiger martial arts.
Tiger style.
Tiger style.
Yep. There's two ways to look. You can do Hungar. Hungar is we have 5 animals, but we mainly focus on 2. Tiger and crane are the 2 main ones. But we also have leopard, snake, and dragon as well. Oh,
okay. So
Kenquan Tai is tiger. Now in real life he's monkey style, but he was also cross trained in Hungar. This is actually Hong Shiguan versus Pai Mei, I think. This is a classic fight. And this is a true story. This is a true story, except that in real life, Hong Shiguan was actually arrested when he failed to beat Pai Mei. And what the fun part is, though, is that Hong Shiguan's son, Hun Mangding, then went on to learn both the tiger mechanics that he had learned by watching his dad, and also the crane technique that his mom was teaching him. And he decided to combine them. And when he fought Pai Mei using both techniques, Pai Mei is like, wait, what is it? I don't know what to do with this. And so Hung Mangding beat him. Hung Shiguan was released from jail eventually. The movie kind of implies that Hung Shiguan was killed. That's not actually what happened, but he was eventually released from jail. And then Pai Mei's granddaughter later came around and killed Hung Shiguan. But this is the founder of Hungar. This is the guy that created our system.
Bet. Let's see.
And classic fight as far as the movies go.
Before you get a chance to fight with me, you must observe
the old dubbing. I love it.
Our rules and beat these 2 swordsmen first.
You guys might also recognize Pai Mei from because they Kill Bill used a version of Pai Mei in their movie as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pai Mei is kind of a classic kung fu villain, but he existed. He was real. This like I said, it takes liberties, but it is based on a real a real story. A version of this happened in real life.
Nice.
There he is in his Tulima cat stamps.
Woo!
But you see how grounded the choreography is versus what we do now.
Yeah. But people love these type of fights more because you actually see what's going on versus like see those cuts right there. That's what people hate, all those cuts, because you don't see what the hell's happening. I mean, granted, you saw what was happening for the most part, but when you see a typical fight nowadays, they be cuts all over the place. Like, yes, they're doing the same motion, but it starts from showing this angle, then it's above, then it's below, then it's the side, then it's this, and it's like, even though they're doing the same thing, it's like, okay, what the hell is happening? And then it shows them on the ground. But with this, it shows.
what you'll see in my choreography, what we do is we show the connect and then we cut.
Yeah.
And so that's the approach to that I take. And when I get around to doing, obviously the comic book's going to come first, but there is footage that was filmed 20 years ago that we're going to take and we're going to combine with AI to actually finally finish this. And you'll see that's how my sister directed the fight scene that we have in there. We are going to have an AI fight scene because there was supposed to be 2 major kung fu fights in it. And unfortunately, we weren't able to film the second one, but we can now. But you'll see that connect, then cut, connect, then cut.
Yeah.
And so, largely inspired by and I'm sure there'll be some people that will complain, oh, this is overly choreographed, because that's the complaint about these older films. It's overly choreographed. Yes, but the moves are real. You can do these moves in a real fight if you needed to. So obviously they're overly choreographed because the actors were trying not to hurt each other, and there's reasons why it's a little bit, it's a little bit more stiff and than it would be, but that's the difference between an older Shaw Brothers movie like this one versus a wire fu film that you would see today, is that the moves that you see in these movies are replicable in real life, and that's important.
Ooh. Oh, he killed him. Holy crap.
This was in the middle of a war. This was the Manchu had come to China, the Manchurians, and they had conquered it. And what was just a little bit of the background here? The Shaolin temples had tried to stay out of it for the most part, but what ended up happening is that there was a situation where the temples under the abbot Shizin, which, by the way, yes, in my story, the Shizin is the same Shizin that I'm about to talk about. We, for the purposes of my story, we made him an immortal. But he was taking in people that were wanted fugitives, but not as a deliberate attempt to defy the law, but because, as with Christianity, Buddhists are supposed to do a good turn and help people out when they're in need.
Yeah.
While they were doing that, there were some people like Sante and Hong Shiguan that were involved with the uprising against the Manchu. And the word got to the government, even though formally speaking, the Shaolin Temple was neutral in the war. The Manchu didn't care; they sacked the temple anyway. And that forced a number of characters to move south, where, because they sacked the North Temple, now the Shaolin were involved in the uprising, because it's like, okay, if you guys are going to attack us, even though we're just trying to help people out and bandage them up, yes, teach them a little bit of kung fu, but maybe steer them in a different path, maybe give them a better direction for their life. If not okay with this government, then we do need to be involved. And unfortunately, that's when the Manchu turned Pai Mei, and Pai Mei poisoned the wells, which allowed the Manchu to go into the southern temples and wipe out nearly everybody there as well, including Sante at the time, as well as Feng Saigi. And Hong Shiguan was not there that day, thankfully, but Hong Shiguan decided to take it upon himself to avenge the Shaolin Temple. And that's where this movie comes in, is the story of his effort to try to get revenge, specifically on Pai Mei. History is not clear about this, but there's 2 versions of whether or not the fight between Pai Mei and Shizin ended with Shizin dying.
Yeah.
Most people say that he did, but there's also a version of events where Hong Shiguan later found Shizin alive and running a restaurant at the Big Buddha Temple, and Guangdong. So it's a little bit unclear as to what Xixin's actual fate was, but yeah, like I said, some version of this movie actually occurred in real life.
Nice.
And yeah, and so Hong Xiquan would go on to marry Feng Wingxian, who is the niece of Feng Sei. And although in my version of events, they'll be brother and sister because it's more fun that way. But but she was an expert in crane, and he was an expert in tiger. And like I said, their son Hung Manding would combine the two, and that's where Hungar comes from. Is Hung family boxing.
Nice. And Carrion, Carrion was listening or was popped up in the stream, and he thought we wasn't talking, and he found out he was muted.
Uh-oh.
Scuff on the chatters in.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the showdown. Oh,
all right.
Wrong one. There we go. Oh, he had to take off the drape.
So you can see the entire philosophy of Hungar or of tiger, rip, tear, break. That's that's what you're aiming for. It's about ripping, tearing, and breaking, and so the idea is you go in, you're pulling muscles off a bone, you're shattering those bones. It's brutal. Obviously, this movie does, this movie tones it down a bit, but real tiger is really, really brutal.
See, in Tiger and Wing Chun is just kicking somebody in the nuts.
Pretty much. or in the case of tiger style, there is the water tiger technique, which involves basically taking away their weapons.
Because when I trained with my brother, who trained me in Wing Chun, and he started me learning Jiu-Jitsu, but it was mainly Wing Chun. Every time I try to get a move on him, he does that crap like what you see Sifu here is doing, and I can't hit him. And so the way I would land a hit on him was to yell tiger, because he knew I am crazy enough to kick somebody in the nuts. So I would yell tiger, lock him up, and then I'll punch him.
Well, funny thing about that is that when what they teach us for the noises to make when we're doing this is when you're doing tiger, you're shouting full or full, depending if you're doing the single tiger, double tiger technique.
Yeah. And
hilariously, full is how you would say one tiger or tiger, and then wah is tigers. So you are basically just shouting out the move as you're executing it, which is just hilarious. But the main thing there is just making sure the air is out of your lungs, so that if you're caught in a retaliation, they can't knock your air out.
Yeah, because the last time I sparred, I actually got hit in my diaphragm, and like I tell the story, thank God something told me to go ahead and take a dump that day, because had I not, it would have been a messy trip back home. Because when I tell you, I felt air come out of both ends. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, getting the air knocked out of you is not fun.
I haven't took a diaphragm punch in a long, because the last time I was in a fight was in high school. So to get punched in the diaphragm like that, I'm like, oh, so that's what it feels like. So that's what it felt like again. Oh God.
I had one fight. I had one fight out of high school, but I had already been training for a couple of years, and
which is crazy.
Go ahead.
Some
idiot saw me practicing form studies at a park and decided, "Oh, I can take you," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not interested." Well, he came at me anyway, so I had to deal with him. By the time I was done, he was running for it.
Yeah, mine's dude kicked my tail light out over a parking spot. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And so I had to put hands on him. That was the first time I've been maced too. And I got maced with the good shit. Oh yeah. And when I tell you, I wanted to just fall on the ground and roll and scream, because I wasn't reacting to it. A girl started yelling, "Oh, he eating!" And back then, the term "he eating" was I'm taking the pain." So I'm like, why did you have to say that? So I want to fall down on my knees and be like, "Oh my god!" And this girl, so now I got to sit here and look tough because this girl is hyping me up.
Oh man, I'll be honest with you. I've never been hit with mace myself, but I hear it's bad.
Yeah, I got hit with the OC spray, and it was an actual cop that maced me. Because my school, we didn't have like a security. We had actual police officers. So I got hit with mace that they would hit the bad guys with, and yeah, it wasn't fun. Oh, and it reactivated twice on me. I didn't know water reactivates it.
Oh my goodness.
The water.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, water is what shuts it off, but once it's off, water is also what turns it back on.
Jeez, that's awful, man.
Yeah, so if you ever get maced, if you take a shower, turn around and let the water go towards your back. Do not, I repeat, do not face the shower if you got maced in the face. You're not gonna like it. If you want to know what it's like to have an STD, yeah. You're gonna feel that.
That sounds awful.
Well, that didn't happen to me, thank God. That didn't happen to me, but I've heard stories about that.
Yeah, I've had a lot of breaks. Probably the current injury to my foot is probably the worst injury that I've had. But that unfortunately got that probably wouldn't have been as bad if I didn't fall while recovering from the first surgery and bust the suture open. I think that's what's made this one so much worse. The irony is that this foot that's injured right now is always the one that's getting busted.
It just can never have a break, huh?
Oh no, unfortunately not that foot. I swear that foot's got a magnet that just brings injury to it. So
that's the bad luck
it's been broken. It's been broken many a times in Kung Fu.
Oof.
The worst. Not like in terms of literally the worst in terms of severity, but the worst and most confusing one is that I was doing a crescent kick one way, and the other guy, the guy next to me, was doing the crescent kick the other way. Somehow his crescent kick landed on my foot, shattering it in the middle of the test. And I'm like, how the heck did that happen?
No.
Thankfully, he was a military medic, and so he was actually able to reset the bones right there. And then they bandaged me up really good, and then put me back to work. I finished the test, and actually ended up double promoting because my Sifu was like, "Dude, that was awesome." But man, I am still confused as to how the heck that happened. Because like literally his heel landed on my toe while my foot is in motion. And ideally that it's confusing as to how that even happened.
It's one of them situations to where when two bullets, when you fire 2 rounds and the bullets actually hit each other. So it's one of them type of situations.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
That's not supposed to happen in the movies. That's not supposed to happen in real life.
Like the worst I've had is I tried to throw a fat kid, and yeah, being a skinny guy, even though yes I was strong when I was young, I was still skinny. So when I got the fat kid over my hip and he was going, but I stopped mid throw and the kid fell on top of me, I had a bruised rib.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was not fun. Laughing sucked, and especially when you have an uncle that loves to troll and tell fucking jokes. Doing anything sucked. I swear I had to go mute for like 3 weeks almost.
Hey, the best part of being an uncle is the bad jokes.
Exactly, and he had full of them, and me being a kid, I laughed at all of them. I'm like, why are you torturing me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the worst injury I had doing martial arts. The worst injury I've had was a boxer's fracture. Chat, do not punch walls because sometimes walls punches back. And yeah, I found that out the hard way. I'm so used to punching through what's the wall that they use to build, apartments and houses and stuff like that. What is it called? I can't
Drywall?
remember. Yeah, the ply wall. Yeah, I got so used to punching through that I thought, yeah, I can punch any hole in the wall I can. And, I found I punched actual real wood, and yeah, my pinky was leaning the way it shouldn't lean. And Donnie, he said he only got hit once. He got hit in the gut once and walked it off due to adrenaline. But you were so cracked over the head by a steel chair one time, you got jumped. Oh, god damn! Ooh,
Ouch.
He came in with the steel chair. Damn.
Ouch.
You had a partial lung collapse when you was 16. All you did to pick up your niece, and she was 3. Oof. 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 That's pain. That is pain. Oh no, no, and I had a sprained ankle because I did parkour back then, and I landed wrong, and yeah, sprung my ankle. That was fun.
And parkour that actually explains your spider motif.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? Tom Holland, the guy that's playing Spider-Man right now.
Yeah.
That's why he got the job, was because he does parkour.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. I'll be honest with you though, Tiger is probably too slow, and Tiger mechanics work better for a character like Juggernaut.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I love parkour. I've always enjoyed watching.
Yeah, I wish I would have made more videos of my skills. Like, I have some videos, but it really doesn't show how good I was. And then the one video that I did have that showed how good I was, it got taken down from a song that used to be free or copyright free, and then all of a sudden it became copyright. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
So what you do is you take the footage and you separate it from the sound, and then add a new soundtrack. Put that back up, or
at that time you couldn't
feed that to C Dance, and give the choreography to your new model, and do it that way. That'd be cool.
Because the best I've done so far was almost I did backhand springs almost across the entire football field. I made it. I think I had a quarter left, but yeah, it started getting to me, and I dropped.
Yeah,
I was going, and then bloop, just dropped.
Yeah, I'm at a point though where especially after this foot injury, I think I'm down for the count. Unfortunately, I was looking forward to trying to get some weight loss, and obviously if my Sifu opens up his wound again, or if circumstances allow for me to open mine up. My dream for VTubing, and I'll always only be a part-time VTuber, Fridays in the afternoon. Yeah. But I actually do want to get a 3D model and use that to teach. I think I'm still good to teach. There's some moves I don't think I'll be able to do again after this injury. For instance, that dragon kick that I mentioned earlier. But I can, and then my Sifu, of course, is getting old too. But there's still a good foundation that we can give people if they're interested, and I'd like to do that. I think that martial arts is good for people. It gives them confidence. It gives them discipline, and I think, and just being realistic, it teaches people not just how to fight, but also gives them the strength and the courage and the wisdom not to, unless it's absolutely necessary.
The best fights you win is the one you don't have.
Exactly. Exactly. There's the movie Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee. There's a scene guys, they're on the boat going to the island for the tournament. And there's this guy and he's trying to pick a fight with Bruce Lee, and he's like, "Come on, let's go." And so Bruce Lee's okay. Get into this boat. And so the guy gets into the boat and he's like, "Okay, now what?" And so Bruce Lee cuts the rope and sets him adrift. And then they're like, "Wait a second, I thought you were going to fight him." He goes like, I did. That's the art of fighting without fighting.
Yep. The art of manipulation.
Yep. And in all honesty, that works well with the tiger motif too. And when you're doing animal style, you really want to study the mindset of the actual animal that the art is based on. And one of the things about tigers is that tigers really actually tend to avoid fights. And here's why. You're a 500-pound creature. You've got to conserve your energy for when you really need it.
Yeah.
And understanding that when you really need it, you have to fully commit to it. And one mistake puts you down for the count. And in the wild, if you're a tiger and you're down for the count, you're vulnerable.
It's game over. You got hyenas, you got other lions, you got a lot of other creatures that also hate you. So yeah.
Yep. Other tigers too, and so you've got to choose your fight really, really carefully. But when you do have to fight, you fully commit. You whip, you tear, you break, you destroy your opponent. But again, you have to choose your fight, because if you choose wrong, say for instance you pick an opponent that is actually better than you, then you're screwed.
See, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why I like that scene, because that fits with the tiger, the tiger mindset. And then of course, getting back to Avatar: The Last Airbender, you wait for it to come to you, wait for the boulder to come to you, and then take it head on like a rock. That's entirely fitting with how a tiger in the wild would be. So the tiger earth is perfect for me, and it also fits well with how a tiger would approach conflict in the wild. Cranes, on the other hand, are very willowy and very graceful, very evasive. So you'll see a lot of the more sort of evasion techniques, evading counter, dodge and peck. And you see in this movie too, because obviously this movie deals with the life of Hong Xiuquan, and his wife. I think they call her by her Mandarin name. I can't remember what it. In Cantonese, it's Feng Wingxian. But her crane technique in this movie is pretty awesome too. So it's this one is called The Executioner from Shaolin. It's definitely worth watching. But again, it's important to understand that some of the events, the way that they happen in this movie, are debatable. Some of them we know are incorrect, because, like I said, it does portray. It's a little bit cagey, but it does suggest that Hong Xiuquan does not survive his fight with Pai Mei in real life. He did, and they just arrested him. But it's still really, really good. It's one of my favorites, and also Chen Quan Tai is hands down. Even though Monkey is his real life style, his tiger techniques are some of the best you'll ever see in martial arts movies.
Okay, and then chat. We got chat. Let's see where I start. Let's start with Dunny. Carry on. I was a skateboard roller kid of Tony Hawk. Oh yeah, Tony Hawk and Jet Set Radio. And then Carry On and Shenanigans, where they had their lone skater phase, which lead out to Dunny saying that he missed martial art animes like IPPO, Joe, Megalobox. Megalobox was a good anime. I loved it. And Kanjin and Baki. Baki is crazy as hell, dude. That's one crazy ass anime. And then we go down to, if you can remember correctly, there's only two animals that can threaten a tiger enough for them to retreat. It's a sun bear and another tiger. Is that true, Tiger? Sun bears and well, of course, other tigers, but what about sun bears?
I can see that, but more often than not in the wild, tigers hunt the sun bear.
Okay.
So the tiger considers the sun bear a prey animal. However, that being said, sun bears if can get big enough to where they can be a threat to the tiger. So again, that goes back to choosing your fight. If you see a younger, smaller one, then which is what you see happen, usually, unless the tiger's really, really hungry,
Yeah.
then it'll take its chance. But even then, it's still dangerous because they have claws and they have teeth and they can do damage.
Yeah, I've
And
seen
so it's definitely a risky fight.
yeah, I've seen like lioness, they try to go for a buffalo and they fail. And one time they went for a younger one and the group of adults ran in and just straight tossed tossed that lion in the air and she just kept getting tossed, like she was dead after like the third toss and they tossed her like 3 to 4 more times. I was like, dang. Most critical voices voiced one of the episode characters in Bunkai. Oh, that's news. And then some bears are like honey badgers. Oh yeah, honey badgers. They're fucking crazy. Them honey. Yeah. If you see a honey badger, run. Well, I don't know, cause don't back away slowly, and then if it runs after you, then run because sometimes running will actually trigger the predator instinct in a lot of animals. Sometimes it's best to just slowly back away from an animal than to just straight up run.
Yes, with tigers, stay facing it. Do not make eye contact though. Face it, but bow slightly and slowly back away. That's the best way to try to retreat from an encounter with a tiger. If you turn your back, it'll take it. If you make eye contact, it'll take that as a challenge. And it'll take it. So different predatory animals have different techniques for it, but that's how you would handle a tiger. Bow your head low. Don't make eye contact, but keep them in your eyesight, but don't make eye contact and do not give them your back. Tigers are ambush predators, and so the minute they have your back, that's
GG's.
It's GG's. It's lights out.
With a bear. So if you ever encounter steel bear, if she's brown, get on the ground. If she's black, fight back. If she's white, good night. if she's werebear, also good night. But you're gonna die more brutal.
Well, with steel bear, does she have her yarn cannon out? If so, offer chocolate.
Oh yeah, if she has the yarn, if you see the yarn cannon, chocolate immediately. Especially now that she
style that's based on the sun bear. It's a little more obscure, and I never learned it, but for the comic book, Gina's gonna learn it.
Nice.
She's gonna cross train in Poggers. She's gonna find a bear style, and then she's gonna learn Krav Maga. So she's actually gonna end up with more fighting techniques than Anthony. But as we saw with Anthony, though, not a good idea to make him angry.
As we can see, he ripped somebody's face off.
Yeah. So, but where Anthony is really going to focus on mastering, those 5 animals, especially with tiger. But Gina is going to cross train in a few different things.
Nice. And Carrion, he said, pretty sure Shenanigans is the honey badger in human form. That mofo is crazy. He legit kicked a normal badger that was charging at him one time when we were younger, and that thing went flying. And to clarify, we were trapped in an alleyway that couldn't get out. Otherwise, he would have not kicked it. Fun fact: raccoons are related to bears and hyenas, closer to cats and dogs. And now that is crazy. That is freaking crazy. But when it comes to like fights or fighting styles, the things that I would recommend, like for people who are trying to learn how to fight or at least self-defense, I always say go with either boxing or kickboxing. I prefer kickboxing because you learn to use everything, not just your arms. But I know people mainly focus on just their arms in more of a bob and weave type situation. In jujutsu, always learn jujutsu because most fights ends up on the ground, and you want to learn how to either get out and evade, or to trap a mofo and give him a nice arm bar, leg bar, or a nice choke. So jujutsu and kickboxing or boxing and Wing Chun. Just when you learn Wing Chun, do not lead with chain punches. God damn it.
Yeah, and then my Sifu also had a little bit of a background in jiu-jitsu too. So I always like to joke that Hungar is the original mixed martial art because, like I said, we started out just tiger, and then married a crane, and then added other animals as we've gone. And you'll find some kuns like Chen Quan Tais where they focus on monkey, and others, but are still Hungar. And and in my case, my Sifu had a little bit of jiu-jitsu, so the main focus there was remembering that tigers are ambush predators.
No, that's how you got to
Never, yeah. Tigers are ambush predators. Never let me have your back.
The closest animal you probably is a rabbit junkyard dog.
Now you want to hear something really funny? And this is true. There is also a very, very, very obscure dog style out of northern China.
China.
I hear it involves a lot of leg lifting.
God, I don't want to ask why, especially when you said China. Oh, why? Okay, so why?
So the reason that a lot of older martial arts, a lot of older, especially white martial artists, are big like that, it's not that they're not good at the martial art, and it's not that they don't know what they're doing. It's that as they age and the metabolism slows down, they don't adjust their diet, and eventually it gets to the point where the martial art is not enough to keep the weight off, and because they're eating like they were eating when they were 20, and they're 60, they put on the weight, and that is actually a real problem amongst Western teachers. In China, they will adjust their diet. In Japan, they will adjust their diet, but not here. They don't. When you're getting older and you're still involved with the martial arts, and you're young. Let me start that over. When you're younger and you're doing the martial arts, you need to eat more in order to build your muscle and develop your sinew. So you need the extra calories, but you're going to be burning those calories. But as you get older, obviously your metabolism slows down. You need to scale those calories back.
Yes.
And full disclosure, I was in a pretty bad car accident that messed up my neck and back.
Ooh,
pretty good. I've put on weight too. Like I said, images of the tiger, Dilemma of the Seraph, that when we just watched, that was me 20 years ago. For real. That is not me now.
I picked up weight.
I am a beach ball with arms and a beard. But
nice.
But a large part of it is just that I can't physically weight train the way that I used to, and my body needs that. So I can't do this sort of lifting that I used to because my back and neck are injured. And then of course with my current injury, that's held me up. But I've been trying to lose it. But it is you will see that a lot with Western teachers, and again, it's not that they don't know the moves, it's not that they don't have the technique.
Their diet is messed up.
Is that they just, their diet was never corrected and never adjusted the way that you're taught to in the Eastern traditions. And my Sifu, thankfully, was aware of that, and my Sifu did not, in fact, put on weight. And he's managed to keep it off all these years because he did adjust his diet. His Sifu, however.
Yeah, my Wing Chun Sifu, I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's a tiny thing. But when I tell you that dude packs a freaking punch, my first time really meeting him, we was going over drills and stuff like that, and we was practicing punches, and he had me punch him in the chest, of course, and he was like, no, he said, see you, and he was like, I hate to say it like this, but you're black man, so you're strong, but and he did the difference between a punch where you're stiff, like how we're used to fighting, versus treating your fist like a whip and tightening it up at the last moment. And he's like, let me show you. And he said, this is how you punch. And he, boom. And he's like, that hurts, right? He said, that's how you hit. And I was like, yeah, that's. And he said, now this is how you should hit. And he did it again, but he actually treated his fist like a whip. And at the very last moment, that's when he locked up. So when he first punched, his arm was loose. And then at the last moment before impact, that's when he tightened it up. And when I tell you, I tried to walk it off because he was like, see the difference? I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely harder. And when he turned around, I was like, oh God. I was like, oh. So yeah.
We would call it snapping. The wrist would snap. And but yeah, it's the same with us, that you'll lose until right before the moment of impact. And just kind of snap right there.
And also make it more untraceable or untelegraphed. I have to show people Michael J. White. Let me do this. Michael.
That dude's good. That dude is really good.
Michael. God damn it. Yeah. Michael J. White. Let's see. The punch. What punch does he call it? Punch lesson or punching technique? It's this one right here. I watched almost all his videos. I watched all his videos on how to do this punch, and I haven't mastered it, but I got it down to where it's damn near identical. And when I do punch people, it's harder for them to like. I haven't had a fight in a long time, so when I'm sparring with people, I've used this technique, and I guarantee I damn near land a hit almost every time I use this.
I would say part of my left hook. Okay, well, hey, put your left hand up. Mike, just go like this, right? Now I'm gonna throw 3.
Sorry, I was just waiting for it to play.
Don't let me hit him. Don't let me hit your hand. So what you want me to do? Just move it out the way. All right. So now notice the speed of the first 2, right? Ready? Yeah. That's 1, 2. Okay, now here's the third one. Don't let me hit it. Ready? Yeah. How the hell? Come on, man.
Good old Kimbo Slice. Let me go back. And it's I think, yeah, this is it right here.
Okay, this post is about punching correctly with power. Okay, I even see professionals punching like this, and it might look fine in fast motion, but the fact
I'm
is,
actually really surprised that the MCU never snapped him up. He was Spawn in the '90s movie, wasn't he?
Yes. He would have been a perfect replacement for Black Panther or Blade. Right? He would have been. They had him as Blade for like a demo of the.
I mean, I'm all in favor of keeping Wesley Snipes if we can, because he's actually a really good fighter too, but he is getting kind of up there.
It's either or Michael J. White or Wesley Snipes. Either of them would have made a perfect Blade, but I definitely could have seen Michael J. White as Black Panther because. But actually, both of them fits because they both move the way he moves. But I would like them more as his conditioning. Because I would like them more as Black Panther because it uses more of his fighting styles that he's already currently used. So they will use less CGI for him because he can actually still to this day do most of his moves. Versus well, they didn't use another guy to replace him. So yeah, that is crazy how they never picked up Michael J. White.
That blows me away. Dude's good. Dude's really good.
An arrow striking like this.
Another one that's actually a really good fighter is Terry Crews. But Terry Crews is kind of a B movie guy, in that he doesn't like to take roles that are too serious. So I can understand why Marvel would overlook him because he's more the actor that you want to bring in if you're looking to have the cheap scenery chewed.
Yeah.
But Michael J. White's really good, and it blows me away that he hasn't done anything with Marvel yet.
Because Terry Crews would have made a good Cage. What's that name? The dude name? Luke Cage. He would have made a damn good Luke Cage.
The guy they got is Luke Cage was pretty good though.
Yeah, he's pretty good, but I think Terry
have
Crews would have been better. I think Terry Crews would have been a lot
Yeah?
better. Blaze, Spun, and Static are the only black superheroes you like. I mean, those are the ones that's really
There's a lot of
fleshed
black
out.
superheroes I like.
Mm-hmm.
Storm and Bishop, you know, they're really cool.
You say Bishop?
Yeah, Bishop, Storm.
See, Storm. I love me some Storm. I've never really known Bishop. The only time I known Bishop was when the live action. But
yeah, they didn't do much with him in the live action movie, unfortunately. But most of my prime X-Men reading was in the '90s when one of the central conflicts was Bishop being Gambit.
Yeah,
and Bishop was a very well written, very interesting character, really well thought out, because time travel is really, really hard. It's really hard to write good time travel stories, but they kind of wove in a mystery, a whodunit mystery with it that took years for them to resolve. As you know, Bishop comes back in time and he's making all kinds of crazy accusations at Gambit, and everybody's like, no, that can't be. But he, over time, he earns the place on the X-Men. Starts working to try to change the timeline, and at the same time, there's still that underlying mystery: is Gambit really, this murderer that he's being accused of? I thought it was really well written, but Bishop earned a place as one of my favorites.
Nice.
Back in the 90s. Really cool character.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, an interesting character in that he can absorb kinetic energy and then fire it, through his hands or even through his guns, which amplifies the energy, the power of it even further. So I don't know, man. I wish that they had done more with Bishop in the movie. I think he only appeared the one time in Days of Future Past. But I don't know if Disney Marvel has what it takes to do these stories justice they deserve, but
they don't. They only care about taking like an established character and race swapping, like Karion had mentioned. In the spirit of diversity and race swapping, it should be the MCU Blade, and it should be called reference to be a black man, and no one in a movie should question it. But yeah, they have incredible black characters that they could have fleshed out, like you mentioned with Bishop, and other characters. But they want to take established, and don't get me wrong, Falcon did become Captain America in the comics, but it really wasn't that good. They should have just kept Falcon. Falcon, maybe gave him the shield and gave him another way to fight using the shield, and maybe gave him the leadership title, but they shouldn't. I would have been cool with Captain Falcon. I would have been cool with that. But not Captain America.
Captain Falcon would have been, yeah. I think that the problem was that the way that they approached it, because I actually liked the idea of Sam receiving the shield. But what they ended up doing with it from a narrative standpoint is where things went off the rails. Captain America, whether he's Steve Rogers or whether he's Sam Wilson, regardless, he has to be somebody that is above the racial and the partisan fray that's going on in America. He's got to be somebody that can represent all of us. And instead, they kind of turned him into Captain Black Lives Matter, and that made him divisive. And whether that should have made him divisive or not, it did make him divisive. And that's really what the core problem with it was. And as far as the movies go, they started going down that road, realized that people didn't like it. They've kind of walked it back a little, but now it's too late, because now they're like, okay, well, if he can't be Captain Black Lives Matter, what do we do with this guy? And they're like, I don't know. And that is, at the end of the day, the reason why Sam Wilson isn't working is because rather than letting him be Sam Wilson, but with the burden of the shield, now we got to make him this hyper political and hyper polarizing character. Oh, we can't. Okay, so what do we do with him? Well, he's still Sam Wilson. Did you guys not think about what his background is? What does Sam Wilson like to do? What does he do in his spare time? Does he like to watch football? Does he play video games at all? What else is there to Sam Wilson that people could bond with?
Exactly. They try to push the message first rather than the character. And Donnie says he do like Spider-Man 2099, but he's Irish and Mexican. Yep. Miguel O'Hara.
Yeah.
And
Miguel O'Hara is awesome.
And, bro, he killed it in across the what is it across the Spider-Verse or into the Spider-Verse, I think. But yeah, he killed it. I can't wait to see the second part 2 of that movie. Like, I really do like his character, and even though he's not like Peter Parker, he still has his own special crazy abilities. That's
what makes him awesome is that he's not Peter Parker. He's his own character with his own background, his own interests. I mean, the thing of it is that you got to think about these things, and modern writers just aren't. What is this character? That's what matters. Well, he's a black guy. Okay, great, that's fantastic. What else?
He's a black guy in the hood.
Yeah. Okay, and
exactly,
and that's why people are having a hard time bonding with these characters. It's not that I don't believe that America is this hyper racist, country. I think that people want for us to be each of us, and I'm from anyone. I for one, like I said, I've got a lot of black characters that I absolutely adore, and there are sometimes race swaps that I think work. I think Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury was awesome. I think Zazie Beetz as Domino was. I just, she was so perfect in that role. And so it can work, but you've got to get beyond. You've got to get beyond this. This is the character, and they're gay or they're Hispanic, or there's got to be more to it that helps people to connect to it. And this person's gay, but he's also a snazzy dresser and a brilliant dancer. Okay, great. Let's see him on the dance floor. And then he has this great epic dance scene, and people are like, yes, that dude's got moves. And then all of a sudden, we've got something to bond with the character over. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You lead with other stuff, people, because I often tell the story when it comes to Spider-Woke, because I don't even think there wasn't a Spider-Man 2. It was Spider-Man and then Spider-Woke. It's this when you add, and I think Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse did a better job using Miles Morales than the comic books and then any other, because everywhere else they're trying to really, even a Insomniac game, when I like how Peter Parker was training. So the first Spider-Man and Miles Morales, I like those two first games because it still showed that Miles can be his own Spider-Man, even though he's being trained through Peter. But Spider-Man 2 tried to say, well, no, Miles is better than Peter. And it's like, no, let's not do that.
Miles is better served when he's allowed to be his own person. And when they're trying to use him to replace Peter Parker, that's when people start to resent him. But when he's there alongside Peter Parker, when he's there, allowed to be his own character, make his own decisions, and be his own person, that's when Miles really shines. And that's what we need in terms of developing these characters, these new characters. You'll see, like I mentioned earlier, Jamal, this is a character I created way back in 1996. And he's, I can tell you what he's into. The dude loves him some TTRPGs. The dude's like a total nerd. His powers are unique, and they might sound kind of boring, but they're not. He actually is able to just absorb knowledge, not necessarily wisdom, but he's able to absorb knowledge. So, for instance, if there's a book, he can touch it and just absorb whatever knowledge that book has to offer him, right? Yeah. So it does mean that it enables him to learn things very, very quickly. The application of that knowledge, however, is where he sometimes struggles. But he also considers himself to be in his words, the Donatello of the group. So he's constantly making new devices and creating new things and giving it to usually Gina to try out. There's going to be a moment where Gina suffers a pretty bad injury, and her weapon of choice, aside from firearms, is that she likes the rope dart, and that's her primary instrument. She does suffer a pretty bad compound break to her right arm at one point.
Oof.
Jamal is the one that invents a specialized brace for her so that she can continue to use the rope dart. But also he implements a mechanic in it that allows her to fire it off, which gives her the excuse to pull the "get over here" because he's also a bit of a nerd. But Jamal is I think people are really going to like him because he has a very rich personality, a very deep character, very deep interest. He's absolutely the sort of lovable character that. And he's not played for laughs. He's not the comedy relief like you would normally see, but he is the Donatello. He is the brains of the team.
Nice.
And I really like that we have this unique approach to where we're breaking stereotypes, but also we're doing something that I think people will find relatable. Like there's
Cyborg,
the Ninja Turtle. Yeah, the turtle archetypes are great. Yeah, Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines, and then of course you have your Team Raphael that's cool but rude, and then of course you have to have your party dude, and then of course everybody in the team is arguing over who the party dude is, and everybody wants to be Michelangelo. And this is an actual conversation that takes place in the comic book, by the way.
Nice.
But we have one character that's actually stamping their feet and yelling and screaming, "Oh, Michelangelo!" No, dude, you're Raphael. Anyway.
I cannot wait to see it. I cannot wait to see it. That's gonna be so freaking funny.
Yeah. Well, but that's what you got to do, and it doesn't really matter if the character's black or white or whatever. It's these details that people relate to. It's these ideas that people latch onto. What are the people like on the side when they're not beating up bad guys? What kinds of food do they like? What kinds of TV shows do they watch? What sort of books do they read? It's the minutia of a character that really matters, and characters stand out. So like with Miles Morales,
to bond with the actual reader.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I believe that most people aren't looking at outward or exterior elements when asking, is this character like me? I think they're looking deeper than that, and I think that the best writers are able to provide those sorts of details that people can latch onto and find relatable. Like Samwise Gamgee in Lord of the Rings. People really loved Samwise Gamgee because at the end of the day, was it his skin color that made him great? No, it was his loyalty. It was his dedication to his friends and his determination to save his friends and his home. It's that personality trait, that noble personality trait that made Samwise Gamgee a compelling character. But at the same time, we also know that he loves cooking. And he loves food. He loves gardening, and these little details are the things that I think really stick with people in the end. So I'm going with Miles Morales. I think the less they focus on him trying to replace Peter Parker, and the more they focus on Miles Morales, the individual, and who he is, and the music that he likes. Because we know he likes to sing, right? And he likes to dance a bit, and focus on those things that make him stand out as an individual, and that helps him become a compelling character that will last generations.
Right. And also the ability to learn from Peter, because he does see Peter, as the original Spider-Man. So his ability to also, take Peter's information in and try not to make the same mistakes he has, and maybe even also make the same mistakes that Peter has made, and take the stuff from that. That's why I didn't like Spider Woke. That's why I don't even say Spider-Man 2. I call it Spider Woke, because it really nerfed Peter and then made it to where every MJ, Miles, literally almost everybody was better than Peter. And it's like, no, it should be the other way around. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Peter should have his missteps. Peter should slip up. It's okay to have Peter slip up, and Miles come in and saves the day. That's cool. But when that's like almost it wasn't Peter that removed the suit. It was Miles. It was what happened? It wasn't Peter that saved the day when it came to Henry. It was Miles. MJ. I forgot what she did, but basically it was Miles and MJ that saved the day, not Peter. Peter was just there, essentially. He helped. And I'm like, no, like give him his redemption arc. He fucked up with the black suit. Okay, have him redeem himself. Nope. Peter, he wants to give up. He wants to live with MJ. He wants to do this and do that. And it's like, okay, that's fair, but let's not do that. Let's not. But
even in the past, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Even in the past sort of story, you want to give the original torchbearer a moment to shine. You don't want to, and this is actually a problem that is industry wide throughout all of entertainment right now, because we saw they did this with Luke Skywalker too, where they just brought in this new character and then completely tore down Luke and just turned him into this useless feckless hermit that had just given up on everything. The man that refused to give up on Darth Vader tries to kill his nephew.
Yeah.
Over dreams or something, and it just people don't want that. People, there's this idea that you should never meet your heroes, and fine. That in my own experience. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. In my own experience, that has sometimes proven true, and in other times it's proven not true. I've met some heroes that turned out to be just as awesome in real life as they are, like Kim Hainline, which is one of my Sifu's other Sifus. My Sifu actually was taught by two different two different teachers in the Hungar lineage, Bill Smith and then Kim Hainline. Kim Hainline is as cool as his reputation makes him out to be. Steel Bear says cooler, and that's probably true. So, but I've met politicians, and I'm actually one of the people that you'll meet that will actually stand up for Orrin Hatch. Before Orrin Hatch started to go, Orrin Hatch was awesome. Dude was awesome. He started to go though as he got older, but there are other politicians that I've met that are held up as these great heroes, and he does everything right. He's the icon of everything that a conservative could be. And in real life, they're just a complete total ass. That has, so there is room in my mind for a don't meet your heroes. But when we already know the hero as an audience, like Luke Skywalker, we already know Luke Skywalker. You can't really do that. That doesn't work from a narrative standpoint. What you do is you have a new story, and you have this character who's maybe looking up to this idol throughout the story. Say, for instance, you wanted to write a story in the universe of The Boys. This would be a great way to do it. We know from the narrative of The Boys that what's his name? The Captain America Superman knockoff. What was his name?
Oh, Soldier Boy.
No, the other one.
The other
the one that people were really upset that the blonde one. What's his name?
The blonde.
Homelander.
You talking about Homelander? Yeah.
Homelander. Yeah. So if you want to do a story like that, we know as an audience that Homelander's an ass. Okay. So you write a story about a kid that coming up and he's discovering his superpowers, and he looks up to Homelander, and Homelander's his great hero, and then he meets Homelander, and Homelander turns out to be a complete total ass. And you can do that in that setting because it makes sense for it to be there. But we know Luke Skywalker. We know Luke is the hopeful, eternal optimist dedicated to the restoration of the Jedi, dedicated to fixing the problems and the mistakes the Jedi made, and course correcting, and getting to where he can rebuild the Jedi Order into something that can last and do better than his predecessors. That's the Luke Skywalker we grew up with. And what Disney gives us, I don't know that man. I don't know who that was. Even Mark Hamill himself said he didn't know that. He refers to him as Jake Skywalker because that wasn't Luke.
Yeah.
And the thing of it is that if you're going to do a story where you know the new hero of the story meets their hero and becomes disenchanted, it's got to be done in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like you can do that with Logan, and in a way that was done with Logan, and that's one of the things that worked out so well because the Logan that we met in that final Fox Wolverine movie is the Logan that we've grown up with. He's disenchanted, he's disillusioned, some really bad stuff has gone down. He's trying to run away with Xavier, who's not in a good state, and trying to escape to where he can keep Xavier from doing any further accidental harm, but also be in a position to where he is not a threat to anybody else either. And so he doesn't want to have anything to do with adventures anymore. He just wants to disappear and be done with it. And then this girl comes in, and he discovers that, you know, she's his daughter, made from stolen mutant seed. Their words, not mine. And so now he discovers that he's got this daughter that was made without his consent. And he's like, okay, well, what's my obligation to her? I don't have an obligation to her. I don't know who this girl is. And then he has to come to terms with that. He's being forced into this adventure because a threat finds him, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with it. He just wants to just disappear and just bugger off and go on it, which is completely consistent with Wolverine. But in the end, does he disappoint the way that you know Luke Skywalker does? No. He actually gives his life to do the right thing and to save her and to preserve her for the next generation. It works because it's in keeping with Wolverine's character. That's still the Wolverine that we know. That Logan would absolutely behave that way in that setting. They tried to do the exact same thing that was done with Logan with Luke Skywalker, but Luke Skywalker is a completely different character, and so it didn't work. I don't know, man.
They really just crapped the bed when it came to Luke Skywalker, and then it was tragedy. It was tragedy. It was yeah. I can.
The hard part for me is growing up in the 80s and 90s and having Star Wars as such a fundamental part of my childhood. Just the, you know, granted, I wasn't there for the first couple of movies, but I was there for the culture that it built. And I was there for the toys, and I was there for the video games, and I was there for all the books and the extended universe. Disney had a golden opportunity, and I don't know what they were thinking. You know, people wanted to see Luke and Han, and we were more than happy to have a passing of the torch story. That's not what people are upset about. It's, you know, people don't hate Rey because she's a woman. They hate Rey because she was a woman who had all this phenomenal cosmic power and little itty bitty space for personal development and growth. And then not only do, it's a total Mary Sue, the classic Mary Sue for that matter. And this was easy. This was easy. If she was Luke's daughter, which I think prove that was the original intention. She's Luke's daughter. She's discovering she has all these abilities. They reconnect her with Luke. Luke realizes she's his daughter. He puts all his attention into, you know, this girl was taken from me when Ben burnt down the temple and killed all my other students. You know, she was taken from me. I'm reunited with her. I'm going to make up for lost time. Do you know how, in my mind, how much more compelling of a story that would have been? And it would have been keep with Luke's character because Luke was the man who was so committed to family that he refused to give up on Darth Vader.
Yeah, that makes
Easy.
sense. That makes sense. Because my story would have been that she was to kind of bring him into the main one. Well, she would have been Starkiller's daughter or one of the clones of Starkiller's daughter. That would explain why she was so talented with the Force and not that's my way of what would have done it. That's why she was so talented with the Force. And yeah, but I can't. My brain broke. I can't even explain it.
Well, the problem with Starkiller, and I do agree that would have been a heck of a lot more interesting than what they did, though, is that they decanonized the EU when they started up the sequels. And I don't think that they should have, if I'm being honest with you. I think that maybe re-image parts of it, but if I had been writing it, then she would have been Jaina Solo.
Yeah.
And Ben would have been Jason Solo. And then Luke would have had his son Anakin, and we kept hoping and hoping and hoping that they'd introduce Mara Jade because Mara Jade is a really cool character, and they never did. They never did recanonize Mara Jade. But that's just me. But given what they did do, and given all of the clues and all of the books that they put out about the making of and all of their plans. And the name Kira Ray Skywalker, all these videos where they're reading lines together and Mark Hamill keeps referring to her as his daughter. I think the original plan was that she was going to be Luke's long lost daughter. And based on that, I think that's what they should have done. If I am giving them any sort of credit, it's possible that they heard a lot of the alternative ideas out there and decided, oh boy, I think the audience knows what we're going to do, and that's going to ruin our mystery box. Therefore, let's change course and make her nobody. Well, then people reacted poorly to that too, and then it's like, people don't like that. We got to make her somebody, but we don't want to make her Luke's daughter because the people said that would be too obvious. Plus, the way that he responded to her in The Last Jedi wouldn't make sense now if we did that. So and then it feels like they put up a board filled with names and they threw a dart and it landed on Palpatine.
Yep. Which was stupid as hell, but I mean,
yeah.
I mean, this is what happens when you don't have talented people in your departments.
And the biggest slap in the face is that in the end, she claims the name Skywalker for herself,
which would have made
it's kind of like.
That still technically would have made her Luke's daughter if she claims the name Skywalker. So you still did it.
So to me, I think some of the most fun stories in antiquity are the legends where it's a father-son, mother-daughter, or father-daughter, mother-son sort of adventures, and there are a lot of really fun stories that get told that way, and especially as somebody who unfortunately was, Steelbear's not able to have kids, and that's really hard for us. But we sometimes look to movies and other stories to fill that gap. It's one of the reasons why we're looking so forward to playing Pragmata together. Or even the Kratos and Atreus.
So the reboot of God of War. You're gonna hate the first one because Kratos is Kratos still a little bit. I mean, towards the end, he's a lot better. The second one, it's a mixed bag. I like the second one. A lot of people said Kratos was kind of neutered or nerfed a bit. I was like, no, I mean he's trying not to be that guy that used, because him being Kratos was caused a lot of destruction. I mean, he literally killed his own universe, beating the shit out of the gods. So I mean, I can see why he's like, all right, let me go, because in his initial teaching of Atreus was starting to be like how he was, and he saw that, he was like, oh yeah, let me dial this back. So that's why I think he was more softer in the second game versus the first one with Atreus. But go ahead.
I think it's good for like for instance, another take at the Wolverine X-23 relationship. And the comic books have been retconned to where she is actually his genetic daughter, and have more lined it up in the movie where his mutant seed rather than her being just a clone that went all weird.
Yeah.
I like that because it does give Wolverine the responsibility of being a parent and trying to help her to be better than he is. If Marvel hadn't decided to make the X-Men terrorists, you could have an incredible story there that would be, I think, really compelling. And I think people want I think people want that, especially those of us that aren't able to experience that in real life. You know, movies, games, they give us the opportunity to experience things that we can't have in real life. And it's catharsis, and I think it's a necessary catharsis.
Yeah, you two are gonna love Pragmata. It definitely does do the dad or the parent simulator.
Yeah.
And so what I would recommend is take your time. If you're gonna stream it or not, take your time. Try to do all the side missions and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what something if it's gonna be your first time, I would definitely recommend trying to do all the side missions and spend as much time with Diana as possible.
Yeah, I gotta finish Crimson Desert first, and that game is. I'm gonna be honest with you. That game should have been over 100 hours ago for me. I know I'm gonna make a lot of people mad because the game's based and the developers were based, and it's true. The Perlibus, chose not to make the women ugly, and they were pretty defiant about it, and good for them. However, this game is a wide open, beautiful, and a beautiful, wide open world.
Yeah.
With not a lot to do.
They need to put more. They need to add more meat to the substance. They need to add more meat to the soup. Huh?
Yep. And I hear there's a good story that involves resetting timelines and his being genetically engineered, and that's why he's a vaguely written Scotsman with a vaguely Scottish accent. As apparently that's actually explained in the story, and it's actually part of the story. That's the story. The way that the story is put together is just boring. And I wish it wasn't. And I'm not going to say that the game is bad. I would say probably it's the sort of game that if you are looking for something to sink hundreds upon hundreds of hours into, and just to kill time, then it's good for that. It's good for that. But if you're looking for the sort of adventure and interesting narrative and an interesting world and stuff to do, it's it's not a bad game. It's just
Yeah.
But I think if the game had been released, before Witcher 3, I might not look at it that way. But Witcher 3 changed it. The stories, the way that they approached side quests, how each side quest was its own self-contained story, but the result and the resolution of those stories impacted permanently the world around you and made a difference. That spoiled me. I kind of expect, if you're going to do these big open world RPGs, I think the new standard is Witcher 3. You gotta make it worth my time.
Yeah.
So I'm also the sort of person that is very obsessive and compulsive about at least completing games. So but after that, Pragmata. Or no, wait. I think we're gonna do. We've had a lot of requests for Star Fox. I got to figure out how to connect the capture card. But if I can figure out the capture card, then we'll do Star Fox. But Star Fox is a one and done affair. We can do that for one stream, get everything, and show everybody that one, and then move on to Pragmata.
Nice.
Which I think is what we're gonna do.
Yeah, you're really gonna enjoy Pragmata. The hacking. One tip, and then that's it. You can continuously hack them. You don't hack them once and then don't touch them again. After you hack them, just hit the button again, and it'll bring up the menu. So that's how you do. That's how you stack the damages. And Kyrie on the Witcher 3 bar was so high, Witcher 4 won't cut it. If it goes the way that it does go, then no. But if they actually listen to the players and actually, take time to actually develop, I think Witcher 4 would do it, even with Siri. Carry on, dude. I can't play Pac Meta or God of War games. The parent and kid dynamic is too much for me. Not being a dad will always be wanting to be. Games like that. Like you still got time, Carry on. Like you still got time, dude. All of this is just finding a proper mate that that you can marry and won't leave you. That's the only thing. You still got time, dude. You still got time. And while I do like stories about biological, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say don't give up hope, because if a complete and total dork like myself can find Steel Bear, there's somebody out there for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that I am like the biggest dork. As Steel Bear says, I'm the penultimate dork, but I'm her dork.
Exactly.
So,
and Steel Bear loves her dork dearly. Like, and that's the type of love that I want. Yeah, I want a woman who actually loves me for me and that the resources I can provide. I mean, don't get me wrong, the resources provided I want that to be a bonus to what she already has with me, in a sense. So that's all it is, bro. It's just we just gotta we gotta be more what's it called when we just gotta be. Oh, go ahead, Tyke.
I know people groan whenever I say go to church, but for real, I met my former sister-in-law, who was Steel Bear's best friend at the time, at church. She ended up marrying my brother. They are divorced now, full disclosure. But that's my brother's fault. It is absolutely my brother's fault.
Yeah.
But also I met Steel Bear because I met my my brother's now ex-wife at church. So it seems cliche, and I know that people groan anytime I say it, but if not for church, I would never have met Steel Bear. So
nice.
Unless
I
eventually caught on that she was cyber stalking, because I did not know she was cyber stalking me at the time, but she was, apparently. So
that
apparently,
is still funny to this day.
She found me online, but
she had eyes on you.
Yep. So
that's
yeah.
That's too funny.
It is too funny. So it's entirely possible that she would have gotten up the nerve to approach me at some point, maybe, but we did end up meeting each other entirely because of church. And so it's cliche. I know a lot of people groan, but again, that's how it happened for me. And so I encourage people to go to church and get to know people there, because you never know. Maybe the girl you'll meet at church isn't the one for you, but maybe she'll marry somebody and you'll meet the one for you at the wedding, which is what happened for Steel Bear and I.
I still can't think of the word. Basically, you just got to take your time and really. Oh, vet. That's what it is. You just got to be. You got to vet more, and that's mainly the thing is don't go after lust. Go after actual action and duty versus lustful things. And how you guys are how are you guys intimate? That can be a real that's the real thing. And when I mean intimate, I'm not meaning bedroom activity. I mean how you guys are act outside of the bedroom activity. How do you guys bond outside of that? That's where it really makes a difference. Is communication, trust, intimacy, and then intimacy. That's how you look at it, and just take your time and go with it. Somebody fake can't be fake too long. So that's why my minimum before I even start thinking about marriage is 2 years. Before I even start thinking about marrying you, it's a 2-year minimum.
Well, Steel Bear and I were what? A couple weeks in, and I about 3 weeks after we met. I had actually resigned myself to okay, this girl is either crazy or she's crazy about me. Let's find out. So I took a ring to her, and I found out.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Unfortunately,
So,
we can't have those moments no more.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is, at the end of the day, is, I really want to emphasize for this, because you had mentioned that looks aren't the most important thing, and that's true. It is really about finding somebody that you have fun with, and if you have fun together, then that's never going to change, and it's divorce becomes less of a threat because you find yourself entertained in their presence, and the bonds between you develop something beyond romance. I mean, the romance is there; it's a part of it, but you also develop a really important, very deep friendship too. Like Steel Bear is without a doubt my absolute best friend in the whole wide world. She's a lot of fun to be with, and but you guys see how she teases me. She keeps me on my toes, and it's entertaining. I have a lot of fun with her, and she has a lot of fun. She has a lot of fun with me too. And if you can find somebody that you enjoy being with, that's the most important thing. That's what's going to connect you in a way that can't just be arbitrarily drop kicked, you know? So, for instance, if you're married for looks, eventually you get older or she gets older, and then, you know, the thing that brought you two together is no longer there, and things can fizzle out. But if what brings you together is the fact that you enjoy each other's company and you have fun while you're together, that's going to be a much deeper, much stronger bond.
But see, Karion, when you said, see, with you in the bedroom, intimacy is one of the ways that you bond deeply with a partner. Without that bond, it always seems more platonic. That's the thing. You're not bonding over actual engagement, or, you know, in a sense of duty with each other. Is more sort of a lust. If you take the lust out of it, then what do you have?
And you can still have bedroom fun, and you know,
but it
still
can't be it can't
enjoy
be
watching.
solely depending on that, because what
Right.
happens where, because you know, not when bedroom activity happens, it's not a 100% guarantee both parties, you know, are satisfied. There's gonna be times where only the man is satisfied and the woman's not, and vice versa. Only the woman was satisfied and not the man. So what happens during those times outside of that? Can you guys trust each other to communicate and say where somebody fell short without it being venom in your words? Or do you have something else that can recover from that? You know, do you guys watch a movie? Do you guys go out to eat? Do you go for like a nice walk and talk or something like that? When from my personal experience and from hearing this experience from my friends and other people around, when you bond off of the bedroom activity, that's one of the weakest, in my opinion, that's one of the weakest bonds, because if you have a couple of times where you guys fall short in the bedroom activity, then next thing you know, everything else is starting to fracture at that point.
It's not only that, but pardon my language here, but you know, bedroom activities at the climax of a really fun day together is a lot more fun as it is. You know, it's more meaningful, it's more impactful, and it's just a nice way to close out an epic day. And so for me, you know, I know this is especially hard for the women. Women don't like hearing guys like me say this, but marry your best friend. You know, find a girl that can be your best friend and marry her. That is, of course, up to her as well. I've had girls that were friends before that, you know, could have been a fun partner, but they made other choices. Obviously, Steel Bear, thankfully, you know, was interested in being with me. As what did you say that you like to observe the hamster running in the wheel? something like, which is one of the reasons why Nagatoro cracks us up. You would be shocked as to how many of the lines that Nagatoro uses on Naoto in that manga end up being stuff that Steel Bear has said over the years.
Nice. So Steel Bear was the tsundere.
Steel Bear is the tsundere, and but yeah, I mean, we have this running gag that Nanashi must have gone to high school with Steel Bear, because so much of it is just so eerily on point, and that's why Nagatoro's probably our all-time favorite manga / anime, because I mean, so much of her dialogue is just ripped right from Steel Bear, or seems to be just ripped right from it. It's hilarious as I'm watching that anime, and I'm like, oh my goodness, Steel Bear said that. Steel Bear said that too. Steel Bear absolutely pulled that prank on me. Yep, Steel Bear did that to me too. So,
nice. And Karion, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Somehow Nanashi knew Steel Bear. I don't know how, because he lives in Japan, and Steel Bear was in Texas, and for a brief period, shortly after we met, in California for a bit. But
Steel Bear powers transition. It transcended countries, and it popped into his brain. It was like, I can make this into a fun story.
It happened somehow. But a lot of Gina's dialogue in the comic book, and I'm sure I'm going to have people compare Gina and Anthony to Don't Toy with Me, Miss Nagatoro, and that's not the intention. This is literally it's out of print. I took it out of print. There was a previous novelization that was available for several years of this book, so it's been published before. Steel Bear hated it. She hated that version of Gina. And I'm like, okay, so what am I supposed to do with this character then? And she's like, just base it on me. And I'm like, okay, so I did.
Well, to be fair, the original version of Gina was more yandere. Now that I know that.
Well, I don't know that she was more yandere. I think she was just more of an aloof teenage girl. She didn't try to kill Anthony. No. It's just that the original version of Gina was sort of. I wrote the book before I met Becky, but the original version of Gina, what the intention is that she and Anthony would end up being together, but Gina in the beginning was more of an aloof teenage girl that was playing the field, so to speak, and ends up hurting Anthony pretty bad in multiple instances, and Steel Bear really hated that. And so she's like, here, just make her me. So I did. And
nice.
So now Steel Bear's a lot happier with Gina. But
that was a good call too, because a lot of people would have hated Gina. It had you to went that route, because that's like the same of the Forest story with the girl. She kind of ran around, and then after she done had her fun or did what she did, then she ended up with Forest. People would have saw that in Anthony versus Gina, so that's actually good that Steel Bear kind of intervened, because people would have actually hated her character for that reason, because essentially she had her cake and ate it too.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, Gina's become a lot more fun to write since Steel Bear intervened, and so we withdrew that edition of the book from publication. I'm sure there's still a few out there, but it'll be under the title Lenshaw the Ordained, if anybody really wants to suffer. So it might still be, there might still be a few copies out there in the ether, but the title was different. It was Lenshaw the Ordained. I did not speak Mandarin at the time. I do speak a little bit now. 我会说汉语，但是我的汉语不好. Which is, I speak Mandarin, but not well.
Right. Look, you speak a lot more than me. Only language that I could speak at the time was Spanish, and I barely get that now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the time, you know, I did what Mortal Kombat did. How you know, we don't really know much about Asia, but we're gonna make stories with ninjas and kung fu and all that stuff, and we're just gonna make up words. And funny thing with the term Lenshaw, is that the term Xiaolin would have been the appropriate way to say that. But of course, there's already a million projects out there called Xiaolin. So, but
Yeah.
I didn't know. So we changed it to Pushing, which is the tiger shape or image of the tiger, which
Yeah.
is named after Pushing Chin, which is one of our most famous forms. The Also, the original name of Arkwon was Fu Ying. So my that was my Sifu's recommendation, was to rename it after that, name it Image of the Tiger, and so I did. And um, but uh, but there may still be books out there, Len Shaw, that are out there in the ether, but I will not promise it's good. There are a lot of problems with it. One of the complaints that my Sifu himself a deeply religious man, but even he complained that it was overly religious, and so we've backed it off of that. We've tried to be a lot more subtle. It is still a battle cycle, but I'm trying to make that more mythical and esoteric and less
preachy.
In your face, yeah, in your face and preachy, and so I am trying to address all of the complaints that people had about the original publication. So Gina is now, instead of being a sort of amalgamation of different girls that I knew growing up, Gina is now specifically based on Steel Bear. And if you look at, and this is fun for me, Steel Bear was not comfortable with me using her real face.
Yeah.
We did use her 20-year-old body though. we also used her nose. We also used her cheeks, and we also used other little subtle details. And then we took her and we mixed her with a friend of hers to create an all new face, and that became. So it's kind of fun that I can say that there's two women that play Gina, and that's kind of true.
And that's crazy because that's a fun fact about one of my figurine videos I did with what is it? What's her name? Call Me Can't Communicate. When they made her figurine, they used the face of her anime, but they used her body proportions of the manga.
That's actually pretty awesome. That's the whole world story.
Yeah, so that's crazy. That was something that was that blew my mind when I was doing my research on her, because before I started VTubing and doing gaming and all that, I just did figurine unboxing videos, and looking into that, I was like, oh crap, damn. So no wonder because in an anime she's a little bit more skinnier in the anime, but the figure kind of got her caked up, and it's like, okay.
So if Steel Bear felt more comfortable with it, then the only difference I would have made is obviously would have used her younger self like we used my younger self for Anthony. But the only difference is that Gina was I wouldn't say originally Native American. Basically, while I was in high school, the very first draft of this, I was coloring Gina in, and she came out too dark. And somebody looked over my shoulder and it's like, oh, I didn't know that character's Native American. I'm like, yeah, she was the entire time too. So that
nice
probably
save.
would have, yeah. In my perfect world, we would have used Steel Bear, but just darker. But that's okay, because Steel Bear actually has more of her that's Native American than Elizabeth Warren. and she actually has the pedigree charts to prove it. And her siblings are actually pretty dark.
Hey, Elizabeth Warren going off the one drop rule. Okay, if it's one drop of Indian in you, then you're Indian.
Yeah, Steel Bear actually has pedigree charts that go all the way back to Sacagawea. So,
ooh,
yeah,
that's interesting.
She's got a very interesting. Yeah,
that is cool.
Steel Bear wanted me to clarify that her DNA does not reflect that, but the pedigree charts do. So
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, if you've got the pedigree charts, you've got the proof that it happened. I mean, the DNA, there's a myriad of reasons why it might not show this or that or the other. Then there's my DNA charts, which my DNA charts says white. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm Scottish. I'm Scottish and I'm Swiss, and that's it. My DNA is pretty boring.
Yeah, I got Chata in my family. So that I got some Indian in me, but I mainly just say I'm black.
There are not a lot of people that aren't a mix, and that's one of the reasons why. And I mean this genuinely. I know that we're at a point where we're so tired of the race stuff that we have, a lot of us have developed the yeah and response to it that Powder has. It's in this world in this timeline is completely justifiable. But that being said, there are not a lot of people that out there that are pure this or pure that. Most of us are mixed, and so that to me is why I don't and will never understand racism. Because even if you take a look at somebody like me that is white on white, the truth of the matter is that what does that mean exactly? You have the Caucasus, the Caucasians are not the Normans, are not the Celtics, are not the French, are not the British, are not the Germans, and we all hate each other. So it's not a monolith. Even within a certain color or even within a certain group, there's still different races even within that same color, and yet at the same time, despite everybody hating each other, we're all mixed. We all have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And so if you're going to hate somebody because of their skin color, you're probably going to end up hating a part of yourself too. Or worse, the idea that you might end up, like I'm Scottish, Steel Bear is very British. So, and the Scots and British do not like each other. But
I
yet,
have a funny video of that happening of one woman. She was black or African American, and she ended up doing the whole 23andMe, and her DNA came out that she was I think 50% British or something like that. And Tiger, when I say that girl damn near fell to the floor crying, I damn near died, literally, because I was at work watching YouTube. I damn near died watching her seethe at the fact that she was half white.
It's crazy to me. I really am an Xavier guy. I really want to live in that world where we are in fact coexisting, and that we can set these minor differences aside. And and I do think that it's going to become necessary for us to do so. Evolution, time changes things. People, there are different groups of people come together and mix and create something new. I think that we're seeing that happen. White people, for whatever reason, have chosen a lot of times not to have kids in Europe. Meanwhile, here in America, there's a lot of people that are white that are marrying black, that are marrying Hispanic, that are marrying Asian, and that's perfectly fine.
I think
I don't,
because we're in
it's just the course of nature.
I think because it's in the climate of what we're dealing with right now, when our parties because black men are dealing with the same issue with our women hating us, and we somewhat hate each other. So we see this ongoing of black men marrying outside their race, even though both
Yep.
parties, I think, both white men and white women. I mean, white men prefer white women, and black men prefer black women. But because both are at its odds, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna go where I'm celebrated, not where I'm tolerated. And I think that's
Right.
why there's a whole, there's a lot of race mixing. Because, I perfectly understand when some people say, hey, I'd rather have my child look like me versus, having it mixed. I mean, that's perfectly understandable. That's not say that you're racist and stuff like that. You're just saying, hey, if I'm white, I prefer a white person. If I'm black, I prefer a black person. Me, I prefer a black woman, but I'm willing to date outside my race because at the end of the day, I want a family. And if
Yep.
Keisha don't want me, then shit, Maylene gonna get the ring. I'm saying, hey, look, I'm going.
You deserve a woman that's really going to celebrate you and just cling to you and be completely yours. And that's the
Thank
most
you.
important thing in my mind.
And I'm gonna do the same for her. I'm gonna clean to her, and I'm gonna try to provide everything I can, give her the world. But let me read chat. I let chat hang and some Donnie said he preferred Uzaki over Nagatoro because the guy in Uzaki had a no BS guy, and he's closer to that. So basically, his dynamic was more closer to Uzaki than Nagatoro. And then Karion, I got you. Explain I don't care for some VTubers, and it's hard to explain over text as opposed to talking. And then you hated learning Spanish in high school because Spanish they teach you is too proper, and so you end up sounding retarded. They were teaching you Spaniard instead of Spanish. Spaniard is more proper than actually Spanish. Hating the French is justified. Bloody brigette eating. I'm not gonna finish that, Karion. I don't care if you call me a mutt, but you better not be a mutt calling me that. Yeah, I get. That's another thing that makes me question it. It's like people like to point the finger out and call somebody like how he said a mutt, and they're mixed themselves. I'd cry if I was French. Damn. And here in the UK, go ahead.
I have Norman, I have Celtic and German.
Nice.
Although, yeah, so, and like I said, completely different people. What I don't have, however, is Caucasian, which is why I cringe anytime somebody refers to me as Caucasian, because my lineage is not from the Caucasus. That would be people in Russia. That's where that Russia, Georgia area. That and then eastward. Yep. Those were the Caucasians. And so yeah, that's one of the things that you'll see that meme of the Native American wearing the shirt with the team called the Caucasians, and does this offend you? And I'm like, no, I'm not Caucasian.
And what up, Billy Donuts? Bringing in the solution is always donuts. Yes, it is, especially sprinkles. If it don't have sprinkles on it, it's not a donut. And carry on. Here in the UK and Europe, people are not choosing not to have kids. They're being indoctrinated to not have kids. There's a big difference between the two. Yeah. There's a difference between choosing not to have kids because maybe you don't have your life together. Maybe before you have kids, you want to at least have somewhat a stable setting where they'd be having your own spot, having your own bank account, maybe a little bit of emergency money put to the side. And then there's people that's literally being brainwashed and thinking that having a child is the end of your life, and it's not really the end of your life. There's plenty of people that have children now that are still doing what they want to do and enjoying life. Now it's the end of the life if you wait too long to have children. Then yeah, you can't do whatever you want because you waited too long. But I say late 20s, early 30s. That's like the sweet spot for me when it comes to like having children. Maybe early 20s, but it just depends on your it really depends on the situation. Like were you married early, what type of background you come from, et cetera. There's a lot of factors that I would look into for somebody who's having children or married in their early 20s versus later on down the road. But
The one thing that I would advise people is that when you do get married, you'll find a lot of people that will tell you, wait until you're financially stable, wait until you're financially stable. We don't know necessarily that some of Steel Bear's medical conditions were as advanced as they became, and we should not have listened to that. I don't know that it would have made a difference if we had started right away, but it might have. You know, so some of Becky's conditions are progressive in nature and have gotten worse with time.
Yeah.
If we had started right out the gate, maybe we would have at least one. You know.
Yeah.
So I would say that you know, the pursuit of money is never ending. The debt will always be with you, and the IRS will always be looming over your dark shadow looming over you. There will always be financial problems, but at the end of the day, you know, and I've seen this with and experienced this myself. You know, having kids has its challenges. That's true. It's not easy, but at the same time, from what I've seen with my siblings who have been able to have kids, and other friends that have been able to have kids, having those kids with them in their moments of triumph, and having a kid to, you know, snuggle up to you, you know, when you're feeling a bit down and the spouse isn't there for whatever reason, you know, or just having somebody to do the dishes so that, you know, you and your wife stop arguing over whose turn it is to do the dishes.
But
My foot's into anyway.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to have those moments where I'm just sitting on the couch and the remote is right next to me and be like, son, daughter, come here. What, Dad? Can you pass me the remote? Really, Dad?
Yep.
I cannot wait for that moment. But what you mentioned early? Oh, go. Yeah.
Let's be honest. Who doesn't want a kid to pull your finger?
I see where that's going. But to fall back on your early point, but yeah, that's why it's important to to go to the doctors and get yourself evaluated. You know, even though you might be in perfect health, it's always good to just get a tune up or just to check. You know, check your sperm count. I don't know what it is for the ladies per se, but just to make sure that that you can have the ability, and if not, what are the steps to try to make it happen, or is there's ways to try to because I know that would be a better question. Damn it, that'd be a better question for Jess on like ways to like for both male and females because she is a nurse.
Nurse. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a lot of these fertility challenges that can arise for both men and women, the earlier you catch them, the more treatable they are.
Yes.
And so yeah, it's definitely a good idea. But everybody and their dog is going to tell you when you get married, but you got to wait until you're financially stable. Don't just don't, because you don't know what can happen, and if
I would say at least have a somewhat of a savings, but not really because you never, like you said, you never know. So I would say at least have somewhat a couple $1,000 savings, or at least in your state, look up how much it costs to the in medical bills to produce a child and stuff like that, and try to have some of that money saved up. But a lot of people who have kids also said that like you're never going to be ready, even if you think you have the money, you're not going to have enough. So it's I say just have somewhat of a savings, and then see where it goes from there.
Yeah, but I mean the main thing with that, and I do agree with you, but it is a good idea to probably start that process before getting married.
In the UK, you cannot get your sperm count checked unless you've been trying for a baby for 2 years with no success. That is retarded.
Oh, ridiculous.
Yeah, for 2 years. Yeah, that's retarded. Like that's stupid.
That's the government trying to cull its own population. That's what's going on there.
And then Karion, marriage scares you. If not, I mean, if to ends the women gets everything and the kids, and that would be the thing that pushes me into the sanity losing my children. I am the borderline because I'm not a dad. Yeah, and that's a very fair and understandable fear to have, and that's the main reason why I haven't, because there's been plenty of times where I could have been married myself, or I could have had still been dating, but for me, I take marriage as seriously because I want a still bear and tiger relationship. I want a marriage to where it's pretty much going to end when, till death do us part. I have somebody that we can work through. Yeah, we're probably gonna get on each other's nerves every now and then, but we have the
It
ability to
happens.
come together and talk it out, and sit down and have a
Yep.
discussion. And that's one reason why I really haven't been dating much, because like you, Karion, I know there's good women out there. I just haven't met her yet.
Yeah. Well, I will admit that it's really hard, and I'm not going to pretend. There are two, and this might get me into trouble with some people, but there are two major barriers right now for men and women coming together, and that is feminism, which is the root problem, but growing an outgrowth of that is the manosphere. And both of them are, and I understand the manosphere is a response to feminism, but they
Yeah.
are both equal toxic, and at the end of the day, they are both encouraging men and women to hate each other, when what we really need is we need to have somebody to come in who can come in and say, look, at the end of the day, we can do better about these things.
Yeah.
These things are just nonsense issues. Like, the one thing that drives me nuts is mansplaining. Do you know how often I have to have, I just sit there and just sit quiet while a woman explains to me what's going on from her perspective, and she just lectures, and she's wrong the entire time. And yet, if I even so much as try to interject, then
You're a
it's
misogynist.
you shut up. I don't know that mansplaining wasn't a thing in the 70s or whatever, but in my experience in the office environment, it's not as common as some might perceive, and in fact, quite the opposite.
Now, Hollywood tends to overhype situations that don't happen too much.
Yeah. The She-Hulk, and how every interaction with a man was the stereotype of the toxic man, and yet she herself was actually unironically pretty darn toxic. And but the thing of it is that we can have these conversations. Okay, women don't like it when a man explains to. Okay, well then stop asking me to program the VCR. The fact of the matter is that I am busy. I've got my hands full trying to change the oil. So you need to change or program the VCR on your own, and I'm trying to tell you how. Well, then don't mansplain it to me. You need to know
else am I
how.
teaching you how to program the VCR? If I don't explain it to you in a way that you understand.
Now understand that was a fight between my youngest sister and her now ex-husband.
Oh God.
My youngest sister unfortunately did become one of those women. But it's mansplaining is just not really an issue. Like if a man is trying to give you instructions on something and you already know how to do it, all you have to do is just say, hey, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but I got this. Usually the man will be like, oh, okay, and then he'll shut up and go on there, because that most men want to be doing other things other than trying to explain how to do something. The other thing that drives me nuts is man spreading. I'm sorry, I've got something between the legs. It's I can't
be
sit with my legs.
squeezed.
Yeah, I there was a video shoot. How long ago was it? A couple years ago. There was a comedy troupe that would go around, and they would challenge women to wear basically a dildo in their pants and go sit on the train and try to sit the way that women expect men to sit, and none of the women could. Only, for them it was uncomfortable. For us, it's just downright.
It's downright painful, especially if you end up sitting on one of the boys.
Yep, which can happen, and it's not fun. There are expectations that modern feminists have that are just downright insane. So for the manosphere to be created in response to that, I think is perfectly rational. But then the manosphere is also, I think, setting some unfair expectations of women, that women are supposed to be demure and quiet and just make the sandwich and not question anything. And there's these videos that are going around right now, and they're all AI videos.
Yeah.
Where you'll see a woman, she'll do something, and sometimes it's an understandable major situation, like how having a woman on her phone chatting with the other guy, and then getting upset when she gets caught and called out for it, and then the guy in the video will break up with her. But a lot of times it's really minor, stupid stuff. You didn't wash the dishes today. That means that you're not loyal to me. You might be cheating on me. This relationship is over because you don't respect me. And I'm like, oh my
that's
God.
retarded as hell. Like, it's no and that's why I tell some dudes, because like I tell people, I am an original feminist. I believe that women shouldn't be seen as property. They should be seen as another person. And
they're more fun. Yeah, they're more fun that way.
Yeah, and they should have the ability to do what they want to do. If they want to be a boss babe, go by all means, go be a boss babe. Go get your money, boo boo. If you want to be a trad wife, be a trad wife. Take care, make sure everything that your husband is providing for you, because a trad wife is just as important to the household as the man. A lot of people don't know trad wives actually manage the money. Men, we bring in the money. The trad wife, she actually manages the money. I often tell people when I used to work for Medieval Times, I worked for the sword booth. I would know if I had when it comes to married couple, if I had a sword, if I had a sale or not. If the woman, if the man pops up, of course the man, he loves the sword. We got a cool badass sword. We had one that literally had, it was America all over that damn thing, and the at the hilt at the very bottom it was a snow globe. Which, yes, this sword was too much, but it was still badass. It was a snow globe of the Statue of Liberty. That sword was American as hell. But anyway, I could tell after the man comes in, he likes the sword, whatever. And when the wife steps up, I would know I have a sale. Hey babe, is it within the budget? I can find you a sword that's within the budget. I can guarantee you. We got swords from $20 to $400. I know I'm gonna find you a sword that's within your budget. How I know I don't have a sale is, do you really need another sword? My guy, I'm gonna have to direct you to the bar, because that's the only thing you're gonna be able to buy. Beer and margaritas, my friend. Which is funny because the woman won't let them buy the sword, but the amount of liquor they bought would equal the same price as a sword.
Yeah, that. No, I manage the money for Steel Bear and I, but he actually he manages the schedule, so to speak. And so there are different strengths and different weaknesses that men have, and it changes from couple to couple. So the ideal is not to lock yourself into the Sun Bros mentality that there is one way to Dark Souls. You have to be adaptable, and you have to, maybe you're the better cook, and maybe she's better at playing on and fixing electronics around the house.
Yeah.
You know, but there are things that these variations that can occur, and locking yourself into a very specific one way of doing things is a surefire way for the relationship to fail.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's women out there, Cardi. Oh, let me bring up chat. Donnie, sitting on your balls is one way to confirm you have big balls. And the problem with feminism is that it's poisoned the minds of women into thinking having kids, being a wife is oppressive, akin to slavery,
I
which
agree.
is not. Yes, having kids and being a wife is slavery, but not working for your boss, not dedicating 8 hours up to 8, 10, 12, sometimes 16 hours is not slavery. So over a corporation that I always say this, it's better to be a wife to a man who will literally give you the world and God forbid die for you if in the event of a home invasion versus a job that will cut you to save profit. If it gives them 1% profit, they chopping off your head. So it's
Yep.
better to be
And
loyal to your husband than to loyal to your boss. Go ahead, Tiger. I'm sorry.
I was just going to agree with that. It doesn't make sense to tell a woman that the institution of marriage is somehow slavery, and yet the institution of the office isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's really confusing, but at the same time, let's see, the red pill guys want a Japanese and Chinese woman because those cultures. Okay.
Yes and no. It's one of those situations to where Japanese. I don't know about the Chinese culture because the Chinese culture does replicate a lot of things that's going on with American women as well. It's slowly infesting Japanese women, but traditionally Chinese women and Japanese women are more family centered than American women.
Yeah.
So that's why.
So
Oh, go ahead.
there are.
And
I would
I'll be
say
right back,
that.
Tiger. I got to use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back. I can still hear you though.
All right. I was just going to say that in my experience with, I love the Chinese people, so I'm just, this is what I've observed is the phenomenon of the tiger mom and the tiger mom. They they're very demure and very sweet during the dating process, but they become very commanding once the ring is on, and especially when there's children. So that is a common phenomenon that you got to be on the lookout for, and just be aware of. Japan has complications that are hard to explain. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily feminism, because a lot of the Japanese girls that I've gotten to know do want families, do want a husband, but the economy over there is so rigid.
Oh yeah,
and
the yen is practically dead.
Yeah, it and this is happening here too, and this is something that we really need to discuss, and as the people, as a culture, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier about we need to allow for a reverse inflation or a deflationary period, and we should look to what's happening in Japan as the reason, or what will happen to us if we don't. So I mean, if you can marry a Chinese girl, they're wonderful, they're amazing, but you do have to be aware they hide their temper while they're dating. And then Japanese, yeah, I mean, if you can, but just a lot of the time they're going to want to stay in Japan, but the economy's pretty rough over there.
I think in another Philippines too, a lot of people go for Philippine women. They're more family centered as well, or Hispanic women are more family centered as well. So that's why a lot of people go to a lot of these dudes go to Mexico or Cuba, which there's other reasons why they go to Cuba, but I'm not gonna say that. But
Yeah,
anyway, yeah, it's one of those situations to where, like I said earlier, go where you celebrated, not where you tolerated. But that don't
correct.
fully give up on American women. There's still American women that will, love and that would love to be wives, that would love to, be dating. It's like I said, looking for a hay in a needle stack right now. It used to be looking for a needle in a haystack. Now it's looking for a hay in a needle stack. What up, Dynamato?
Yep.
What's up? What's up? Japan biggest problem is that they have an unhealthy. Yeah, they work where we work. 80% of our time is at our jobs, and here in America, Japan is 90 to more times they spent at their work. They literally don't have time to do anything. And with China, their economy is trash because even though China does use capitalism, it's still being ran by communists. So it's communists that's using the capitalist system, but because they're trying to control everything instead of letting the market do what it do, that's why everything in China is failing, and that's why they have the issue of let it rot, lie down and let it rot.
Yep.
It's not the
Yep.
feminist Japanese women I'm talking about. I'm talking about their family-minded women who cut off serving the man shtick when the baby pops up. Oh, yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard of that too. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what you was mentioning earlier, right, Tiger?
Gotcha. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of that too, but I will say this. So I've met a lot of amazing Chinese and Japanese people over the years, and I just adore the hell out of those people. They're just they're really wonderful.
Yeah, they're cool.
But I will say that if what you were saying, don't give up on American women. Texas is a great place to look. I feel Bear grew up in Texas, and you just it's a matter of you might need to look if you're living in a blue state. You might need to look to a red state, but there's still plenty of great women out here. And if you do decide that you want to be a passport bro, I'm totally cool with that. I think that's great. Like I mentioned earlier,
Just do your
I'm for
research.
different cultures and different people coming together. I think it's a beautiful and wonderful thing, and in all honesty, it's good for the evolution of our species as a whole. But there are different things that are different that you have to be aware of and be able to anticipate and prepare for. Like I said, the tiger mom, tiger wife phenomenon, where the minute the rain comes on, the true temper comes out, and some of the tempers that I have seen over the years are quite intense. But if you're prepared for that, and if you can handle that, then great, because Chinese women, they will love you better than a lot of women. But just be aware that if things don't go their way, they'll let you know.
And they can be quite brutal because Chinese people don't give a fuck.
It's just to be prepared for. But that being said, no doubt that Chinese and Japanese women are some of the most beautiful women on the planet. And there's definitely a lot of good sides, good aspects to to marrying into that culture, and I think that it on the whole is a good thing. But like I said, it's the culture shock of these differences can disrupt the equilibrium of a relationship, and so that's why I always say I'm involved with martial arts, so obviously I know a lot of Asian people and love them to pieces. Those cultural shocks, if you're prepared for them, if you're ready for them, when they happen, then you're still good to go. You can still ride the storm, and then once you get back to smooth sailing, it's just something to prepare for. I think that if you're looking for an American girl in another state, the culture shocks are not as bad. Like me being in Utah and marrying a Texas girl, we're both grew up in a red state. She grew up in an area that was a little bit more Hispanic, so she's a little bit more rowdy than a Utah girl would be. But that ends up working pretty well. She keeps me on my toes, and I like it. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, we have the same general flow of how things are done, culturally speaking. And so that I think is if you're looking overseas, as long as you prepare for those differences and brace for the impact,
and then they have the
you'll be
plan.
Yep,
And they had
you'll
the
be in a
plan on
lot.
either you're gonna transfer to that side or bring her here. So you have to also have to prepare for that.
That's the other thing that you need to be prepared for. Most of the time, Asian women do not want to relocate. A lot of China, even though China has its problems, a lot of Chinese and Japanese love their country in spite of their problems and would really prefer to stay there. So
Ricky Moss, what's up?
If you do want to look east for a wife, I think that's wonderful, but that's something that you're also going to have to ask yourself if that's something that you're willing to do. You'll find someone that will here, but most of the time they'll want you to move there.
Mm-hmm. And Donnie, I only bring up Japan because I've always liked their culture. Same here. And with the fact that I have better luck with Southeast Asian women as opposed to black women, that's the problem I'm having. Black women really do not like mixed race men. They will let you know, so deal with Asian women racism. Oh yeah. Well, for most black women, it's right now because they see Asian women. Well, they used to. Now they try to do the whole white passing stuff, which is still stupid. But black women used to only didn't like white women. And they didn't care if you got a Latina or Asian because they seen, well, they got some color in them, damn it. Now with Asian women, so yeah, you right, Dunny. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, you're kind of right. Also, finding a woman who is not ran through is another problem these days. Yeah, that's another problem. But guys, not to black pill. Let's not black pill. There are, I promise you, there are women out there that's good women that will actually love you for you and that's not ran through. Unfortunately, a good chunk of them is snatched up already, but they're still out there, dude. What we're facing when we list all these problems is what they're facing, and when they see us, they see dudes who feminists scared them into thinking that we're gonna see them as property and throw them in the kitchen, or as soon as we date them, we want to impregnate them and not let them do what they want to do, or the whole abuse aspects of it, or a man who has many women. So a lot of things that we bring up with women are some of the things that they bring up when it comes to us. It's just all about, I would like to board that flight and let's go. Yeah, it's just all about just going out, learning. What I say, you got to engage. You got to go out there and learn body language. You got to learn social cues. Yeah, there you go. Socialize. You have to socialize. You have to learn social cues. You have to know when a woman is interested in you versus she not. You have to learn choosing signals. What are choosing signals? And pretty much.
Of course, if the woman keeps her foot behind you with a baseball bat, that's probably a good sign.
Yeah, that's weird. That's one hell of a signal. Yeah, I ain't Tiger. I choose you. Bink.
No, but so I think it is. I actually think it's really cute that she was cyber stalking me for quite some time before I even knew who she was.
02 on the Western Front.
So you guys that are hoping for that VTuber babe, maybe. No. I actually, in all honesty, I'm not a proponent of what do you call it?
What?
What's the word? Where it's a fake relationship?
Oh, parasocial. The whole boyfriend girlfriend, the boyfriend girlfriend experience. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You would get yourself in a lot of trouble doing that, because the second they even sniff you have a wife or have a boyfriend or have a significant other, game over. There goes your career.
Yep.
Dunny.
It's one of the reasons why I think that it's good that there's more people that are involved with the VTuber and AI communities that are, coming out and saying, "Hey, look, I am in fact involved." I think that's healthier.
Yeah.
That way, people can actually build something more resembling a friendship rather than expecting some sort of a romance that's just not ever going to be possible.
Yeah, because I hate to break it to you, Chad. Most of your VTuber, especially if they're females, most of them are in a relationship. I'm sorry to break it to you. And the ones that are not, they're not going to date a chatter. It's like the celebrity dating a fan thing. Most chatters don't know how to behave, and they don't know how to shut the hell up. So that's why they don't. That's one of the reasons, and then you don't know which one's the crazy one, which one down. Everything starts off good, and then you wake up and they're about to misery your ass. So other.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I really do hope to build strong friendships in this community. Like, I mean, the people that I look to as, or that I might call Oshi. I don't really like the term Oshi because I fear that has romantic connotations, and I'm very happily married. But the people that you might call my Oshis, as it were, are people that I do hope one day will consider me a friend, somebody that adds value to their life.
Yeah.
Somebody that can, if everything goes according to my evil, dark, and sinister plan for world domination, everybody around me gets filthy, filthy rich, and we all live happily ever after. And I mean that. I'm very sincere about that. I want to see Leaflet, a multi-billionaire with a multi-billion-dollar, media and enterprise, with everybody playing. Let me put it this way: when they do a next generation Stranger Things, I want the kids playing Angel Sword, not D&D. You know, and I that it's silly, is it stupid? Sure, but I don't know. I've just always been that person where it's like, if I see people that have great ideas, I want to help them.
You want to see them flourish?
I
Yeah,
want to help them. I want to do what I can to raise them up and help them to, because they're doing something cool, something that I believe in, and I want to see that succeed. And it'd be great if my dreams can come about to where I have success enough to be able to contribute to other people and help them to realize their dreams too. And then we all end up in this situation where, instead of Paramount, which is now owned by Skydance, which is, and Disney buying Fox, and Warner Brothers buying New Line Cinema, and then all these other smaller companies are getting eaten up and absorbed, and it's becoming smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And the movies are getting more and more and more and more woke, and the TTRPGs are getting more and more and more woke. Instead, we have all these other companies. You have Baiku, you have Angel Sword, you have, all these other alternatives that are coming out there, and we're all making stuff, and it's awesome, and we're all succeeding together, restoring, if you will, what Hollywood should be, what the TTRPG industry should be, what the comic book industry should be, and just getting back to just making stuff that people can enjoy and have happiness in their lives again. I don't know. I'm silly. I'm naive, but that's what I'd like to do.
Nah, that
And
still
part
would
of
be a
that,
possibility because like when you mentioned with the comic books, we have the Rippaverse. I mean, it's not
Yep.
perfect, but there's a guy who genuinely loves comic books and he wants to tell you the story. He wants to tell you a story rather than preaching to you. And like you mentioned earlier, we have Leaflet, and what she doing with Angel Sword and stuff. You got you're making your stories and stuff like that. And I know I need to stop being lazy, and I actually need to actually start typing, because I do have stories that I want to put out in the world. But we have the time is now, especially with the help of AI. Essentially, most of the hard work can be done with the help of AI. And I know people who hate AI hate to say it, but now we have stuff you know, with Club Tartarus, with Iron Tiger, and what he's able to produce. Heck, I'm about to start working on my lore using ChatGPT and Grok. People have the abilities to now tell stories the way they want to tell it. It's just now having to use this, you know, this technology now. You know what I'm saying? So we have the ability to do it. It just now let's get it done. And now we see with King that they made an anime with AI. So now that's anime. So now let's say we can make a video game with with AI. You know,
Leaflet. I think Leaflet's working on a video game in AI.
see that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the things that we're able to do, and that's just it. If Hollywood had never locked us out, if Hollywood and I've interviewed with some of these companies, and it all boils down to, you know, with Image of the Tiger, Papa Tiger's here now. He can vouch for me. Well, can you make it a little less, you know, Christian? Which, granted, you know, even my own Sifu said that it's too preachy, and so we have, you know, we are backing that off and off of that and trying to make it a little bit more approachable in that regard. But they didn't want for the bad guy to be Bao, you know. And in fact, some of the changes that they wanted, that would be the, you know, hostile toward Christianity, and yet this is a country that's still 70% Christian. You know, and I think people are tired of going to the movies and seeing their religious beliefs belittled constantly. And yet Hollywood has it, you know, and Netflix, you know, Netflix is especially bad about this. I mean, look at Castlevania.
Oh yeah, they cracked the bed on that one.
Yeah. The first was the 3 or 4 seasons were still pretty good. But it was very, very obvious, painfully obviously anti-Catholic.
Yeah.
And I'm not Catholic, but even I got offended at some of this stuff that's in there. And it's like, oh, come on, guys. You know, and the way that you know, the Catholic priests were, you know, may as well have been, you know, veins popping out of their head and drooling as they're you know, spewing their witch hunt stuff. And I know that that's part of the actual lore, that Dracula's wife was burnt as a witch. But what's also part of the lore is that, you know, she begged for Alucard to try to talk Dracula down, because the whole thing was a misunderstanding, and she wanted Dracula to be a defender of humanity. But we didn't really see over the course of Netflix's take on the story a humanity worth defending, you know, and that's a real problem. Is it's just constantly backing on Catholicism throughout the entire time. There were some moments where I think, you know, Protestants were held up as the less bad Christian, but those moments were brief, and the overwhelming majority of it was very anti-Catholic. I don't see that in the game anywhere. You know, and I don't want Image of the Tiger to become that. Image of the Tiger has a lot of it's got a very, very tight. What's the phrase where needle to thread?
Dotting your eyes and crossing your T's.
No. It's a sewing reference where it's a very tight, where you got to be very, very careful with the stitching.
I haven't heard of that. Maybe somebody in chat will know.
It's
I'm turning to the.
It's
Right. But it's like a tight needle to thread or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, the thing of it is that I'm aware that, because I am dealing with a lot of ideas out of antiquity, and then I'm
Ruby's
also
here.
exploring.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you say that again? Because Ruby might know. Hey Ruby, what is it called when it's coming up with a story and it's real when it's like thread? What do you say, like it's like sewing when it comes to a story, when like you want to have your everything in order. Like it's like dotting your I's and crossing your T's, but it's I don't even know how to explain it. It's with sewing.
Yeah, it's a sewing reference, but basically that I've got a very delicate tapestry to weave. That is going to take modern day contemporary Christian ideas, but interweave the ideas that come from antiquity, like the Baal cycle, but also still weave in the a lot of ideas out of Buddhism and Taoism. And you guys would be surprised as to how much in common the mythology of Christianity and China really has. It's really incredible. It's almost as if we were one people, and then some idiot built a massive tower, and then said that they were going to challenge God, and God said, "Nope." And threading the needle, yeah, threading the needle, yeah. They've got a tight needle. Tying all of these different ideas together in a way that's cohesive and coherent, while at the same time not setting off alarm bells, not being too preachy, and just approaching the subject in a way that people can take a look at it and say, "Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know
I see what
that
you did
about."
there. Yeah, that moment. I see what you did there.
Yeah, you know, the thing of it is that if you take a look at Chinese mythology and ancient Sumerian, Hebrew, and Canaanite mythology, and later Christian mythology, there's so much in common. But quite literally, as if there was a singular people, a singular culture, and then there was a cataclysmic event that separated everybody and separated everybody's languages, and then stuff starts to evolve and change from there. So it's almost as if that Tower of Babel was actually something that happened there. But to me, just as somebody that's interested in antiquity and in history, seeing all of these commonalities and having a story that can weave all of these together, if I do my job right, weave all of these together and tell a really compelling and really interesting story, and yet still be faithful to the cultures where these mythologies were born.
Yeah,
that's the goal. That's what I want to do. But at the same time, if I'm talking to Hollywood and Hollywood's telling me, yeah, oh no, man, the idea that we're going to write a story that doesn't vilify Christians. I mean, yeah,
like, bro, can we do this story, but without God?
yeah. Can we do the version of this story where he's actually a demon and his powers
I was just
come
about to say that. You know what would be better? If we could switch out God with Lucifer, I think that would be an interesting take.
Yeah, and no, I literally have had meetings like this, and it's always been very, very frustrating. But ultimately, I do think that we do need a culture, and that culture is going to be built around storytelling. But the fact of the matter is that Hollywood right now is failing because they have decided that they don't want to support the culture as it is. They want to circumvent the culture. They want to supplant the culture. They want to destroy the existing culture and replace it with something else. And that, I think, is ultimately why people are like, yeah, there's a new Spider-Man movie coming out. I'm not going to bother. Why am I not going to bother? Because the last time I watched a movie, a Marvel movie, it was 2 hour long lecture on feminism, and I just that.
Yeah, that seemed to happen with a lot of the movies. That's why Marvel. It was Phase 5. It was the MCU, as Neurotic would put it. So they're trying to make a bounce back from that, and it's failing hard.
Well, from what I've heard of the leaks of that it is coming from these upcoming movies. I do think Spider-Man is. Now that I know that that Mamdani will not be in the movie, the plot does actually sound pretty good. But what I'm frustrated with by it is that the movie is apparently going to be introducing mutants and Jean Grey formally. Mutants have been hinted at previously, but then if they're going to do that, the entire multiverse operation was completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I had my doubts about the multiverse in the first place because I didn't think that it was necessary. I thought you could do a story where mutants that existed the entire time, they've been in hiding, or something has happened and now mutants are starting to spring up. And it sounds like that's what they're doing in Spider-Man. That Jean Grey is a young high school student who wakes up and something has happened, something has changed, and her X gene is on now. And now mutants are starting to pop up. Obviously, there's some mutants that you can't do that with, but there's no reason that Cal Wolverine couldn't have been in the MCU the whole time, just hiding and keeping his head down. There's no reason that En Saban or couldn't be
What up?
hiding in the desert somewhere at the entire time. And Xavier and Magneto have been there the entire time. And look, it turns out that Magneto really is Wanda and Pietro's father. And there's little minor retcons that you could do, and it would be better than the headache-inducing nightmare of sorting out a multiverse saga. And it sounds like we're going to do for both. We're going to introduce mutants in Spider-Man as they were here the whole time, only now they're starting to get to the point where they're so powerful that it's harder for them to hide. Which is, it sounds like it's what they're doing. Also, multiverse.
No, they kind of already messed up because didn't Deadpool because isn't Deadpool in no, yeah, ain't Deadpool already no because in the third when he fought Cable, no, in the third one he went to the main universe. That's what. Yeah. Okay. So so that they might do it to where so Spider-Man they're going to introduce the mutants, but they're probably going to use Deadpool to make it the reason why they're there, because Deadpool also brought Wolverine, a different Wolverine, but he also brought Wolverine in, right?
Yeah, I wish it were that simple. What they're doing, Wolverine and the X-Men still exist in their own separate universe. And that universe is going to be going around destroying other universes in order to try to preserve their own and stop incursions. Apparently, they're going to kill off Hugh Jackman's Wolverine right out the gate again.
Yeah.
Even though they just brought him back. And then the plot leaks for Doomsday are just incredibly messy. And I'm just like, it just would have been better not to do this. So the minute that they bought Fox, that they could have been doing, they had WandaVision. And WandaVision was a great opportunity. If you wanted to do multiverse shenanigans, they had the other Pietro, the better Pietro, in my opinion. Sorry. I do like Evan Peters' take on Quicksilver better.
Right
bring
there.
Him in. Yeah, they're just right there. They bring him in, and it's multiverse now, and Wanda's doing it, and there's multiverse shenanigans going on, and she brought her brother back, using her own magic or whatever, and we've got Quicksilver back. But no, they turned him into a bad dick joke instead. Oh, my name's Boner.
You're right, because they could have done that with the Multiverse of Madness too. That's how they could have got the mutants in.
Here. And then you bring the mutants in, and the mutants are in, and we don't have to do all of this, doomsday stuff with just look. I'll be honest with you. On paper, a story can sound really bad, but the movies still turn out really good.
Yeah.
I hope that's the case here, but on paper, the leaks that we have sound really, really bad. And the leaks that we've seen for the Secret Wars sound even worse, because it sounds as though at the end of Secret Wars they're going to put everything back the way it was, and put the Fox mutants back in a separate Foxverse, and then just build up the mutants within the MCU anyway. So then what was the point of any of it?
The point is to get butts back in seats. Which is retarded. If you want butts to be back in seats, do what you're doing. Bring the mutants into the original world. Because what they're trying to do another way of having their cake and eating it too. They want to have the Fox universe mutants on a back burner or in the back pocket. And they want to do their own thing, like how with the other Quicksilver and stuff like that. So just in case they fuck up, they can always go back to the other mutants. That's what they're doing. Instead of just taking their time and actually, because the original because Endgame and Infinity War was 10 years into the making. They actually sat down. Oh crap. Starcat Shell Chaser, thank you for the raid. Welcome Raiders. We're doing a Yap session with Iron Tiger. We're going over Marvel and we're talking about nerds, and yeah, we was going over punching, but then we had 2 hours of just talking about everything else but the guy punching. Thank you for the raid. If you have to raid and run, I do understand streaming does take a lot out of you. It's better, you gotta rest, recover, and prepare for the next day. If not, kick back, relax, and we're yapping about Marvel. So what I was saying is they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, to where they want to have the other Marvel characters in the background while trying to do their own thing. So just in case they do mess up, they can fall back on the other. They can fall back on the Fox versions of the characters rather than their own versions. But they shouldn't do that. They should bring the Fox characters because you already have Hugh Jackman. Why not utilize Hugh Jackman? You still have Xavier. No, did they kill him? Did they permanently kill him? Xavier?
I don't. So Xavier seems to have died in like 5 different movies now. So they keep killing him off and bringing him back.
Yeah.
But if I'm being honest with you, I think that it's very unlikely that we'll be able to keep Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen just because I think they're both in their 90s now.
Mm-hmm. So, no, we could use the other ones because people love the younger versions of Magneto. And
that's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Fassbender and frick, what's his name?
Yeah, I forgot his name. I barely even remember. He played in Wanted. That's the main thing I know him as. Is the guy who played in Wanted.
Well, and you're right. You could totally do a story with Michael Fassbender and what was his name?
I have no idea. Look.
Yeah. and look, I don't think Sadie Sink as Jean Grey is a bad casting call. Mm-hmm. But I would put forward that the last Jean Grey, the girl from Game of Thrones, I don't think that it was her fault that those movies were bad. Yeah. And I don't think she was a bad Jean Grey. I just think she was being given bad material to work with.
Yeah.
Sadie Sink as an even younger Jean Grey, sure. I mean, what I would have done. Number one, I would have pulled part of the Foxverse forward using WandaVision and the multiverse of madness.
Yeah.
So we would have brought in Evan Peters back as Quicksilver, not as a dick joke. We would have brought him back as Quicksilver. We would have brought in I would have brought in Nightcrawler. I would have brought
Nightcrawler would have been good, yeah. Mystique, Nightcrawler, Mystique.
Yeah, plus Nightcrawler would have been a good opportunity to teleport through Wanda's shield. Mystique would have been a good one to pull forward. Just a small smattering of characters to say these characters are coming in, and at the end of the Marvel, they brought they introduced her to the reintroduced us to the Fox Beast, played by Kelsey Grammer. Great. So there's an opportunity and excuse to bring him in, and then just say I would have had it be that Wolverine was in the MCU the whole time. Just because there are Wolverine and team ups of Captain America during World War II, that would be fun stories to go and visit. So I would have had him in. I may have. And this is hard for me to say. I adore Hugh Jackman, but I may have gone for Cavalry.
What the Cavalry? The Cavalry.
Cavalry.
I stand by my statement I made.
I would have probably I would have probably gone for Calvary, but given what the material that they made, given what they ended up doing, what probably the second best course of action would have been to end it Deadpool and Wolverine in a way that would have merged the existing X-Men universe seamlessly with they could have ended the story in a way where Deadpool and the X-Men were pulled into the MCU and they're just now formally in the MCU. And that I think would have been much better too. But now we're in a situation where it's like, okay, we're gonna start introducing mutants gradually, which is something they probably should have started 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And but also at the same time we're doing this one big or two big final multiverse hurrah that's gonna end up with the X-Men back in their home universe and not a part of the MCU. Whereas in all honesty, it would be better now to use this as an excuse to merge the universe, which is that's what Secret Wars was.
Yeah, they could have done it many ways. Now I'm thinking about it.
Miles Morales, that's how Miles Morales got to 616 was through Secret Wars. So it's it could be an opportunity to just say, okay, we've got all these universes, all these different movie studios that have done all these projects, but now it's all the way we're going to conclude this. It's all going to be just one universe. And then if they wanted to start it over with a whole new cast at that point, okay, fine. But we know that it ended with the merger of all these different worlds.
Yep, because now they got Frank Castle from the Netflix series. Well, no, they been had because Daredevil was in Far From Home. I mean, No Way Home. So yeah, now we have the Netflix characters, and yeah, they had multiple opportunities. You're right. They could have done it with Scarlet Witch, and that could have been how you know what they could have made the next big bad, if not Kane. They could have made the Phoenix the next big bag, because the Phoenix is just as powerful, and if not more powerful than
desperately want somebody to get the Phoenix saga right. Fox had 2 takes at it and blew it both times.
Yeah, the Phoenix would have been a way better big bad than Kane or Doctor Doom, which I'm trying to see what they're going to do with Doctor Doom, because Doctor Doom is a big bad of within itself. But the Phoenix, that would have slapped if they actually would have got her in and got her right. If she would have been the one to kill Wanda, that would have set the bar, because Wanda was already pretty powerful. Wanda could have had defeated Thanos, but she comes in.
Speaking of Wanda, something they could have done with WandaVision is a reverse No More Mutants.
Ooh.
You know, it could be that we could learn that mutants were there the entire time, but she wished them away at some point, and now
then she
WandaVision
it. Yeah, that would have did it right there. Yeah, they could have did that. Yeah, because she wants her kids, and so thinking that she could get her kids, she redo the she undo it and bring the mutants back.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many better ways that they could do this, but the part that annoys me the most is, and again, assuming these leaks are accurate for both films, Doom. Somebody needs to justify Doom being played by Robert Downey Jr. for me. Are we saying that Doom is a variant of Tony Stark? And if so, why are we taking Marvel's definitive villain, like the biggest bad that the that the Marvel universe has to offer, and quite frankly, one of the coolest, and distilling him down to being a Tony Stark variant? And if he's not a Tony Stark variant, then why? It's not that Robert Downey Jr. is not a good actor. It's just going to be hard to if they don't address it, if they don't make it part of the plot. It's going to be hard to justify that to the audience.
Yeah.
But even if they do, even if it does become a variant of Tony Stark, then why are we reducing Doom to being just a variant? To me, it's a much bigger mess that
Yeah.
they've written themselves into than it would have been. It's just, I don't know. Cast the guy that played Doom in the Tim Story Fantastic Four movies. Again, not that actor is not a capable actor. He is. The material that he was given to work with might be a little silly.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cthulhu, I agree. They have yet to get the Shi'ar Empire right too.
I was just about to read that what they didn't set her up properly. And then yes, I do agree with Donnie. Can we please get rid of the Killmonger dreads? They was cool at one point. No, they're not no more. And then Kyron, a good and simple way to get the mutants to come into the MCU is to have someone try to replicate the creation of Hulk, but it goes horribly wrong and creates mutant viruses that alters genes in people. Yeah, I can see that.
Isn't that what they did in the Ultimate Universe? In the Ultimate Comics?
I don't know that part.
If memory serves, I think that is how mutants came about. Is that they were trying to replicate? I think they were actually trying to replicate Captain America and accidentally made Wolverine.
Both had happened in the MCU already. Remember with the other version of Hulk before they replaced the actor, the dude that tried to recreate who became Apocalypse, and there was the other guy. So they already did that. So that story is already there. So Kyrion is right. That story is already there. So they could go back to that and say that dude tried to make other Hulks and messed up and made a mutant virus. And there you go.
Yeah,
right there.
Absolutely. There are definitely ways that they could have brought mutants in that would have been, I think, better. I'm okay with the idea of doing what's going to happen in Spider-Man, where they've been here the whole time and now they're just getting to the point where they're powerful enough to not be able to hide it anymore. That's fine. I think that if that's what they were going to do, that's what they should have done from the beginning and not do this multiverse shenanigans. Especially if the leak about how Secret Wars is going to end with everybody being just returned to their normal world busy. And you're probably right. They're probably just doing that so that they have that in their back pocket in the event that they further screw things up.
Yeah.
And they can just go back to that. But ultimately, I still think from a narrative standpoint, what would have been better is either if you're going to do the multiverse, WandaVision was the time to do it.
Yeah.
Multiverse of Madness was the time to really hammer it home. And then you've got 3 multiverse stories. You've got WandaVision, Multiverse of Madness, and you've got Spider-Man No Way Home, and that's it. That's it. Oh, wait, no, and Deadpool and Wolverine. That's it. And that's the multiverse saga, and it's over.
The one way that they could have done it was the reason why Deadpool and Wolverine didn't die. They just respawned, but it's because they brought the universe in when old girl was trying to eat it. The one way they reversed it is to bring the mutants universe into this universe, and it overloaded her, causing her to die. So that's one way they could have had done it as well, is people waking up and like, wait, hold on, something ain't right. So they have multiple ways of bringing in the mutants. And Dunny, they need to make the new Doctor Doom like this. I think, did you try to post a link? I think he probably might have tried to. And only certain people with certain genetic codes become mutants in your idea. And Matt Smith would have been a better Doctor Doom. He would have killed it. I think what they're going for, and the reason why they did Tony Stark, or better yet, Robbie Downey Jr., is because Robbie Downey Jr. was the one that really kicked off the MCU. So they're hoping again that he could be the one that kicks off the second string of events as Doctor Doom. He was the greatest good, and he's going to be the greatest evil. And Doctor Doom is a badass character, so I agree with Tiger. I hate to see him reduced to a Tony Stark clone or a Tony Stark variant. And I don't know, because they got all these stitches on the back. I don't know if that was real. I seen one thing where it got all these stitches on the back of his head or something like that. So who's to say that he's not even he might be a damn android with Tony Stark's face, the way he's talking. So I don't know how they're gonna do it. I just think they're looking
I
for a
don't know.
second hit.
Yeah.
Is there a way to kind of reset everything, because the MCU or Phase 5 was a complete disaster, so they're looking for a Hail Mary to save the MCU and save Phase 6. Yeah, anytime I post links, they never work. Yeah, I have to mod you. I do that to stop bots and stuff from sending links that could possibly fuck somebody over.
I think that I don't. So let me. I don't know if Star Wars could be saved. I think Star Wars, unfortunately, might be too far gone. I do think, however, there's been enough good in the Marvel Marvel universe. Like the Spider-Man movies have been consistently good, even if the Spider-Man spin-offs have been bad. The Spider-Man movies themselves have been consistently good still. So, and I know that this would empower Sony's side of the business, but I think that there could be an opportunity to use Spider-Man as the face of a new MCU and rebuild it from there. You don't even have to reboot it. You could still focus on newer characters. You just you what I think is right, the right call. You use Spider-Man to introduce Jean Grey. You use Jean Grey to introduce more mutants, and boom, there's the X-Men. So you use Spider-Man as the face of the MCU, and Spider-Man has brought in the mutants. Spider-Man is also bringing in the Punisher. He's bringing in the Punisher proper. He's already brought in not Deadpool, Daredevil. Daredevil's already appeared in one of these Spider-Man movies. Disney, unfortunately, isn't going to want to do that, but that is what I think could do it, because there has not yet been a bad Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. We can argue about, is Tom Holland better than Tobey Maguire? No, probably not. But he's still good, and people still like him.
Wait, Far From Home?
And now,
You said Far From Home, like the or No Way Home?
Yeah, No Way Home.
Oh,
yeah.
that's a tough one. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Because don't get me wrong, I do love my Bully Maguire, but I'm gonna have to say No Way Home was better. And then don't get me wrong, I love Spider-Man 3. I love the black suit. I loved their version of Venom, even though he was cringe. I loved how he looked, but they did too much. So I'm hoping they bring a Spider-Man 4. I'm hoping they do a 4. And yeah, you're right. With Tom Holland being the new Spider-Man, he's younger, so they can get more mileage out of him. And Spider-Man is the top selling I got used to saying MCU character. And let's see. Wait, the problem is Cthulhu. Mutant X gene is really good for the overall mutant concept, because the idea of that the mutants are a natural evolution of humans is important to conflict between humans and mutants. But the release of a virus that activates the dormant X gene could make sense. And the problem with that,
if memory serves, I do think that's how they did the X gene in the Ultimate Universe.
Yeah.
If memory serves, it's been a long time though. But yeah, I mean, so that's what I would do, is I would make Spider-Man not Captain Marvel. I would make Spider-Man the face of the MCU, the way that Iron Man had been previously. Retire Iron Man, retire Captain America. I think it's too late to save the concept of Sam Wilson as Captain America.
I say change it to Captain Falcon. Let him be the leader of the Avengers, but not as Captain America, Captain Falcon.
Yeah, Captain Falcon. And do that, Captain Falcon. It's like, what, is Nintendo going to sue over Captain Falcon? I don't think so. The two characters are there. There's no reason for him to not be his own character and be allowed to shine on his own terms.
Yeah.
And I think people would, number one. The other thing is Ms. Marvel. People really like that girl. The actress, number one, she is one of us. She's an absolute dork, and we just love her for it. So yeah,
she did a good job.
Let her have a role, but maybe Ms. Marvel, maybe Captain Marvel, maybe Photon, maybe they're not necessary. but there's so many other Marvel characters that the MCU has yet to focus on, and that's where I think that they should go. Yeah, bring in the X-Men, bring in the Punisher, Daredevil. Great. Let's shift focus over there to the street level characters, to and then build
Luke
toward
Cage,
a new galactic threat over time, which honestly should have been Galactus. That they kind of biffed that. Although I guess the way that they ended the Fantastic Four movie, I guess Galactus could have been teleported to 616. But I mean, yeah, bring it. Use Spider-Man to introduce the Fantastic Four proper. Use and just build out from Spider-Man the way that they built out from
Iron Man
previously. So then that's what I would have done.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to bring it from Spider-Man versus Iron Man. But who would you make the next big bad? Would you do Galactus again? Since technically, because I didn't see the Fantastic Four movie, so did Galactus die or what happened?
So they teleported Galactus away.
Yeah, they teleported him.
Yeah, so Galactus could be reused. The problem is the way that Galactus was portrayed in that movie kind of made him feel less of the sort of threat that Thanos was. So the next big galactic threat, given that they had an opportunity with Galactus, and I think they biffed it.
Yeah.
Picking that next big threat would, I think, be very, very difficult, because to me, the logical choice would have been Doom.
Yeah.
But they're doing Doom, but
or the Dark Phoenix. I said Phoenix. The Phoenix, because both of them has the ability to destroy the world.
Yeah,
or
Phoenix,
the universe is
Phoenix, I think, as for me, the approach that I would want to have with Phoenix would be more true to the Phoenix Saga as it was in the comic book.
Yeah.
I really want that story. Beyond that, you could build toward Phoenix becoming a galactic level threat after that, but I do think you have to get the X-Men through the Phoenix Saga proper first, and then circle back to the Phoenix. So not this phase or the next phase or the next phase, but maybe start building toward it the phase after that. But gosh, I just think that the Phoenix, do the Phoenix correctly, it needs to be a slow burn.
Okay, I see. Because that makes sense. Well, I forgot which chatter said it, but that could redo the Phoenix, and I can see that being a slow burn, because we can see a good Jean Grey get corrupted and turn into the Phoenix
gradually. Yep, and then we do the Phoenix Saga. Then we do the Dark Phoenix Saga. Then Jean Grey is killed, only to come back later under mysterious circumstances, and then we start building toward Phoenix as the galactic threat. I think that's the way that you do it. Apocalypse done right could make a good global threat. I don't know about intergalactic, but Apocalypse done right could be something that and he wasn't. He just nothing against the actor that played him, but they just Apocalypse is a villain that should have been also built towards slowly.
Yeah.
And the way I would have handled it, I think Apocalypse, for me, we would have introduced actually Nathan Essex, Sinister. And Sinister would have, in addition to still being a geneticist, I would not have reduced him to being a gangster like they did in the Ultimate Universe. But he would have been, he still would have been a geneticist. He still would have been a mutant. He would still be Mr. Sinister. But I would also make him the leader of a cult. And the first movie, I would make it unclear if Apocalypse is even real. And just, and have Mr. Sinister going around and collecting different superheroes from around the MCU and different villains and kind of building his marauders out of that, and with the concept that he is, in addition to being this billionaire, because Hollywood loves demonizing billionaires, even though they're all billionaires. He's this billionaire geneticist, but also this cult leader. But it's also not clear if this apocalypse figure that they worship is even real.
Yeah.
And then what you do is you build toward a cataclysmic event that affects not just the mutants, but the entire Marvel universe. And then you do a version of Age of Apocalypse.
Yeah, I can see that, because that would be a nice slow build too, because that could take another 10 years to do. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Do you know that after ending credits, the credit is showing leaving breadcrumbs of Apocalypse coming to fruition or alluding to it. And when Cthulhu said Inferno would have been a good global storyline to focus on on a lot of the mutants before going cosmic.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, and that involves Sinister as well, because by that time Jean is dead, and then they think that it's Jean that's brought back, but really it's a clone made by Sinister, and that's Madeline Pryor, and she becomes the Goblin Queen, and yeah, Inferno would be a great. You could do Inferno on the way to Apocalypse, in fact, if you wanted to.
Yep, he can be the mid the 5-year plan, and then Inferno. And now we have Apocalypse, and that could be the next 5 years of building up to Apocalypse. Yeah.
Yep.
So good shit.
And Sinister got Sinister as the through line throughout the entire thing.
Yeah. See, and I barely know these characters, but we have a fan of Marvel and chat come up with a better storyline than professional writers. and multiple storylines at that, because you went from Doom to Jean Grey to now Apocalypse, and we even came up with ways to get them. And that's crazy how if you just listen to the fans or read the goddamn comic books, I don't know what's wrong with Hollywood making these projects and not reading the damn books. The source material is literally right there in front of you.
The primary problem is that for a lot of these people, these stories, these companies are a platform for their activism rather than a platform to tell compelling stories.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's about the message versus entertainment, and no, people hate the message. People just want to be entertained. I just want to see two people punch each other with some funny quip humor in the middle of it, and that's it.
Yep. It's in my mind, what I would do versus what I think they're going to do, unfortunately, are two very different things. I think that they're going to get through Secret Wars, and then they're just going to hit the reset button.
Wait, I thought they tried to do Secret Wars. They didn't.
So Infinity Wars,
the TV show,
Infinity Wars. No, that was Secret Invasion.
Oh,
which
okay,
they also
okay,
did.
Okay.
Secret Invasion was also supposed to be something that they should have built toward slowly and done gradually, and that should have been a universe-wide event. The comic book was actually really, really good.
Yeah.
But the TV show, they just, I don't know what the heck they were thinking with that.
The same thing, they're trying to put a message in there. Secret Wars was a reboot in the comics anyway. Okay. But no, it was the same thing you mentioned earlier, Tiger, is the activism, because the alien was it originally a woman or something like that? And even Don Cheeto, he was swapped out for an alien.
Yeah.
I don't remember because I didn't watch it. I'm trying to remember all the videos that came out from the critiques. The
biggest problem with not just Secret War, but their entire handling of the Skrull,
Mm-hmm.
The Skrulls in the comic books were conquerors, but the way that it was handled in the MCU
They try to make them
is that Skrulls
immigrants.
were they were illegal immigrants. They were a put upon and oppressed minority. And to be honest, it first and foremost, cringe.
Yep, cringe as fuck.
Second, the Skrull were pretty badass in the comic book, and to take these plotting and scheming and conquering villains and reduce them to this put upon minority, I think was just insulting to the Skrull.
Mm-hmm.
But that was it. Secret Invasion and the comic book was something that was built up too slowly, and then it was a universe-wide event in the comic books, like Civil War had been.
Yeah.
I don't mind them handling Civil War the way that they did, because they did not have the full toy box at the time, and they did the best they could with what they had had control of what they could get their hands on in the Marvel toy box. But by the time they did Secret Invasion, they had the whole toy box. That is an event that they could have done correctly, and they chose not to. It's really, really terrible.
Carry on. The only thing I remember from Secret Invasion is Emilia Clarke's big jerking it on. Jesus Christ.
Now, I wonder if they're even going to use Emilia Clarke again at all. If we're ever going to see that character.
I mean, with the MCU, probably. I don't know, because like I said, I didn't even see it myself, so I have no idea. They might use her just to get the brownie points. They might not. I don't know where they going, because I mean, they use Robert Downey Jr. again, so why not?
I don't know. I think that Marvel is looking at a very serious problem in that mortality is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that you can keep the same actor locked into the same role forever is just not realistic. And I can appreciate that. So, in my opinion, though, the way that you handle that is the way they handled it in the Bond franchise. And that is, you keep who you can for as long as you can, but eventually you're going to swap characters out. You're going to swap actors out.
Mm-hmm.
And, or if you do want to give somebody an epic standoff, well, I have my beefs with some aspects of how Endgame was handled. There are some cringe moments, but let's be honest, Tony Stark got an epic exit.
Oh yeah, he did,
man. And bringing him back in any way, shape, or form now just undermines that moment. That really powerful, really incredible, beautifully written moment. And I am Iron Man. Boom. And then he gives up his life. And in that moment, he becomes the man that would cut the wire for his friend, that would lay down on the grenade, which was what Captain America's complaint about him, is that he's too selfish. He's self-centered. He's self-aggrandizing. He's not the guy that would lay down on a grenade to protect a friend. But in that moment, Iron Man's story comes full circle, and it's a complete arc, and it's beautiful. That's the moment where he does lay down on the intergalactic grenade and give up his life to protect everybody else.
Yep. Because he could have had an easy life with his parent. I mean, him being a parent and stuff like that. So he could have had abandoned ship, but nope, he chose to sacrifice himself. So yeah, you're right.
If you bring back Iron Man, you undermine that.
Nah, they're already trying to bring. They're not going to bring back Tony Stark as Iron Man. That would be. They might, but that would be dumb. What they're going to try to do is upgrade Riri Williams to Iron Man. Problem. Nobody likes Riri Williams, especially the way. Well, yeah, nobody likes her even in the comic books, especially how they did her in the series. They did not allude to Iron Man no way whatsoever when her first appearance in Wakanda 2. Not Wakanda 2. Black Panther 2, they didn't allude to him in any way, shape, or form. And then in the series, they try to have her take a dump on Iron Man and say that she's better than him. Meanwhile, she had to steal all her stuff to make the suit, and he literally made his suit with a box of scraps in a cave.
Yeah, and she stole his tech to make hers. In both versions. And in the comic book and in the show, she stole his tech. So that doesn't make her a super genius. If you wanted to do a female Iron Man, what you do, Tony Stark had a daughter. Age her up a bit and bring her in. Ant-Man has a daughter, Stature.
But
you know,
no, they already messed up with her. The other one, they made her an activist. So, but yeah,
No,
they could have used Iron Man's daughter. But no, what they could have had done to introduce Riri Williams is to say that she was inspired by Tony and she wants to be like him. And maybe we could forgive her for stealing Tony's set in the first movie, but not really, because she was in Wakanda. Their technology is literally just as great as Tony Stark's, if not better, because of the vibranium. We could have forgave her in her own stuff. No, because she knows. Yeah, why did she steal this? Why could she just call T'Challa's sister again and say, "Hey, is there a way I can get another suit?"
I think in all honesty, Riri is so people like Miles Morales, right? Miles is an endearing character. He's a good kid. Miles generally looks up to Peter Parker.
Well, I take that back. Sorry, they like the animated series Miles Morales. They don't like the comic book nor the video game. They kind of messed up with the video game, but sorry, go ahead.
Gotcha.
I had to make that correction.
So it's possible to introduce a new generation of an existing character and have that character accepted. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, sorry.
It's all good. It's okay.
You could do that, but I think that's actually the wrong approach. And the reason is because the toy box for Marvel is still really, really big, and it doesn't need new versions of existing characters. What they need to do is dig into the toy box and see what else we've got to play with.
Yeah.
For instance, Nicolas Cage is now Spider-Noir. Hold on.
Yeah, and actually, I need to watch that on the Prime, because I got Prime, so I might as well.
I hear it's really good. So obviously, we don't want him being Ghost Rider again, but we haven't used Keanu Reeves in the MCU yet.
True, and he will make a good Ghost Rider.
Yeah. Now we did see Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider, but in the now forgotten, what was it called? Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But I don't even know if Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is canon or not.
No, because I think it was his own little thing, because didn't the original S.H.I.E.L.D. guy die in not was it Ultron or not Ultron, the first Avenger movie?
Yeah, in the first one, but the show was written to account for that. So the show was written as if it is the part of the MCU, but when they restructured the company and kind of pulled ABC and the Netflix stuff together, there was a bit of a sorting, and it's not clear as to whether or not the ABC stuff, which would be Cloak and Dagger and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or the Netflix stuff, which would be, of course, Iron Fist, Daredevil, etc. I think that there's more acceptance of the Netflix stuff as being prior MCU canon. At least that's the way it's being treated. But I don't know about the ABC stuff, because there's been no recognition of anything that happened in the ABC shows Whereas they have been doing stuff to recognize what was happening over on the Netflix stuff.
Because Netflix
So-
was allowed to, actually be greedy. Not greedy as in not gritty. Netflix was allowed to, do the show how the way they want to do it, and it had little
Right.
to outside influence, and they did a good job. I really didn't like Jessica Jones too much, but it was a good show. I loved Daredevil, and I loved Luke Cage.
Yeah.
Iron Fist was it was half and half. It was half and half to me. They could have done a little bit better job with. They could have tightened up their writing a little bit more with Iron Fist.
Finn Jones should not have been Danny Rand. Because Finn Jones is a ballet dancer, not a martial artist, and even he would tell you that at the time. Now, I will be honest with you, by the time they got around to doing the Defenders, they had tightened up his martial arts skills quite a bit.
Yeah.
But at least at that time, that dude could not fight. And it showed. So I'm glad that they got him lessons between season 1 and when they did the Defenders. But that's something that should have happened before they filmed season 1.
But now with Disney in control, guys, I don't know how hard Ryan Reynolds had to fight to get Disney to back off of Deadpool 3. With Disney in charge, I don't know if they would be able to, be allowed to be gritty and, let the heroes be flawed or let some real shit happens.
I hear that Daredevil Born Again is actually pretty gritty. That it is pretty good. And Daredevil Born Again is basically being treated as season 4 of Daredevil. So it did basically pick up where the Netflix show left off. But like I said, though, they also brought in the shows that they did for ABC, which was there were 3 shows. There was one, what's his name? The guy that's supposed to be the son of Satan. No, there were 4 shows. There was Darkhold, and then that one has to have been kicked out because Darkhold was reintroduced in WandaVision, but the way that Darkhold was handled, Agent Carter too. The way that Darkhold was handled in WandaVision was entirely different from the ABC show Darkhold. And then they did the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and just whereas they've done things in the MCU proper to acknowledge the Netflix stuff, it just seems like all of the ABC shows have not been acknowledged. Or, like I said, Darkhold is completely different in the MCU than it was handled in the show Darkhold. So it just feels like the Netflix stuff was brought in, but the ABC stuff was probably kicked out. So if that's the case, then that does raise the question of, is Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider canon to the MCU? But either way, I grew up with 3 different Ghost Riders, depending on the time. I had Donnie Blaze in the 80s, I had Danny Ketch in the 90s, and then I had Robbie Reyes after that. So, so bringing in Keanu Reeves and making him Johnny Blaze, whether or not Robbie Reyes is canon still, it doesn't matter. You can absolutely do that, and it would be awesome.
Yeah, I can see that. And Cthulhu also mentioned Inhumans, and Billy Donuts said, all I wanted was a World War Hulk adaptation. Instead, I got a mess they had the nerve to call She-Hulk. Yeah. And Danny Ketch was okay. Yeah, I think he was alright, but yeah, they could have had done the different cast for Iron Fist. And that's another thing too. I wanted the Hulk to get his lick back, bro. I wanted the Hulk to get his lick back when it came to Thanos. He didn't beat Thanos, but he sure did rock him. That's what I wanted.
So we are getting Angry Hulk back in the new Spider-Man. That is actually part of the story. Is that Jean Grey basically hijacks his mind and causes him to run amok. So
he's being mind
we're at
controlled
least
again.
getting that. So maybe we could still get World War Hulk, but I doubt it. At least not with Mark Ruffalo. At least not with this iteration.
Nah,
I
Mark
still would
Ruffalo.
like to see Hugh Jackman. I would still love to see Hugh Jackman be Mark Ruffalo. I want to see that so bad. But I have a feeling that we're probably going to get a couple of minutes of that in Secret Wars, and they're going to call it a day. Whereas what we really need is the Hulk v Wolverine movie.
Yeah, I can see that. That would sell. And see, why don't they listen to the fans? Because that would sell movies. Because didn't people literally get excited when they showed the Wolverine even the little teaser of Wolverine versus the Hulk when he had that one suit on in Deadpool 3?
Yeah, people were really excited to see that.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot in Deadpool 3 that really, it's nice to have the nods to it, but these stories, you go back and read them. I actually had an idea back before they started doing this multiverse stuff, and before WandaVision, for that matter.
Yeah.
Of a movie, and the movie would have been called 181. That's 181. It.
Okay.
181. The reason is the first full appearance of Wolverine was the Incredible Hulk 181. Mm-hmm. They're saying that they can't publish a movie called The Incredible Hulk. So that's what you do. You just call the movie 181. The fans will know exactly what it is. But even if you go back and you read the first appearance of Wolverine, which Wolverine's true first appearance was as a shadow at the end of Hulk 180, but you go back and you read Hulk 180 and 181, the story is actually really, really good. It involves the supernatural. It introduces the Wendigo concept. It introduces Hulk. It introduces Wolverine. They fight and they fight and they fight, and then Wolverine discovers that the Wendigo is actually the bad guy, and then he tries to convince the Hulk that they got to team up to deal with the Wendigo, and that doesn't go well. But then he manages to calm down, and then the kids that did the spell that created the Wendigo kidnap Hulk and then try to transfer the Wendigo from their friend to the Hulk.
Yeah.
And it's actually really, really fun. It's a great story. There's action, there's drama, there's supernatural shenanigans, and it's a really well written story, even by today's standards. And I was thinking to myself, you do that, but you add one more layer. You throw in Deadpool, and you throw in Sabretooth.
That Billy,
and then
I was saying Billy Donut said he was saying some things we already saw Scar and She-Hulk. They could easily tease Ghost Rider using the first one. He was a caveman, and then Hulk ripped Wolverine in half. Which that did happen. Oh, they instead of being Wolverine, it could be Deadpool.
By the way, my proposal for 181 that happens.
Ooh,
that happens.
Never mind. Let's go. Yeah, that would sell tickets. That would sell tickets.
My vision for it is that it would be mainly an adaptation of Incredible Hulk 180 and 181. But it would also pull in elements of Hulk versus Wolverine from the Ultimate Universe, which would involve Wolverine getting ripped in half.
Yeah.
And also, in my proposal, Wolverine has this weird dream that involves a panda bear sage trying to teach him a lesson about remaining calm that doesn't go well. That was hilarious, and I would love for that to be in there too. But it basically the idea that I would have is very similar to the original story, where it would be the Canadian Hulk is in and running amok in Canada, or they think it's Hulk. It turns out to be the Wendigo. And so they bring in members of Department 8 to deal with it, and that would include Wolverine, Deadpool and Sabretooth. Of course, over the course of the story, Sabretooth would go bad. You'd have Deadpool in there for the comedy relief.
Yep.
Obviously, and then but other than that, you would have a story that my version of it is that obviously I would still want the kids to try to transfer the Wendigo out of their friend to the Hulk.
Yeah.
But then what I would want is that Sabretooth wants the Wendigo. He wants to be possessed by the Wendigo because he wants the power. So he tries to interfere with the purpose of with the hope of becoming the Wendigo.
Yeah.
And of course that ends up not working out for him. But these are the layers that I would add. Other than that, I would stay pretty close to the original comic books, and I think it would still be a really good story. It would be fun to have Hugh Jackman versus Mark Ruffalo for that.
Yeah.
But no,
I
guess
it's still a possibility. I mean, we do have Hugh Jackman in the MCU now. I hate that I start saying MCU because now that's by default. We do have him in the MCU now, and they are still using Mark Ruffalo. So that's a possibility that maybe Doom they could do it, but with Doom controlling the Hulk or another person does it, and you know we can still get that. So it's a possibility of that happening. It's just, are they going to do it right? Because there's a chance they're going to do it.
That's just it. That's exactly what I think that they're going to do. I mean, is that we will have a brief Wolverine versus Hulk fight in Secret Wars, whereas in my opinion, the story of Wolverine versus Hulk is good enough that it deserves its own film. But we'll see. Well, I guess I like I said, I mean, the leaks don't make it sound good, but I'll be honest with you, there are times where leaks make a project sound good, and then the movie actually does still end up turning out pretty good. So,
oh, Red Hawk was a wasted potential too.
Say what?
Billy Donut said Red Hawk was wasted potential.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that was such wasted potential. That was so unfortunate.
But how did he defeat him by asking him to please turn back into the regular human?
Pretty much, yeah.
That is lame. Yeah, that's lame and done lemon.
Excuse me, sorry. That's part of why this iteration of Sam Wilson as Cap isn't working. The moment that it was blown, because there was still an opportunity for them to do it and do it right and make Sam Wilson everybody's captain and make him awesome.
Yeah.
But the moment we hear, "You got to do better, Senator," in defense of terrorists.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's the moment.
That was stupid. That was stupid.
Yep. No, I mean, the fact is that, you know, every terrorist thinks that they've got a worthy cause, but the truth of the matter is that if they're hurting civilians, they're the bad guys. Doesn't matter if they have a point. If they're killing civilians, they're the bad guy.
Yep. No matter what, it's I don't know what's so hard for that concept, and even so, stop trying to give bad guys a moral. What is it? They're bad because they trying to. Can we just have bad guys that are just bad, not over complex or sympathetic, or we gotta find out why the bad guy is a bad guy? It's like, no, can we just have bad guys again? The people who are evil just because they're evil.
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
Exactly.
And some people just want to rule the world. Now, I'm all for villains that are villains, but still think that they're the good guys.
Yeah.
You know, like the villains of Image of the Tiger, they want to destroy the world. They have a reason for it, but ultimately they want to destroy the world. that's bad. Even if they think that they're doing the right thing, that's still bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's okay to have villains that are power hungry fools that are self-centered, dare I say billionaires, or millionaire politicians that have never had a job a day in their life, but think that communism is better for everybody, and then stop saying millionaires and billionaires the minute that they become a millionaire.
That's funny how that always. That's funny how that always happens.
I could. I would love to. I would love to make a villain. I did. Barney Goldthief, Image of the Tiger. he's a background politician. Barney Goldthief.
You're Bernie Goldthief. Nice.
Yep. Yep.
That is too funny. But yeah, that's what I want. I just want more villains that are just evil just cause. There's no moral obligation. There's no this has happened to me. There's no I'm getting revenge. It's like, nah. I just want to like you said, I just want to see the world burn and everybody in it. So that's me. And they can make him charismatic. They can make him funny. They can do everything. I just want somebody who is just evil. That's it. That's it. No backstory. Just evil. He woke up and he woke up one day and just said, "You know what? I choose violence."
Well, that's one of the things that made Heath Ledger's Joker so compelling. He was just downright terrifying because he was exactly that guy. The guy that woke up one day and said, "You know what? Nah, I'm going to burn it all down."
Green Goblin and Carnage challenged their heroes' morals more effectively than any other recent MCU villains. God damn it! Yeah. Well, mainly,
sorry, go ahead.
Green Goblin. They kind of replaced. They kind of did it with. They used Tobey Maguire's Green Goblin, and for Tom Holland. So, in a way, yes and no. I wish they would have had their own version of Green Goblin to teach Peter a lesson and not the other one.
You know what? They could.
Unless you're talking about the comic books, then yeah, the comic books. But if you're talking about the movies, then no. That's what I don't agree with Billy. But Carnage, no, he's not talking about because Carnage didn't even fight Spider-Man, so he's talking about the comic books. Okay. Yeah. I got confused. Now that I had to think about it, because Carnage didn't even fight Spider-Man; he fought Venom.
I think what they're going to be building towards Spider-Man, to be honest, is Max Gargan as Venom instead of Eddie Brock. But in all honesty, I never really liked that. I think Max Gargan should stay Scorpion. It's good that we're finally getting Scorpion, but I think he should stay Scorpion. But I think they're going to make him. I think they're going to make him Venom, and I don't know if they're going to revisit the black suit Spider-Man idea anytime soon.
What is they alluding to when Peter's eyes is going black and stuff like that? I thought they was alluding to the black suit with that, like he got a hold of it, and that's why he's going crazy, or he's not pulling his punches no more.
So I don't know if they're going to do this quite the same way it did in the comics, but in the comics, when he was going through this, they turned him into Man Spider.
I was thinking that.
Yeah. And so I think what we're going to see for the films, I don't know that they're going to go full Man Spider, but I think that they're going to go for something similar.
Okay.
And I think that Jean messing with people's heads is very likely going to be a part of that transformation. And is so
I see.
Yeah. That's another reason why I don't think that we're going to see this iteration of Spider-Man get the black suit. Which I am disappointed with, because I do think I like Spider-Man 3, Sam Raimi's.
Yeah.
But I think that they did Venom dirty in that movie. And I do like and enjoy the Tom Hardy Venom trilogy. But it still wasn't exactly faithful to the comic. And also Carnage deserved a trilogy of his own. They deserved a Maximum Carnage trilogy.
Oh yeah.
And you could do those. You could do those as a Venom trilogy still, separate and not, have it still be a Spider-Man Venom team up, but still separate that out from your Spider-Man movies. But I think that the Maximum Carnage event in the comic book was massive. I think it was, 60 issues? 60 issues big across multiple books. It was huge. And so for them to try to distill it down into one film the way that they did, I felt let down by it.
Yeah,
it was fun.
But we was blue balled with that one because I seen it and I did not like it. I was like, come on. They could have done a better job because we had Carnage. That should have been at least 2 movies. If we couldn't get 3, it should have been at least 2 movies. And Cthulhu, challenging your hero's morals isn't about making the audience sympathize with the villains. You just need some bad enough that tempts the hero into compromises their own code for the greater good. And then Cthulhu always, again, they need Spider-Man to get the black suit and use the suit for a movie. Then the end of the cliffhanger, with Peter deciding he needs to get rid of the suit to do the Venom in follow-up. True.
Right. So they have the opportunity, and here's the part that really, 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 really breaks my heart about Spider-Man 3. That scene in the clock tower, or in the church bell tower, that was exactly from the comic book, shot for shot. It was so perfect. And then they kill Venom off at the end.
Yep.
And I'm like, no, you had the perfect setup to. And I'm sorry, I know a lot of people are like, Topher Grace was just. Topher Grace came in there and he chewed the scenery, and I'm all for people that eat the scenery. Ham-fisted all the way up to 11. I loved it. But in all honesty, killing Venom off at the end the way that they did was a massive mistake, because what should have happened is that they got Venom. I'm sorry, they got Eddie Brock away from, because this is what happened in the comic books. Get Eddie Brock away from the symbiote suit, okay? And then, but the symbiote suit is not completely destroyed. And then they put Eddie Brock in jail with Cletus Cassidy. And then the Venom suit regrows itself, and once it's strong enough, then it breaks Eddie Brock out, setting up your first Venom movie, but also a part of it gets left behind for Cletus Cassidy.
Yep.
And there's your second Venom movie, and the opportunity to do crossover with Tobey Maguire and at least 2-parter, one Venom movie and one Spider-Man movie. If you Maximum Carnage proper, it could have been so cool. It could have been so cool.
I mean, it's the third opportunity for them to do something like that with Tom Holland. So hopefully they can do that, and we can get. My problem is Disney. Sony. Well, no, because Sony censored Venom 2. That's the whole thing, is dealing with either, because Maximum Carnage is that in its name, Maximum Carnage. I want to see destruction. I want to see brutal stuff. I want to see Carnage go all out. We can't get that with Disney or Sony. That would have to be, I don't know, a Blumhouse thing.
Yep. I mean, it would have been a good opportunity to bring back and recanonize Cloak and Dagger, because one of the victims of Carnage in the comic books was Dagger, and then Cloak goes crazy. Without Dagger there to keep him in check, because her powers are necessary to keep him from going off the deep end. Yeah. and Cloak going off the deep end after Dagger is killed was a huge part of that. You had cameos in the story that involved Captain America. Some of the X-Men came in to try to help briefly, and Carnage killed a lot of street level characters. Done right, it could have been epic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that. I think what's going to happen is that if we do get Black Suit Spider-Man, it's going to be in Secret Wars. It will only be through Secret Wars, and then Max Gargan, Scorpion, will become the MCU Venom. And then if they move away from that at all, they're probably going to end up giving the Venom symbiote at some point to Flash Thompson to do Agent Venom.
Yeah.
Which I understand that happened in the comics, but what they don't understand is that wasn't popular when it happened in the comic books. People like Eddie Brock as Venom, and there's still people still are holding out hope for the new and better versions of the stories that they messed up, and they being both I'm sorry, not Microsoft, wrong genre. Both Disney and Sony have had story arcs that they've messed up, and let's be clear, nowhere near as bad as the mess that Fox made with the Phoenix Saga twice, but still, Sony messed up Maximum Carnage, and I agree with you. I would love another shot at that. There was a missed opportunity with how they ended Spider-Man 3, and then they just completely biffed it in Venom 2. Yeah.
It's they don't allow the creators, they don't allow the people, because Venom is a brutal character. He bites people's heads off, and and Venom don't care. Good, bad, women, children, and the Ultimate Spider-Man video game, you're the first person you literally kill as Venom is a child. When you turn into that, these people are not willing to do stuff like that,
right?
And that's what hurts. Really,
this is something that the Sony Venomverse got wrong. It was Eddie Brock's own morality that eventually led toward Lethal Protector, not the Venom symbiote itself. Because you're right, the Venom symbiote itself was a monster, and Eddie Brock a little bit, but Eddie Brock over time realized that he wanted to be something different, and Eddie Brock is what, and his morals are what led the suit to follow him toward becoming an anti-hero rather than a villain.
Yeah.
So, again, I don't think that they're going to revisit Eddie Brock as Venom, unfortunately, and I think that's unfortunate, and I think that's a missed opportunity, in part because Max Gargan is interesting as the Scorpion. He was not interesting as Venom, and I'm sorry, Flash Thompson, Agent of Venom, was a joke. It's a joke, and I don't want to see Venom reduced to a joke character. I want Venom to, the Sony Venomverse.
You missing one. They might do because we haven't got a Harry Osborn yet from
So that's true.
So they might do him as well. Yep, I just thought about it. Looking to a fan of the Max.
Didn't they make Harry Osborn Venom in the second Spider-Man video game?
Hey, Tiger, do you know of? Are you a fan of The Max? I think that's a movie.
I have heard of him. He was a pretty popular comic book character when I was a kid, but I never read those characters, or I never read those comics, unfortunately. I wanted to, but never got around to it.
Because I agree with you. I do want that, but I think it's better if it never happens than them alluding to it happening and then they don't because I would love to see a Maximum Carnage movie. That's not gonna happen, at least the way that we want it to happen. And then with Venom, I thought we was gonna get a good Venom, and I don't get me wrong, I liked Venom 1. Did I see Venom 2? I think I seen it. It was forgettable for me, and I didn't even bother to see The Last Dance.
Last Dance is alright. It's all right, but the problem with The Last Dance is like what you were mentioning earlier about setting something up that's never going to come to fruition, and they absolutely do. They absolutely set up something that's not going to happen now because the other Spider-Man spin-offs that they were going for did not do well, and Sony has basically decided to can the entire Venomverse project.
And
that is Groot. That is Groot tantruming.
But
I need a Groot camp. These tantrums of his are hilarious.
But now that might be him letting us know, because we have been going at it for almost 6 hours.
True.
So it might be a good time to start wrapping it up and go ahead and end it. But thank you, Iron Man. This has been a great talk. We talked about like a lot. We went from politics to now games.
Yeah.
Sony has officially pulled a bonehead stunt. Yeah, they messed up. They messed up. But Tiger, let the people know where they can find you. And thank you for the follow, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I'm Iron Tiger 44 on X. We're also the Iron Tiger 44 on YouTube. I don't post much there, but when I do post on YouTube, I try to make it awesome. So,
and also your Twitch too, right?
The Iron Tiger 44 on Twitch as well.
I have all. I need to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I need to get set up so that I have overlays and animated character and stuff, but we're working on that.
And I'll have all his links in the description in the VOD too, so be sure to check him out. And man, it was fun. Thank you for joining me and having this conversation. And even Steelbear, thank you for jumping in and out with the times you did. It's always good to have both of you guys. And
it's always fun to hang out with you.
Thank you. And before we ended, we did have this guy sitting right here for the last 2 hours. So let's actually finish this video and then I'll end it.
Okay, this is your arrow. This bone, and that's the arrow's point. It must travel straight to the target. Okay, even if it's a hook, it is traveling straight to the target from that distance, from this trajectory. Okay, when I punch, my arrows must be straight. Remember, the punch is the last thing that happens. I generate the power with my body, my torso, from the ground.
The boy said that, Billy. I'm sorry, Billy. I'm sorry. Oh, shoot. It doesn't show the whole thing. I thought it showed the whole thing. Oh, it was a snippet from it. But I'm going to go ahead and end it right there. Thank you, everybody, for coming through. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This was a fun stream. I don't know for tomorrow. We're going to have something going on for tomorrow. But for Kick, let's see who can we raid on Kick. Let's see. Oh, I don't have enough people to raid on Kick, so let's see. Oh, I don't have. Sorry about that, Kick. So we're just gonna end the stream for a Kick. So with Twitch, we're gonna go ahead and raid who is. Actually, I saw somebody new. Let's see. Oh, we could raid Octet. I cannot pronounce her name. Oh, it won't let me go back to quick follows. Let's see. Adios, muchachos. Adios. Akko. I don't think Akko is live right now. I don't see him being live. But speaking of, we can go ahead and raid Gilly. I think she's playing Marvel Rivals. So we were just talking. Let me see what she's playing. Oh, now she's playing Fortnite. We can go ahead and All right, have a good night, y'all. Let's see who can we. I'm trying to find. Let's go ahead and raid Tumaway. This is gonna be the first. Oh, is she playing? I think she's on break. Oh, damn it. I'm trying to find somebody to raid. Oh, Lord. Okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and go back to Gilly then. We're gonna go back to Gilly. She's playing Fortnite. Yeah, and she's a very good, fun streamer. Y'all will have fun with her, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again for being here. It was fun. Peace.